That's right, we're bringing the vibes on a miserable Monday. What is up, one and all? As you can hear, I'm still slightly dead, but we're getting there, and we're getting in to the deeper phases of Midweek Muster number 9. That's right, boom, we are back already with a round of 16 series. You see, I have to treat you guys to begin with. We're going to open up with Wham versus Starflark today. After that, we'll be checking in on a round of 32 series. It was a very interesting, close one that we have to have a look at, which of course is going to be Johan versus Gully. Deckle, winner of that will be going up against Numan. So, we have got people plotting out their series. We will have some live series today, as the players have been told they need to play the round of 16s today, or I will turn up at their door with a beating stick, specifically uniquely designed for beating players. So, hopefully quite a few live series. Because we've got plenty to get through. So we'll likely look to get through about 6 to 8 series today. Though a few of them will probably not be done live, but that's fine because it sets us up nicely for tomorrow before the quarterfinals occur. Remember, grand finals will be on Thursday. So usually what we'd look to do is 1 semi-finals tomorrow and then 1 semi-finals before the grand finals. Sometimes we do actually end up doing double semi-finals before. It depends on the time zones. But yeah, so plenty to come. I do know that the Mia Micah series will be happening later today. So Mia Micah versus Elona will probably be happening after about 5 p.m. CET-ish, because I know that Elio, he has a job, believe it or not. What a no life. So I believe it's going to be Mia Micah versus Elona happening live at, I'm not mistaken, exactly 5 p.m. my time, UK time, so 6 p.m. CET. So we'll have that one live. We'll have plenty before that, folks. So what I'll do is I'll get this ready. What's up? What's going on? Did you enjoy Sunday's upsets? I actually didn't have a chance to catch Sunday's games. I've done this very rare thing called not looking at a PC screen all day. That is incredibly rare for me. But I decided to take the day, spend it with my family. We didn't get away from screens entirely. We rounded out Ted Lasso's Season 3. But yeah, I actually didn't look at the PC, didn't even turn it on once yesterday, which is very, very rare for me. Should be rewarded, should be applauded. I mean, it's like very difficult for me to not. Like, I just have so many fingers and so many pies, so many things to look at all the time. So yeah, it was quite a rarity for me. But yeah, look at the qualifier number 2. Ooh. What? Oh, hold on a sec. Baltoon barely made it in. Scatterbrained almost had his number after clapping Elona. Voldemort did not make it. Mahodo clapped his cheeks and then took out Lash. Dude, look at Mahodo. Sass losing 2-1 to Lash as well. I mean, yeah, I think that they are somewhat close. Like, they're closely matched, but I would have given a slight edge maybe to Sass. I imagine Lash, look at the draft. Oh yeah, Sass went Ottomans. Ooh. But dude, Lakeside Basses from Lash is even weirder, so I don't know about that. King of the Hill was a weird one for them as well. Byzantines versus Ibids is just a big question mark. Starflark beat CSO 2-1. Okay, dude, CSO is not looking right now. Maybe it's just the other players improving, but this is really surprising. CSO on the rise, but maybe everyone just caught up to him. I'm kind of shocked that he didn't make it first qualifier. I'm even more shocked he didn't make it second. But Starflark then losing to Mia Micah Frio. I'm telling you guys, Mia Micah on the rise, dude. He still needs to get a bit more of a robust Civ pool, but starting to prove it. In that series, he used HRE Mongols Delhi, which is like, you know, not really his bread and butter. He's used just like Mongols out of those, makes the most sense. And then Corvinus beating 2-0 actually. Like, beating Numan 2-0 is probably the big surprise to me there. I'm shocked Numan wasn't tighter on that, especially after how tight he was on the Dumu series. That's kind of crazy. Cat also getting 2-0 by Avali? Okay, Jesus. Yeah, there was a lot of upsets here. Cat was definitely one of the front runners to qualify here. CSO should have been as well. Numan was on the second tier, but was very threatening. Voldy as well. Yeah, man. I'd say, like, of the players here that you'd expect to make it from their bracket areas, maybe one? I think one. Because and that's not even a shade on Corvinus. I just think Cat has been, like, looking a lot more scary than Corv at the moment. Especially after what I saw on Saturday. Like, Corvinus got unraveled by Scarlet. Scarlet completely outplayed him. But apparently he learned. Okay, guys, so let me get the games ready. We're going to be opening actually with a fun one. We're going to be doing Wham versus Starflark in the round of 16 to begin with. Like I said, we'll keep our eyes open for live series being poked at me as they get scheduled. Currently, the live series we have is one at 6 p.m. CET and one for 7:20 CET. And those are the me and Micah versus Elona and then Voldemar versus Stay Frosty series. Corvinus was on his stream later raging, saying he's been playing too much FFA. Wait, dude, I think Corvinus has been reading too much Twitch chat because I remember on Saturday people were saying that, and then he came in and defended it and was like, I've been screaming and everything. I think he was boiling in the Twitch chat for a little bit too long by the sounds of it. They got in his head, man. You guys are becoming too influential over Corvinus. All right, well, I'm going to get the games ready. So when we open up with Rocky River, as we always do for week number 9, it's going to be Byzantines versus Roost. That's a little bit surprising from their drafts, right? Like, Starflark having the Abbasses would have made a lot of sense here. Historically has looked pretty good. I guess against Byzantines, it doesn't feel that great. But then, like, Wham had Biz or HRE. I thought maybe he'd save Biz for... hasn't really been that popular on Borderland. He's still got HRE there. He's got Mongols for Lakeside. So, like, actually, Wham has a lot of good answers on his draft. Starflark is kind of weird, right? Like, this is probably going to be French Lakeside than Chinese for Borderland. All right. But let's get into it. The best way to begin your weeks. With Midweek Muster, of course. Which is confusing when you consider that that would be Start Week Muster. But we are back. Week number 9, round of 16, Wham versus Starflark. One of the most capable players we've had in the Midweek Musters. I think Wham has actually had more presence in Grand Finals than any other player, but Starflark is on the rise. Hot, fresh, off of the weekend, just beating CSO 2-1 to then just about failed qualifying to EGC's S-tier tournament, but Starflark has made a statement that he is here to compete and he is on the rise. Gonna be an interesting one here. We were on the 2x speed. We're going to slow that down a little bit. So Rus versus Byzantines, kind of an interesting matchup. Rus have been gaining a lot of ground, a lot of potency, but I think they still fall victim to some very easy-peasy builds here from Byzantines. Most notably, I would say Cataphracts could be on the menu. More likely, we're going to see Wham just go the Lombo opening pressure and then fall back, but that could still lead to Cataphracts because the thing about Rus is they don't often want to have to play Feudal Age. When you see them do it, it's because they got forced. And what is up, Brit Boy? Apparently, he was forced to subscribe, baby. Love that. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, whether you're watching live or later, always come by. Always drop those subs. Especially if you got, like, Prime. Dude, that thing is literally free. You've already paid for it by paying Bezos, so you might as well get some value out of it and help out a content creator you enjoy watching. But... yeah, this is like a very interesting one. I've seen a few different ways that Byzantines have played this historically. This is one of the very few matchups where Keshiks can make a little bit of sense here to slow down your opponent's timing. Especially with a back gold spawn like this. It used to be that you'd want to go Lombo opening to poke Rus off of their fast castle build, but people discovered really quickly that you don't even need to touch the gold as Rus, so it doesn't matter with this double hunted cabin build. And what is up, Stepsister 7? I didn't even realize I had one Stepsister, but thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. So yeah, like the way that you used to play this would be Lombos. You still can go Lombos simply because if you followed up Cataphracts afterwards, that would protect you against Spears. We're getting something a little bit different here, though. It's going to be a Rax opening from Wham. Very surprising, actually. So he's looking to pressure. This could be Javelin into Limitane. It's definitely a different way to play against Horse Archers because Javelins are really good at sniping out Horse Archers. You have a little bit of mobility to stay away from them. You have that easy hit. And the reality is with the extra range, Horse Archers can't commit into you if you've got a frontline Limitane. Interesting, though. I mean, I guess the argument against fast castle here for Biz is like you're never going to beat the Rus timing, right? Like Rus are just obnoxiously fast into Castle Age, courtesy of the Golden Gate build. You have to remember that this Civ, with the double hunting cabin and all the gold they get off of touching sheep, they accelerate at an almost unrivaled pace. Now, archery range being forced to respond. Starflark, this is a bad start. This is how you just kind of fall victim to the Byzantine opening, right? Like, Limitane into Javelins is almost guaranteed here. Grand Winery will get him to the olive oil quickly required for that. And apologies if my voice is still a little bit done. I think I'm about, I don't know, on my voice at least, maybe 80%, I want to say. My taste buds are going in the opposite direction, but I think from my voice, at least, it's not as bad. It's kind of important for my career. And oh no. Okay, so now this looks even better for Wham. Pro Scouts is quite the predicament. He did get 15 sheep. I'm not even sure it's entirely necessary here. Fast Castle feels like it might have been a little bit better. I think there's too many games right now where people are getting baited into Pro Scouts, and it isn't necessary. Like, against Byzantines, you give them an opening here by doing Pro Scouts, right? This is a Civ that has a very mean timing, close to 10 minutes, to attack you with all these free units from the mercenaries. And when you go Pro Scouts like this, you're sacrificing your efficient timing into Castle, right? Now, in a lot of matchups, it's kind of a moot detail. You just have so many deer options, and you're just so fast still anyway, that it's worth going Pro Scouts. But I think Byzantines, because of their ability to accelerate production, similar to Delhi actually, they're some of the very rare examples where they get enough production early on that they can actually punish you for doing Fast Castle. The other awkward part is Starflark done the most predictable thing and took the safe 7-stack of deer behind once he saw this pressure coming, instead of splitting up and going everywhere on the map. Archer opening is at least going to be able to block one of the Limitane coming. We do have the Javelins queued up for Wham. Starflark is going to want to consider adding in something else here. Spears would be pretty nice, but the reality is you see Limitane, you don't want to build Spears because your Spears are worse than Limitane, right? Like, you have 10 less health. So likely, if we do see a second unit, yep, there it is. Knights are going to be coming in. So Starflark now being forced to play longer in the age. Wham already moving out for the second berry patch. I love this timing. It's a little bit dangerous with the potential for Knights, but if he keeps pressure up, his opponent can't really look towards that flank. There is an argument that you should have been going sooner, but it's because Wham wanted that double pump of Javelins. You can already see by the resources he stockpiled, he's going to be able to queue up back-to-back Javelins. Counterpoint the Pro Scouts, all deer in the middle. You can't take them without the tech. Yeah, but he hasn't taken the central deer is the point. The point would be that Starflark, you know, if you really want to get great value out of Pro Scouts, once it got revealed here, instead of going back for the same spot, you play both. He did build enough to just scare Wham away, though. And I'm curious, like, Wham, yeah, he is going to be pushing. So I wondered if this was going to be a fast tech behind this from Wham, realizing what this game has become, but it's too late for that. If you just try to fast castle now, you're drastically behind your opponent. Is the map moving out in the KPMM map rotation? It is not in our rotation map. In fact, this week has featured minimal water. We basically have Lakeside, and that is it. Well, I guess, well, that's not true. We do have Hallowed Springs and Bridges, but Hallowed Springs is a very minuscule amount of water, and Bridges, the only reason you build boats is tactically. It's not about, like, all living water, right? So we don't really have a pure water map per se. The closest is Lakeside, and as we've seen on Lakeside, quite often it doesn't actually become about water in the way that you would think. Some players have made it that way, but often it loses them the game. Yeah, a bit ambitious with the Carrier Siphon attempt there from Wham. I mean, in theory, you should be able to get this up, right? Like, the archer count isn't big enough for Starflark to really threaten, but Wham has to be careful. He needs to get more Limitane out here. Is he just... Wait, is this a bait? It feels almost like he's baiting, but I think what really happened is he misread the situation. He wasn't expecting Knights. So Limitane, Argath going for the pincher. Javelin's trading out against that. We do have the Undermesh to at least make the Limitane a bit more tanky, but Wham, you see what he's doing here. This was 100% a bait. Whether intentionally or not, he switched it into one. So by casting the Kyra Siphon, he forced Starflark already to reinvest. A lot of Knights coming out, and while that's happening, Wham is now starting to stockpile for Castle Age. So despite what looked like it was going to be a faster Roost Castle timing, Wham is now the one taking the lead. Javelins are going to have to retreat home. Now, they will die for this, but Starflark needs to now punish. It's not enough that he stopped the attack on him. Siege engineering definitely cost a little bit, but you could argue that it cost Starflark a lot more. In the archers, the knight production, way too expensive. Ones if you think Wham's going to win this, twos if you think Starflark's going to take it. Starflark, has he got a good high trade house? Okay, there's a really good one here for him to get still. I hope he goes for it, because I think you want that extra acceleration. Just feels like he's spending too long on this, right? Still arrow coming through as well. I get that he wants some counterplay, some damage done in return, but the golden horn tower position, maybe a little bit too backward for him to actually punish here. He might, however, be able to circle towards that berry. 10 villagers out here, not looking safe. Knights in the meantime are going to dive in. Outpost has not gone up successfully, and he's basically defending with one Limitane. Big problem here, Wham. He needs to rush the outpost. Shiv's coming out as well against Knights. Not a good idea. Archers need to deal with those Limitane. The Knights can be able to clear the way. Now, Wham, he has got the tech up coming, but not much gold to work with here. Starflark, this is the only thing I don't like. This dive is great, but the reinvestment is bad. He should realize that the moment he sees that the tech up is coming, you should cancel these Knights and go for castle. Because the problem you have here, right, is like you're getting damage done, but now you're going to be forced to trickle troops in a way that you can't stop the tech. Starflark, it's crazy, right? Like, these 3 extra Knights in queue are costing him his optimal timing. Tech up complete first for Wham. Activates the Akrotoy, mops up the archers, and Starflark, for a moment there, looked like he was in control, in dominant position. Slowing down his own tech has definitely hurt him. High trade house now coming in. A more defensive one that I'd like to see compared to this one as well. You could argue he's a little bit more embedded on this tree line, but I think he would have got a lot more in the north. Get your numbers in, folks. I know you guys love this minigame. How big are we going on the high trade house? How much are we chimichanga cheddar in here? So, now that we're teching up, Starflark is probably contemplating the Horse Archer idea. I don't like it unless you stay to less than 10. Like, Horse Archers to raid is fine here because your opponent hasn't walled himself in. But Horse Archers as your main? Nah, dude. Like, that, skip straight to the dessert. The Knights are going to be your bread and butter here. You've already got Varangian spam coming from Wham. So if Starflark just, goes crossbows and Knights, he should have the winning comp. Have to be a little bit careful with those crossbows because the javelin's still going to be a threat, but the whole idea is by having Knights, you have a rotational potential onto them. One cool thing I've been seeing a few Roost players starting to do now, and it's very doable with Pro Scouts, is Horsemen, actually. Horsemen would make a lot of sense here just to counter the Javs very cost efficiently. That does mean that, of course, you can't frontline the Varangian, but the whole point is that if you clear the Javs quick enough, the crossbows will do the rest. Do at least have the veterancy coming in for Knights. Walls are now getting up from Wham. So actually, after all, Starflark will benefit from not switching into the Horse Archers whatsoever. Be careful where you walk with these Knights, though. Kind of a fragile point here with the number being so low, and not sure about that. He's switching into men-at-arms. Knights are going to be able to dive in round to the backside. Javelin's being targeted here. Oh, man, I realize what Starflark's doing. He's getting paranoid about the camels. Remember, it's the Silk Road, so the tier 2 unit for the mercenary count for Byzantines will be the camels. And the RNG means, like it or lump it, they're eventually going to come in whether Wham intends it or not. So by playing into Knights only, he feels like he's going to get countered. So we're seeing a lot of diversification from Starflark. But this is where I just go back to the Horseman idea. And in fact, the Horseman idea is even more now embellished, considering the Wham is the one adding in crossbows too. Double gold unit. Curious to see if he puts any vills on gold now. Yeah, he's going to do a few, right? Like, he's finally started touching it. It only took 14 minutes into the game. High trade house, 142 gold is definitely going to be helping a lot as well. And we should have relics coming home soon. Unfortunately for him, Wham has already beaten him to the punchline. First relic already in. 2 monks playing into the field. This is looking like a 4-2 or 4-1 split, rather. I don't think Starflark's going to get much out of this. Looking for high-level gameplay, is this the right place? I'm afraid not, Crackety. You didn't sign up this week, so I don't know what we're going to do. Disgraceful. Just coming in from Wham. It's a lot of Varangian, and not much to answer it right now. Jav should be able to trade out. As long as he just targets down the crossbows, I don't see a world in which Wham loses this fight. That's exactly what he's doing. Crossbows being removed. Knights arriving a little bit too late to the engagement. And wait, the bait! Starflark just chasing all the way for a double crossbow. New Varangian showing up. The Javelins can pinch from behind here. And the Varangian, funnily enough, you think they lose the Knights, but when the count is just so much in their favor. No bueno. Remember, the numbers are deceptive here as well. The quality differential is huge. Half of Starflark's army are just archers. Archers that don't really counter anything here. And now they retreat away. They're basically diving into Javelins, something they just don't kill quickly. Got a few men-at-arms trying to fight back, but the Varangians tell no lie. Starflark, I think the problem here is you either go full Knights or you go full men-at-arms. This double dipper hurt him so much. I understand conceptually the idea, but also just the out-micro in that fight. You can't take anything away from Wham. Those two crossbows just baited the entire Arch army into a bad position there. Starflark before that at least had bloat on his side, but now the only bloat about this is what you get on a dead corpse after it's been left floating for 2 weeks. This is looking really bad. Starflark hemorrhaging pretty fast, trying to get into a few more heavily armored units to stabilize. Crossbow count is at least being kept low, but we just see that Treckle coming. Plenty more on the way, and the hilarious part is behind this, Wham is going second TC as well. He's going to have to reset here. So, while Starflark isn't dead yet, the reality check on this game is the 2 TC is going to be a big problem. And he's not even necessarily aware of it yet. Nice micro, just get rid of those Knights chasing. Start stepping away with the injured crossbows. Basically using health as a resource is an underrated element within RTSs, actually. You know, if you've got an injured unit, pull it back, let the new one front line. Quite often we just see people just kind of panic at the idea that even one touch comes in on a crossbow, but Wham understands. Still has value as long as it doesn't die. Starflark, I think this is where the game's getting a little bit weird for him, right? Like, you're seeing him finally admit that Horseman was the play, but Horseman should have been the play ages ago. It's a little bit late now. We already have Camel Riders coming in, the double RNG whammy, exactly what Wham needs. At this point, it feels like Starflark actually needed spears, but you know, obviously, even though he might suspect eventually Cam will show up, he can't know exactly when. We have a lot of berry gathering ahead of us. I like the way that Wham is taking this moment to move out in the center. Probably going to be looking at Mangonel and placement soon here. Just a really big damage booster, great control. Also, another thing that Wham should be targeting is going to be Sacred Site control. Looks like in the end, Starflark did get a second relic, which is actually really impressive. I didn't think he'd be capable of that, but after a Wham did push right down the center, right? And we do see a temporary military lead for Starflark, but that comes down to the 2 TC choice. So Starflark, he needs to do some damage now. Otherwise, this is going to start to trend against him. And yes, he does have the Golden Gate, but the problem for Starflark is he needs to know that he needs to go 2 TC. He doesn't know about this, right? You have to remember, we have God Vision here. We do have some Stone Gathering coming in. So there is some potential. The question is, who does this favor more, right? Like, if we're hunkering down to a point where we're going 2 TC, even with Pro Scouts, that makes gradual farms more likely. And if we're talking farms, it's freaking Olive Groves. It's not just Olive Groves, guys. This is huge as well. It's level 4 system. So 22% eco buff to practically everything in the Byzantine Empire. Right? I think he's got about 50 villages in range of that buff. I know the tech's coming through as well. We even have Limitana getting added in, so that's another problem. Starflark, he sent in just a handful of horsemen and got scouted doing it. This is the problem, right? This is why sometimes you see people wait to raid. If you're Starflark, you have to look at this choice to send 2 horsemen, 2 knights, and question, what was I actually going to get out of this? Right? Like, and why did I send the horsemen with the knights? Could I have not just sent the 2 knights instead? Because if you had, then you've got a situation where your opponent doesn't really know what's up. And you can ambush him with mass horsemen. But now that Wham is aware, we already see the Limitane line being prepped. We do not have a Mangonel in placement just yet, so Starflark does at least have an ability to brute force the center here and force Wham away. Wham, seeing his opponent coming, should just leave. There's no fight to be had here, not without the Mangonel Tower. And if you think I'm overrating the power of a Mangonel Tower, thinking it would be enough for him to take this fight, you've clearly never watched the Byzantines with a Mangonel Tower. One of them can just break a fight. It's so stupid how strong those towers are. Of course, the reason why Wham didn't is, he did prioritize systems, he prioritized 2TC. He really could have still went for it. I think there was enough time there. He could have got probably fortification into Mangonel. We'll fall back behind the tree lines. Would benefit from some defensive outposts here. Starflark is seeking blood. Behind this, second TC also now coming up. So he won't fall behind too much more. Tree line not quite breached here. Starflark can't see what's happening on the other side. Wham, standing his ground. In the gates. Vrangin's starting to march out. Archers wasting their time on the wrong target. Javelin count back up to 12. He's targeting down those crossbows. Race comes out. Limitane get the fight they're looking for. The Horsemen cannot get around the back. The Camels flood out at the end. He held them in reserve. And now these things are so obnoxiously tanky. The problem you have here is, unless you are right on point with all the targeting, you can't kill targets quick enough here. The Limitane are tanky due to the Undermesh and the Shield Wall. You've got the Camel Riders with the lofty 270 HP. And Starflark is pretty much just left with archers. Man, I can't believe that. Wow, numbers definitely weren't on his side, but we just see the quality, and it really has everything it needs to when about a third of the army there is made up of the mercenaries. Impactful mercenaries at that. Starflark had some mangoes to be different, in my opinion. Yeah, but you're begging the world upon him when he only has an island to give you. You get what I mean, right? You're asking him to rebolster army big enough to push. You're then asking him to move mangonels across the enemy base, right? In Castle Age, where they're weaker as well. Do you see the conundrums there? And if you made that side investment into mangoes, what's happening in the meantime? You also have to consider that Starflark, unless he has enough spears, can't do that because camels kill siege really well. It's actually such a sleeper detail I've noticed with camels is a lot of people don't use them for siege sniping, despite the fact they hit for 25 damage every 1 second. I think realistically what Starflark needed to do was just hunker down and try to get an optimal Imperial timing here. Or just go for the Horseman swell much earlier. The problem he now has is, now that we hunker down towards Imperial, Byzantine's economy is good enough, their farms are better enough, that we're just going to see them win out of an imp on imp play. The Starflark, knowing this, is probably going to go for one more punch, right? Just activate the theme tune, and send it in. Sorry for anyone who was listening a little bit too closely with the headset. He's going to go for the rotation around the back. Unfortunately, the positioning, once again, just not favoring him here. Weirdly enough, he gets baited onto a few infantry units with mass spear. So the camels that should have got wiped straight away were actually on the south side of the fight. Not surrounded or overwhelmed by spears at all. Starflark, their numbers are still a lie here, right? 16 of this army are archers. There's nothing left for them to target this stage, so he has to back away. This is the thing, Starflark, his entire army concept is trash. Right, it's spears, it's archers, that is the backbone, horsemen as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wham has Varangian, he has javelins, crossbows, camels. There's nothing in this army that says it's trash, right? It's all good. I know we usually kind of complain about javelins underperforming in Castle Age compared to other options, but they're still damn good against what's happening here, especially in particular due to the fact that Starflark continues to swell archers. Starflark was Imperial and had Turin pop, this would look different. I mean, sure, but that's like saying if I had a chiseled form, a perfect Gillette, advert shade on my face, and blue eyes, I'd be able to seduce Scarlett Johansson. You have to deal with what you got here. And what you haven't got is a 200 pop situation. Had he waited that long, I think he would be dead as well. What Starflark needed was a solid 30 horsemen in. Just never got to that point. His transition was just far, far too late. What is up, Faplark? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. 17 months. Will we have to wait 17 more months to see Starflark beat Wham? Or could it be coming in this series too? I mean, there is a game 2 ahead of us. I don't think he's going to be winning this one. You have to remember that as the villager count amplifies, you get this awkward situation where the system effect gets better and better. Not just because you're enhancing it by an extra 4% each level, it's just, think about it logically, if you have a bigger number, a percentile increase is more substantial, right? If I have a 20% buff on 10 villagers, Ooh, wow. I've got 2 more villages. 20% buff on 100 villages. That's 20 extra. It's just not something that Starflark can compete with. Even with the bounty system giving him extra gathering rates, it's nowhere near remotely comparative here. Not getting the joke? I get the joke. I just got to tease it back in response. And also make myself a little bit depressed that I can't seduce Scarlett Johansson. That sad realization. I think it's time for Starflark to realize this is over. It's just way too much military bloat now. Yeah, and you have to remember that the proficiency of Pro Scouts has ran its course. We no longer have that big up for the Roos. He's already eaten his way through it, right? Like, we have no deer left other than the ones that spawn on the High Trade House. Now you can think about is what my chin looks like. That's why I wear the beard, so you can't see my chin. An admirable effort. Like, my advice to Starflark really just goes back to that timing. It seems like I'm a broken record, but it really comes back to his transition to Horseman being too late. He had the right idea. I think this was a sick opening from Wham as well, by the way. Like, Wham's play by baiting with the fake courier siphon. He forced the reinvestment. It worked. And then the follow-up fight, that double crossbow bait onto half of Starflark's defensive army. I think those 2 details just put Wham in an incredibly dominant position here. Final stand comes in. Starflark will do his best, but his best simply is not going to be good enough here. So Wham is going to lead the series, but folks, we still have, I believe it was Lakeside or Boardland coming up next. An opportunity maybe for Starflark to strike back. He definitely has some decent picks, right? French comes to mind, Chinese. He's also got his Abbasids, which is a little bit renowned for us. Usually the highest priority pick for Starflark. So do not write out the Chilean yet. SA, AoE could still tack back into NA. But they'll want to forget about Rocky River quickly. Has he been screaming with Voldemort? What's that? What's that doing here? We have a castle drop on the way. We just won't get to see it. Game 1 going to the Canadian. Can Starflark prove to have a week of upsets? We're going to find out soon when we hop into Game 2. Oi, oi, oi. So, let me just quickly... trying to think what we make that one about. Is it about the Courier Siphon or is it about the follow-up play with the archers? I think it's like multiple baits, right? Baits catching the biggest player in South America. All right, there we go. So, game 1 to Mr. Wham. Game 2, actually a Boardland. Now, that is a little bit surprising. Not because of the map, more because of what Wham just done. And I know I'm not really on board with this, per se. He picked Mongols. I mean, I guess he could go HRE Lakeside. I haven't seen that so far. Mongols seems like it would have made a lot of sense there, but maybe he's paranoid about the French pick. Or the Abbasid pick. Yeah, I think that's what it's about. Like, it's probably more the fact that he's trying to get value out of the Mongol pick by dodging, like, the Abbasid place, which is Starflark will likely try Abba on Lakeside. So let me just mark that up. That is win for game number 1 to Wham. We're going to hop in the second one now. Any live series scheduled for today? Yep, already went over it. There's a few coming up. There should be some more. Keep an eye on it. 1 second, just need to respond to something. So we'll hop in just 1 moment. There you go, see the in-game. I just need to type something out. Should be like 30 seconds max. In fact, what I'll do is I'll run 30 seconds of ads now for you guys. And then we should be getting underway. Do I have a 30 seconds ads? I think I have a 1 minute ads, but not 30. There we go, add that. Boom. All right. to... Who's the other guy in the discussion? All right, there we go. Good to get on the way, folks. Well, this is kind of a wacky pick actually coming out of Wham for game number 2. Boardland, and we've got Mongols against Chinese, a matchup that for a while has been the bane of the Mongols' existence. The Chinese just dominate this Civ right now. Curious to see what Wham's got in mind, because you had to be a little bit aware that this could be a possibility. I feel like Wham was more focused on dodging the Abbasids or French as Mongols. You'd think actually French Mongols would be pretty good for them, but on a map like Lakeside, it gets a little bit weird. So yeah, like, this is in some ways quite smart by Wham. The reason why Mongols is probably going to feel super bad on Lakeside is that you can't rush your opponent's dock, right? Just envision Lakeside, you know, the map that looks like pants. Because of how tight the TC is, you can't get the Mongols around the back to rush your opponent's dock. So that just loses you a lot of play on hybrid maps for Mongols entirely. So I think what Wham was doing here is he was throwing in a slightly weaker choice in game number 2 to give him presence in game 3, because in game 3 he'll have either HRE or Malians. Meanwhile, Starflark now with this choice will have either French or Abbasids. I think actually in that map, like HRE can do pretty well against either of those civs. So if this does go to a game 3, I would favor Wham based on draft. But it does feel like a draft that should get us to a game 3. I'm not really sure what Wham's full intent is here. He shouldn't really be looking for the rack to rush opening, but he's going for it anyway. That's a little bit surprising. I guess the logic is you can block off Pro Scout's play, but you shouldn't be able to stop your opponent from getting feudal. However, that being said, Starflark is being quite reluctant to go out onto the gold. This is a lot of wood, guys. Wait, is he gonna out... Is he gonna outpost his gold? There's no way... Okay, yeah, he's just gonna mirror racks. Okay, yeah, he's gonna do the classic. Interesting. So I have seen this quite a lot from Chinese. I just noticed more recently with the Imperial Academy builds, they don't care. So I've seen quite a few times, actually, China instead will just gather the gold and ignore you. So instead, he's going to turn this into a micro battle. What do you think? We've got some high-level players in chat. I'm curious. Like, Johan, do you prefer the Rush Feudal Ignore Them build? Or do you prefer the Flood Spearman build still? Because the Flood Spearman build was the way that China destroyed Mongols, by the way. For those that don't know, like, this is what led to Mongols getting decimated in this matchup. Is because you just can't match China's production. They flood way too many. It's going to get wood stuff? That's a fair point, right? I guess these tree lines, especially these ones that are like clustered together, there's just too many good outpost rushes. It's like, for those that haven't seen it before, the whole logic is because of supervision, China simply can't lose to a Mongol spear rush, right? Like, if you just talk about the raw maths of it, you should always be able to out-blob your opponent. And although if the age went long enough, you'd favor Mongols because they have their tree line already at the TC, the negative part of it is that around like 8 or 9 spears, China will always have spears quickly because of how quickly they can pump them out. Like, you just saw it there, right? You glimpsed it. He went from 15 seconds to 6 seconds. So the whole logic is every time Starflark sees you build more spears, he can build more. But there's a problem here, guys. Wham has backed off entirely, and Starflark nibbled at the bait. He blobbed spears. He's up to 6 now. He has to counterattack, but his timing is going to be very off here. Wow. So Mongol racks opening got value by doing nothing. Is that what we're saying here? Because that's what I'm seeing. It actually holds true. Like, the reality is, sure, you can burn down this Uvu. There's a little bit of value. There's an argument you might not even be quick enough. If he hasn't scouted ahead of time, and Starflark, he does at least know where it is, so he should be rushing towards that. The problem is, now that the tech up has started, Wham, he can just generate more spearmen to block your play. I think if Starflark really wanted to do what he was doing here, it needed to be non-stop spearman production. Clash coming in. So we'll be able to push him off the gold, but remember, he doesn't need gold now. He just needs to get archers. Look at the TC range, I think, covers any Starflarks. Yeah, it's a little bit tight. This one's slightly covered, but not much. Yes. I mean, it's a very interesting pick on this map. It's definitely looking like it's going to find some potency here. Because I think Starflark really did overreact to this play. Now, you can argue whether it was necessary or not. But the overreaction, you know, or maybe ample reaction, is still looking like an overreaction. Wham just trying to do what he can to make sure he doesn't lose any spears, delaying this long enough for him to get his hardened status. If that comes in, the Starflark is in trouble. You're seeing Wham is microing it perfectly. Yes, a lot of injured spears, but he's guaranteed the upgrade now. Meanwhile, Starflark is mismacroing. Way too much food, not enough gold. Imperial Academy now on the way. So he will at least be able to keep posturing here momentarily. Problem is, his tech up time is going to be worse. Wham, tech complete. He does need one more bit of gold by the looks of it. Yeah. He needs to touch gold ASAP. He can't actually afford the hardened status. If he didn't do Dark Age racks, he wouldn't get any Wooden Feudal. Yeah, I think he got a bit screwed by the spawn, right? Like, if you had the tree line spawn where you get, well, kind of actually what Wham has, where you have 3 independent clusters close by and a 4th just beyond that, you could probably just get away with ignoring the initial outpost and rushing Feudal. But this spawn was not great for that. He basically had 2 tree lines to be outposted, right? Like, you outpost here, that blocks the 3, and you outpost here to block the other. This one is way too far away. Interesting. I mean, it's definitely a map we've seen Mongols work quite well on in the past, but that's usually in expected matchups, such as Mongols versus Malians. Anyway, archery ranges are now getting dropped, but Wham already has an edge there. Spear trade. Not great for Wham. He didn't wait for the hardened status. Starflark hasn't actually gone for his own upgrade there. We should be seeing a Barbican drop. The whole way you're meant to win this now as Chinese is by going Barbican, get some juke, poke back. The problem is going to be twofold. Wham, for a start, has an outpost coming up. This is a great starter detail. That's going to give him Yam to kite the juke. The next layer, which we'll probably see after he sees Yuganu, is to go for a Khan Hunter. That's how Mongols can actually win in the feudal engagements, is that extra range and mobility makes it impossible for Juke to win the fight. Great micro of the villagers as well, pulls them away just in time here. Archers have to leave, but that means the spearmen are now going to be sacrificed, and the villager is going to go down, but he still has another one here on the front line. I mean, sure, it costs some economy, but look at what he gained. He's outnumbering Starflark in his own base. It's 4 archers versus 2. It's not a fight you can take. On top of that, the longer you wait, the more likely there's going to be a attack speed buff for the next engagement. Starflark, if he was going to Barbican, it's too late now, right? Like, you'd have to drop it so defensively it would achieve nothing. Oh, wow. This is pretty sick. Starflark's at least going to be a trade out against the spears, but it means the archers just keep on winning. We have Keshix now. Dude, he's just a step ahead. So, for anyone who's been, like, struggling to play Mongols and wondering how am I meant to win with Mongols, this is, I don't want to say an absolute masterclass, but really not that far off, actually. This is really smartly played. He's just baiting his opponent to be a layer behind, right? Keshik's already on the way. The archers are still trading favorably here. Wham could micro this a bit better. I don't think he needs to sacrifice the archers the way he is. You're seeing he's trying to survive with them, but he's being too delayed on it. But he's still keeping an edge. Crazy that he stopped building the outpost here to go blacksmiths, but he's going to be able to get the steel arrow quickly. And in some ways this makes sense, right? If you don't think you build the outpost, your options are walk the villager home or give them something to do in the meantime. They have something to do. Undermesh now on the way. Dive coming in. Starflark just trying to get rid of that villager. Not quite able to find it. The Keshik about to reveal himself to Starflark. And that means he's got to back away. So the spear is coming. But one Keshik should be scary enough here that I don't think Starflark can keep pressuring. He's going to try. Wham needs to be careful. The villager. Oh, that's an expensive loss. Keshiks are here now, though. I mean, it's not going to be an outpost going up. I think Wham may have just slipped up there. Unnecessary timing to go back in for the build. Keshik's now struggling, so it looks like Starflark is going to weather the storm here. Does so with Wham now 2 villagers down. Okay, so this is looking really good, right? There is a price to be leveraged, and that is in food. Starflark has done a great job to survive, but we are almost 10 minutes into the game, and there is no pro scouts for the Chinese. This is going to prove problematic. Your opponent just went Keshiks. You have, what was that, 3 sheep left? Yeah, 4 sheep left in total. That means that Starflark's going to have to come out for these berries. And it's going to mean there's opportunities now for Wham to raid wide. So although Starflark has stopped Wham's snowball, it's not over yet. In fact, Wham may need to take some lessons away from that pressure point. Definitely felt like his micro was not ideal. He lost more than he needed to in those initial skirmishes, right? Like, the Archer and Archer, you just saw time and time again he tried to save one, but it's just too slow on the pull away. And you can maybe scrap that up to server delay. I mean, you know, AoE for... If we're being totally real, as much as we love the game, it's not the most responsive RTS. This is why it's very difficult to min-max fights early on. Like, you know, anyone who's played a lot of AoE before knows exactly what I'm talking about. If you played a lot of RTSs, you know what I'm talking about. There is that slight kind of inbuilt delay that makes it much harder to pull away, especially infantry in time. Definitely a costly detail. We do have a new scout being added in. Is he going to go delayed pro scouts? Because although he needs to get food in, it's a very dangerous point in the game to do it at. Because it's now obvious that you're desperate, right? Like, we're seeing the berry gathering. You could argue that the flex point is now that Wham is going to try to block berries. You can just snatch deer. But, I mean, I look at it a different way. How does Wham block berries? The same way he block pro scouts, right? Build units, surround the base. So I hope for Starflark's sake he's not considering it. The problem he's going to have, though, is if he doesn't, Wham has now got the deer gathering himself. Admittedly, it's not a pro scouts play, but it doesn't need to be. He's out in the deer in the center. He's got deer closer to the base. He has full map control. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. Starflark, at least able to dodge death with the villagers. He's starting to stockpile horsemen here, but really needs to keep the spearman count going up as well. I think if this was a game now where we had Barbican, I'd start to favor Starflark, but each minute we go on that we don't see Barbican, it gets worse. Spearman count just not looking great. Dives out with just 3 of them. He can't afford to build a horse and spear, not with the lack of food here. In fact, going horseman may have been a critical blunder. Can't get in. Villagers can't get out. Which means I don't think Starflark is going to be getting us to a game 3 against Wham. Yeah, this is just getting too expensive. I mean, sure, you know, he's done a good job of minimizing villager losses. That was the first one of the Chinese villagers to go down. But at this stage, even without the losses, I want you guys to think about the lack of gathering. Like, right now on this screen, this is 37 of the workers in the Chinese Empire, of a possible 44, that are not doing anything. And now we have them going for the Barbican drop on the north side. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. No. Wham, he didn't see the full rotation. He spotted them coming down here. He chased them. Starflark may have just got a lifeline here. This Barbican is definitely going to go up, but my god, it hurts. When have you last seen someone build a Barbican with 41 villages? I don't think I've ever seen a Barbican built with that many villages. That is insane. He has now at least got it up. The problem, though, is although the handgun slits are kind of annoying, if you've got enough Keshiks here, you just dive. Your opponent doesn't have wheelbarrow. He has all of his villages in one location. Like, this is catastrophic. Movement speed arrow comes in, and he's on the chase. I can't believe it. The Barbican that was meant to save him may have just crucified him. It's a massacre. Chase down that's definitely going to reap more souls here. The villager's actually running back the wrong way. Pathfinder now betraying him. The archers have cut him off. And this game, this series is over. Unbelievable. He's like, put 41 villagers on a Barbican. I got it up. Why am I being dove? I don't know. Is it maybe the lack of any defensive army? Probably. Oh, wow. What a game. I mean, we do have trade-outs here. Horsemen were able to kill a few villages of the Mongols, but it just doesn't hold a candle to this. 17 worker kills to 7 now, and a 2-0 for the Canadian. What an incredible one. What do you guys think about this? I mean, I know it's a 2-0. Maybe people are like, why'd this get uploaded? It seemed like a stomp, but we're starting to see the potential of Starflark, right? As a player in Game 1, he had his moments where he looked a little bit threatening. Game 2, actually, I feel like he traded out quite well in those early engagements. It's just the next step, right? The Barbican left him too predictable. I think Starflark is maybe a guy we'll see make a deeper run as 2025 goes on in the midweek muster. But right now, going up against Wham, man, it's just brutal. What do you guys think, though? Do you think Mongols are meant to win that matchup? Is Borderland just that tricky of a map? Was there something else that Starflark should have done? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oh, man. Shreddy's Uva would have been E's game. It definitely would have made it a lot more believable, for sure. And Scatterbrain, by the way, golf clappers all around. Commiserations to Mr. Scatterbrain. He did not make it to the main event at the EGC. He was just 1 game shy, though. 3-2 in his second qualifier. Good effort, mate. Keep on the ground. I'm sure it'll work out next time. Maybe, I don't know, I'm just going to say sign up for some additional midweek musters. Get that practice in. Okay, so next series. Let me check if we've got any other live ones coming up. So no extra being scheduled super early. We do have Johan versus Gully Deckle, which was a round of 32, actually. We left it open there, so I haven't, like, you know, haven't spoiled it at all. Thought it'd be an interesting one to check in on, because in some ways I was surprised those two matched up in the round of 32. I feel like, you know, skill-wise, they should be really tight. So let me get the draft and everything ready now, and then we'll load it in. We have got Rocky River by default, Baldland, and Dry Arabia. Okay. So let me load that in. And we'll hop into game numero 1. Oh no, now I have to type out Gully's name correctly. Would I consider doing a low elo midweek muster? Yeah, maybe. Probably not. Because it's already hard enough to get pro-level players to play their games on time in a reasonable fashion without being harassed frequently. I don't like the nightmare of trying to get unprofessional players to play their games in a reasonable time span. Yeah? Like, that's the problem, right? Like it's already a hellscape, and you've just asked me to go 7 rings deeper into hell. So I don't think it would work. The other thing is, like, the thing that kind of makes low elo games entertaining to people is the lack of, I feel like it's almost like you know, you treat low elo games a bit like you treat nature documentaries. You don't get the real stuff if the pandas know they're being watched, you know? Like the moment the tiger knows that you're watching him, he gets a little bit shy. So I think there's a variable there to consider that makes it less viable also. 1 second, I'm just going through KJ. He's there. There we go. So game 1, it's going to be Chinese versus Malians. Low elo tigers. Relatability. Majority of players relate more to low elo players. I mean, you say that, but also the majority of players don't like watching low elo players. Would be my counter argument. Am I wrong on that? I mean, I'm willing to bite the bullet if I'm wrong, but like my feeling is especially with AoE4 being a slower paced like RTS, I don't know if I'd say people like watching lower ranked players as much. I think the pace in lower ranked games is too slow right now. Like, give it a few years, if AoE4 continues to exist and grow, it's gonna have kind of a similar effect to like AoE2. Like, I don't think AoE2 would have worked if content creation was a thing in the early days. I don't think low elo AoE2 would have worked at all. T90 chose the right time when the game had developed so much that even at the low level, people were playing it to a pace that made sense, maybe? Oh, you give them the pros low elo. I mean, the thing is, like, as a content creator, the pros need to be, it attracts more people. You get what I mean? Because I can't, like, you know, we talked about this before, right? Like, I love doing some of the low elo games. But for a start, it's drastically harder to find interesting low elo people than just interesting pro level games. That's already a flaw. Because I have to shovel through the shit for the gold, you know? Like, I have to really dig deep to find the gem. Because you might just get boring games after boring games. But the time it takes you to discover a boring game could be 40 minutes long, right? So that's problem number 1. And problem number 2 is, like, people just don't want to watch it anyway. Well, you've amplified the problem. Maybe years down the line, it pays off into something that people want to watch. But then the argument is, like, why does it pay off years down the line? Is it because it needed time to grow as a concept? Or is it because the players needed time to grow? I think it's the latter. Like, you need the players to develop to a point that they are worth watching. right? And that's why like I occasionally revisit low elo to see how it's doing. But it's still really slow. It's still boringly slow. Like, watching two players take an hour to build an army that is 80 large for the first time, to then one of them loses the army, and because they're at 40 villages, he GG's is not fun. Right? So that would be my response to that. It's not never say never. It's just I don't think now is the right point, content-wise, for that. Even free-for-alls, arguably. I mean, I think free-for-alls have huge flaws in them. I think tournament free-for-alls are actually better than pub free-for-alls, 100%. All right, let's dive into it, because the winner of this is going to be going up against Benny Boy Dumu from Team Liquid. Is it going to be Kaiser Johan or Gully Deckle? Welcome back to Midweek Muster number 9. Got an interesting showdown here. So yeah, the winner of this will be going up as Dumu. This was a round of 32 game that I just had to see, because these two, I'd say, are tightly matched on skill. I think this must have been one of our tighter seedings. So Kaiser Johan, definitely no stranger to the channel. We've featured him a lot. Gully Deckle a few times. He's a rising, aspiring pro player. He's a kid from Austria looking to make it big. Malians versus Chinese as an opener is going to make it rough for him, though. I think China usually does quite well in this matchup. Rocky River to begin with, as it will always be throughout Midweek Muster number 9. Glad to see these two actually clashing. You know, the round of 32 is looking a little bit empty. Reminding the people that you should definitely be signing up time and time again for Midweek Musters. We do have only 32 slots, but the reality is, as we saw this week, sign up because you never know when someone's not going to play, right? Like, there was actually room. If you just signed up, like if you were watching right now, Steve Viewer, you could have just signed up and gotten a chance to try and throttle one of your favorite players. If Kaiser is KJ, then who is Kiljadi? Kiljadi is Dead Copy. That's his other account's name, I think. What's considered low elo? Diamond? No. So here's the thing. Like, we were having this discussion about low elo legends, and when I do it again, it's going to be a while still. I don't think we're there again yet. I don't know. I don't think it was that popular to begin with. Like, also, I need someone on the YouTube side that does it. Oh my dear God, that's a lot of sheep. I need someone on YouTube that does YouTube well to even justify trying low elo again. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. But for me, for low elo to be successful, it's golden below. People find the appeal of, like, seeing how a bronze plays. Seeing how a diamond plays, just kind of like, eh. You might as well just watch one of your viewers' replays and advise them like a coach. That's insane, though. 23 sheep to 14. Kaiser Johan, the sheep whisperer here. I mean, do you guys even have sheep in Sweden? Actually, like, do you? Now, like, at first that was just a joke, but is the sheep industry actually big in Sweden? I guess maybe on, like, the South Peak? Because I'm just wondering if KJ knows what a sheep looks like, you know? Imagine if you're a player from a country that doesn't actually have any sort of sheep industry in it. Surely Age of Empires 4 must be really confusing to you. You know, like, where are all the yaks? Anyway, we have pro scouts on the way from both sides. This is pretty much the bread and butter meta. Usually with the Malians, the way you do this is that you prep the scouts first, then go pro scout second, because you want to block your opponent's play. It is important that you know where your opponent's playing, and Gully does not. That's a big problem. He doesn't know about these deer. And Kaiser Johan is heading directly for those. Are there a lot of camels in England? No, but there's a lot of, like, media that covers them. I'd say camels frequently appear more in, like, popular historical media than sheep, you know? Like, I don't remember the last time I saw an army riding sheep into battle, you know? Like, just putting it out there. That would be hilarious, by the way. If we could just add, like, a variant of English and it was Welsh. Don't do that. That is the quickest way to annoy the Welsh population, by the way. So yeah, both of them are bringing back the deer. It looks like Gully's gone a little bit more central. Surprised he didn't try to harass. I guess you could argue this is too close to KJ's base anyway to do any significant damage, but it does mean that China is getting the ample food they need. Spinman already being produced on both sides. So how is this one meant to play out? Usually you're going to see as long as they get enough sheep, enough deer, Marlians can go for a Farimba play. I don't know if he's going to get enough, though. The problem you have on this map that actually makes Spearman pretty good against Pro Scouts is the predictability of the next deer stacks. Now, in fairness to him, and credit to him, Gully Deco didn't actually take the safe deer first, so he'll still have that fallback option. But it does mean that KJ should be able to block some of these central plays. You're starting to hate the Pro Scouts play? Okay, I'm just going to put it even simpler. Pro Scout sucks! This is actually quickly developing into one of the worst metas we've had. Season 9 started off with, like, a very refreshing meta. A really, really good time. And I was happy. But the more that I am watching this develop, the more I'm hating it. It is boring. Pro Scouts is not a fun meta. It's a very uninteractive meta because your interaction is Pro Scouts as well. Because the alternative is, if you like try to block a Pro Scouts play, which sounds like something you should be able to do, you're actually always too slow. Your opponent just gets too much out of it. Wasn't I all in on Pro Scouts? I said that I'd like to see Pro Scouts be relevant again. I didn't want it to be everywhere. There's a big difference. Pro Scouts is good, makes more strategic fighting of the map, but it doesn't. The fighting... Okay, okay. Let's go through this as a chat. We've got time, because it's not like we're missing anything important. There's literally just spears stabbing each other in the face. If I go Pro Scouts, what do you do? In general, right? Like, don't even need a specific matchup, because we're going to keep this high level so everyone can participate. I'm going to go Pro Scouts. I'll give you, like, my sim. I'm going to be China. I'm going to go Pro Scouts. What do you do? Do you 2TC? No, because that does not work. Do you fast castle? Well, no, because I'm going to have a lot more food safely, so I'll fast castle too. Do you all-in me? You could try, but I've gone Pro Scout, so I'm going to have loads of safe food. And okay, I'll block all the deer. Okay, yeah, but how do you block all the deer across the map at 5 minutes of the game? Okay, KP, what options have you left me here? I don't know. Have you ever considered going Pro Scouts? Deal! So that's your meta. That is up there with ITC, UTC, we all TC. Do you remember how boring it was when someone would be like, oh, he's gone free TC, so now his opponent's going to go free TC. Oh, it looks like he's not going 4 TC, so I guess the other guy's going to have to go 4 TC. That's what you have with the Scouts now. So, Clash coming in. KJ is actually doing a really good job here. He's got Barbican on the way. He's winning this fight. For unknown reasons, Gully Deco has decided to go to Javelins, despite the fact it's already mass speared him. I mean, in fairness against the Archer is going to make a lot of sense here. I think KJ could just go fast castle off of this, though. But like, this is fundamentally the issue with Pro Scouts. Is like, realistically, it either turns into a long feudal where it comes down to who got more deer, or it turns into a fast castle where it comes down to who got most of the deer, usually. It's not to say you can't outplay someone with FC and FC. But what matters with Pro Scouts is, like, it pretty much removes the relevance of the early game and puts it down to a number of simplification of, like, I got more deer. Oh, he got yoinked. Okay, that was brilliant from Gully. He actually snatched it away. So Kaiser Johan shot the deer, and then Gully perfectly ran in to take it away. That was fantastic. Yeah, the fundamental issue you have here is what they've turned deer into with Pro Scouts is literally just an extension of the sheep conundrum. And the sheep conundrum is a really big problem in AoE4. The sheep conundrum is, if I get 80% of the sheep, you can't play the game. And that is true for a majority of civs, bar the berry gathering ones, right? Like, we've literally seen pro games, even last year, where they pretty much decided at 5 minutes because someone got no sheep. This is an overextension by Gully, by the way. He shouldn't be playing this far forward. I think he's paranoid about castle aids, as he should against China, but, like, you just need to focus on your own play. It looks like he was prepping Fulani. I don't know if you really want to be going Fulani here, man. You played Pro Scouts. Farimba makes a lot more sense for Pro Scouts. If he went for the Mansa Musafadi, he'd have a comeback point, but this is looking pretty bad. You're going to see more strats that will beat Pro Scouts in EGC. I'm not convinced. Thinking about the map pool as well, I'm really not convinced. Like, do we need to turn this into a topical debate about, like, EGC's map pool? Oh, no, you guys are coming back again. So, like, in terms of Pro Scouts viability, EGC Masters Winters is going to have Bald Land, which is a Pro Scouts map. Cliffside, which you could Pro Scouts on. Dry Arabia, which everyone pro scouts on. Gorge, which, I mean, you could pro scouts on. Himiyama, which people already start pro scouting on. Kalauga, I'm not so sure, but you could. Gorge, we already said, yeah. Hillendale, nah, you're not going to really pro scout that one at least. King of the Hill, everyone pro scouts. Lakeside, pro scouts. I guess you can't on moving out. There you go, guys. That's why we picked moving out. What if scouts dropped the deer when hit? That's an interesting mechanic, actually. I kind of like that idea. But like the way I like that is that that would actually be cool. Is if you got hit while carrying deer, you drop it, but you don't. Your scout doesn't stop moving. You don't really know that he's dropped it, right? If that makes sense. That would be kind of cool. But I think the more obvious thing is you just nerf movement speed on scouts when carrying deer, because then you can actually punish the play instead of having to mirror it. Like the whole point about why pro scouts, and I hope this doesn't feel like I've been beaten like this like a dead horse, because like we've seen some raids, we haven't seen an emphatic moment in this game. The reason why it's so important to beat this dead horse or this dead deer is that good RTS design offers up counters to plays. Alternate plays to counter plays, right? So like, for example, your perfect triangle is almost like Pro Scouts beats 2TC, All In beats Pro Scouts, 2TC beats All In. As an example, I'm not saying that's the way the order should be, but like you want this triangle, right? You basically want a triangle to your designs, bare minimum, the same way that you have a triangle design to unit counters in AoE 4 at its core, right? Horsemen beat archers, archers beat spears, spears beat horsemen. Right now, the current economical dynamics at play, or like, should we say strategies at play, is like if you have, let's say the three choices are TC, Pro Scouts, Fast Castle. Like that balance triangle is broken because both of those options are better enabled by like, or let's say all in. So these are 2TC, Fast Castle, all in, Pro Scouts. Instead of you having a dynamic where one counters a different one in that like in that diamond you've created, you've got two of them at least that are embodied by Pro Scouts. It's like what you've just find there isn't that Pro Scouts is part of a counter diamond, triangle, pentagon, or whatever else. It's that Pro Scouts is the prerequisite to others. And also, with it being a prerequisite, it also is a padding against other strategies like All-In's countering Fast Castle. Because you can't All-In a primary TC quick enough to punish Pro Scouts. It's very, very difficult. So yeah, Pro Scouts needs a nerf. And I'm hoping we're going to get one soon. Because that's when diversification of gameplay will come in again. So, Ram's moving in here from KJ. You do have a Myriad tech up out of Gully. He did go Fulani, and I'm not crazy about this. Kaiser Johan just has such a big army. This is absurd. Archer Spear count. Like, it's not quality yet, but Palace Guard are in the way. This is looking really dominant from China. You like my idea where you have to get the survival techniques before you get Pro Scouts? Yeah, like, I think that's part of it, but that's not the full solution. Because then you just enable China's usually more due to their tech speeds. But like, yeah, I like the idea, like, if you take damage with the Scout, you drop the deer, and you have a cooldown. That's a really cool dynamic. And it means that if an opponent, like, tries to block your Pro Scouts play, they can actually block it. Which is something that just isn't feasible right now with 90% of the civs. Or 90% of the maps. Warrior Scout's just trying to delay the arrival of the PG. He's buying time for the veterancy upgrades to come in from Gully, and we do have a switch on the way into Musafadi. Still, you're building Musafadi into mass archers. Veterancy's in on both sides. Clash is coming through. Horseman is trying to break in here, but Gully, he only has 7 Gontos. I mean, the only upside right now is that KJ didn't vet the Horseman, which would have been worth doing here, which he could have also afforded, by the way, with Pro Scouts. It's because he just wants the Palace Guard flooding. This is a hard fight for Gully. I think this is a win for KJ. Behind this, Johan has not started to pick up relics, mind you. So he doesn't have any big amplification coming, but he's getting over time. It's gradual. Song Dynasty has been increasing his villager production. Now, Gully, by response, does have almost a full cattle ranch area. So I don't think that he's going to die from this attack. But the next follow-up play for Kaiser Johan is to keep flooding Palace Guard and just set up the temples. Go for the relics now, because the relics, in conjunction with the song, will make you better than the Fulani. These Rams are so worth it from Kaiser Johan as well. It's just decimating the base. Pit mine, the housing, Gully's losing production as well. And also, because the way that fight played out, Gully only has archers left, which is just terrible against Rams. So even more infrastructure likely to go down here. Good damage done. The follow-up play is still not there, right? No. I'm a little bit disappointed by that. Kaiser Johan yet to set up the temple. I think he just kind of skipped a really crucial step here. Another thing to keep in mind is, like, if you don't have another follow-up, there's a bigger advantage economically. You're falling behind, because the reality check now is you have to add in farms. Your opponent has Fulani, right? He's not as stressed to do so after you pro-scout divided the map. Nice find here by KJ. Problematic as well, because Gully, like, yeah, 3 villagers won't win that fight. Realizes it a little bit too late there, so he does lose 1. Has the idle time walking back. Kaiser Johan somehow even got the Rams out in the end. Alright, 1's if you think Gully's going to win this, 2's if you think Kaiser Johan's taking it. Wait, are we huffing hopium that, like, X or Y player has the solution to pro scouts? I mean, the other thing I'd say is, you know, you can argue about whether there's a solution to pro scouts as one angle. The other angle I'd take is just like the question we had to ask when we were in the TC bloat meta. Is it fun to play against? And I don't think pro scouts is fun to play against. Because similar to the TC meta, like, you have to do it as well. Like, don't get me wrong, in a counter-based RTS, you should have to react to your opponent's play in a way. You should also feel like you have your own plays to make, right? And it's kind of reminiscent. Another example a while back that I think you can make, like, nice comparisons to is the old Mongol Silver Tree build, where you had to react to trade. Was that meta fun? Where you had to react and kill the trade? Answer's no. Right? I think the only person who's going to say yes in the chat is Phyllis Bodo, who is playing Mongols all the time at that point, right? Like, if you're a Mongol main, you love that meta. If you're any other main, you hated that meta. Good value found there, by the way. PG taking out a sofa is not something that should happen very often. You do have a little bit of split and divide here. Gully just having to play on the flanks of the map. Kaiser Johan, even without Yuan Dynasty, is buying a lot of time, forcing Gully to react on flanks. KJ finally now going into that monastery, but I feel like this should have been happening 2+ minutes ago. Is it too drastic to leave pro scouts to some civs? That actually amplifies the problem. Because if the optimal play is pro scouts and only certain civs can do it, then you are playing suboptimally, inherently, right? You need to nerf it before you can even think about something like that. Like, if you make it so that only Malians and Roos can do pro scouts, 2 civs that, like, can already dominate with that, oof. That was only 1 civ though, not all of them, the Mongol meta? I mean, sure, but in, like, in a way, so that logic that was only the Mongols doing that. It was, like, when you had a trade meta, if you couldn't stop the Mongols, you had to trade as well, right? Like as a comparison. And we kind of have this situation where certain civs just do pro scouts substantially better than others. But we'll pause that for, because we've got a big dive coming in. Kaiser Johan, huge numerical advantage here. Only a few crossbows in the mix. Sophos are doing their best to try and carry the fight. We do have the imported armors in. Kaiser Johan not exactly on point with his targeting here. A lot of the archers aren't attacking that back line. Gully should survive this, but it's still going to be beat down to nothing. And behind this, we do have monks gathering relics. Funnily enough, Gully was able to find his way into relics too. Yeah, this was not ideal by KJ. His micro leaves a lot of question marks here. You had a few crossbows that should have been targeting the sofas. They're killing archers. You had plenty of archers that should have been killing archers that were attacking sofas. You want to know why that's such a big deal? You do 9 damage into 7 armor. barely tickles. It would take you almost 100 shots to kill a Sofa. Now, because he's still flank raiding with what little he has left, he's in a good position. Like, this is still trending towards a Kaiser Johan win. It's just probably not the cleanest gameplay I've seen out of him. I think it's gotten a little bit sloppy. What is that farm location? That's insane. We just have, like, mass granaries out in the open, away from the main base. This is how confident he is. So, KJ is just taking very much a throw crap at him angle, right? Just keep blobbing and sending and blobbing and sending. He's ironically playing the Marlin strategy, right? Just overwhelm on numbers and flood. Is it better to make the TC shoot palace guards or archers? In that situation, probably just doesn't matter either. PG probably, but it doesn't matter either way, right? Like, the bigger issue is that Kaiser Johan's not leveraging his comp correctly in that dive. So he's just never going to get a good trade out of it. Like, even if he wipes the army, he had double the army, right? Like, it doesn't feel good. We do have relics on the way home. Kaiser Johan, if he wants to keep playing the strategy this way, the most important thing is actually Yuan now. For multiple reasons. It's going to give the Palace Guard the flank raiding, which they are disgusting for. The other interesting part is it's actually going to allow him to get the pagodas, which with just 3 relics alone, you reach maximum value. Instead, this is going to be 4 relics. Nice grab there. Gully tried to be cheeky about it, but Kaiser Johan does find him. There are more troops on the way. Kaiser Johan, I think he's getting a little bit defensive due to the Sofering. Right, there's quite a lot of them flooding now, and the issue is, there you go, no walls from KJ, so he's trying to fix that now. I feel like it could have been an even better fight if he's... Oh, wait, we already talked about that, didn't we? Yeah, sorry. Marlin would lose Warrior Scouts? Well, they have Sofa, right? Like, the whole idea is you want to blob Sofa here. Warrior Scouts don't really make much sense in the Palace Guard. Sofa get bonus damage even against the unit that counters them, which is the Spear, right? So that's why KJ is now getting mass crossbows. Problem is, your opponent already has archers. What I like here from KJ is once these walls are up, Nesta Bees win. Because you got to keep in mind that most of the Marlin army is going to be made up of trash units. That's the logic anyway. You use Donzos, Musafadi, archers, they're all low HPers. Walls coming up for both players. Gully going for the ambitious ones at the center here. Oh, you can only make scouts from TC until castle? What, for Malians? No, that's wild. For a start, it will give you absolutely no counter against siege if you're an age behind. That's the whole point of having horsemen, like at that stage. Like, they can also be a counter siege. Nice little raid here from the Sofa. Definite damage that's needed. Well, low. Not gonna go off in time there. Q idea around the walls. I've got revenge coming. KJ about to get backstabbed here by Gully's army. I mean, Kazion, like, what has he done with his win condition here? He threw away an army diving, only to return to a point where he needs to blob army again so that he doesn't get dove. If he was walling behind this when he was attacking, I at least understand it, but it just kind of feels like there's points in KJ's build that came a lot later than were necessary. We already talked about the monks, and now we have to really emphasize the walls. Gully's starting to take control of this game. Yeah, I mean, the army size, right? Like, the eco size, rather. Definitely great for China, but that just means Gully can get a bigger military force. What KJ needs is a lot of walls, so these Nesta Bees can actually be worth their weight. Yeah, Gully respects the Nesta Bees play. The next move from him should be to just play wide on the map and then go for attack. Because you can spread KJ really thin with Mass Musafadi Sofa. Key drop coming in, actually a pretty big deal. Because if I'm not mistaken, what gold does he have? He's got 4k here. This one's pretty much close to the keep. So you're basically stripping Kaiser Johan of a lot of long-term gold. He does still, however, have 6k to work with, as well as those 3 relics. So we had a lot of 2s for who's going to win before, right? Who wants to refund their 2s? It's starting to look better for Gully. Villagers get caught again. I mean, there's just a lack of walling, really. 6 Nesta Bees now. But the problem is your base is so disconnected from your farm area that using these Nesta Bees to defend is hard. I almost feel like Johan felt like he had enough time to go for a Great Wall Gatehouse out here without realizing the window of opportunity for Malians after that dive. Nesta Bees gonna try to address the Archer Mass, but Gully with a very weird dive here. And he actually thought he was being dove on the Nesta Bees. They were just running by. What? Oh no, this is over. This is so done. KJ with the greedy open farmlands has found himself quite punished. The loss on this farm area is entirety. I think only, what, about 7 villagers got away from this. And Johan now behind by 5 eco units. Nesta Bees are still alive, sure, but Gully Decker was ignoring them. They're only a threat if you play into them. Johan, now he was getting ready for an attack. I can't believe this. He's running home at the worst possible time. That was the moment where you need to counterattack. You can't just leave. Unbelievable. Tried to rip a poker face and got red through in the end. All of a sudden, Gully in a position where he can very easily go to Imperial Age. He's about to pop out at 200. Lesson here for KJ genuinely is the walling. Tricky to do, but I kind of wonder if it actually would have been better value to just set the granaries up in the corner here, wall it across, instead of playing wide to the west. But what you got to realize about KJ's spawn, the reason why he went south side is the gold. He was trying to turn this into a 1-2 step. Farms into eventual gold veins. But ultimately, without those walls first, it's just far too greedy. Gully. This is now his game to lose. And now, hold on a sec. He might end up losing. Nesta Bees getting in with some good shots here. Attacking the wrong location, but the follow-up's looking good. Gully, why are we even taking this fight right now? A completely unnecessary engagement. Gully, who's done such a good job of spreading the map, for some reason, thought he was ready to step up to the main boxing ring. Oh my god. Before he's playing a game of hide and seek, and all of a sudden he decided he wanted to square up to Mike Tyson in the ring. I don't know what he was thinking with this. They're 8 Nesta Bees. Giving an opening now for KJ to recover. One that he desperately needs, being 20 villages behind. I mean, you need to basically stealth and wrap around the back. Because I am seeing a big flaw in Johan's strategy here. He doesn't have a scout. Gully is a mile and a half ahead on economy, though. Nesta Bees, again, good trades again. That Archer line, not really able to dodge the problem. However, the Moose party are starting to shuffle in. Has now 3 Nesta Bees down. Johan needs more damage than this. That stop off to build the Rams may have cost him dearly here. And he's still got a quality army, right? 35 crossbows is incredibly threatening. He needs to keep pushing. Rams being built up. Nesta Bees continue to shove this back. Gully continue to just A-click his way towards a loss here in game number 1. Oh, come on. Who said Golden League games aren't entertaining? Guys. The irony of you saying that, even though you as a gold, it would take you probably double this time to reach this point in the game. Wait, what? Gully, come on, no. Okay, this is... How is this now China winning? After what just happened in those farms, there should not be a world that exists where China wins. And ironically now, Johan showing Gully how to do a keep drop. Castle up. Nesta Bees continue to push in. Gully, I mean, I feel like you actually just need scouts here. I don't know why we've got Sofa Musafadi instead of mass warrior scouts into what is basically an army of ranged. Oh no. This is a win. You can feel it, you can sense it. Kaiser Johan starting to reach towards the main. If you can just shuffle past that TC, all those ranches are going to be forfeit. Unbelievable game one. I told you these two are closely matched. I mean, this game was both of theirs for the taking. Yeah, I'm baffled that Gully's still building Sofa. At this stage, it makes no sense to mass crossbows. Remember, the Warrior Scouts only cost 90. Very rapid unit as well. And sure, there's Pal Scarred, right? But if you build Musafadi plus Sofa, you have more than enough resources. Musafadi plus Warrior Scout, rather. You have plenty of resources. Gully, now in desperation, because he wants more Sofas, is moving out into the gold. I just think this is losing him the game. We now have javelins. What? Had javelins. Had. Really big emphasis on the had. Just like Gully had this game right for the taking. And now he's going to get took and shook. Game number one is going to be a win for Johan. Insane game to begin this series. Means we're going to have a promising set. Stay tuned, because in a second, we're into the second, and I don't know how this series is going to end at all. Not after what I just saw. What? Dude, that is wild. Holy crap. I don't know. I was going to make that... I really was going to make that one about the pro scouts. I don't know if I should just make the YouTube video about the pro scouts, because we spent all the other game talking about it. Maybe. Even though that game became really wild. Maybe Pro Scouts makes early game pointless. Late game is good, though. I'm trying to figure what I do with the YouTube video now, because we had so much discussion in the early game about Pro Scouts. So game one will be a win for Johan. Game two, where are they taking us? This is why I just need someone on the YouTube side. I keep saying I don't know, man. It's struggle to find someone. Because I just want someone to, like, be an artist at figuring these things out. And I don't have to worry about it. Especially because I have to worry about it live. They think, though, games are so much fun. I mean, dude, like, the mid-late game can be really fun. But it's like, the fact is, the early game is... I feel like the early game, just being Pro Scouts, is not the worst meta we've ever had. But it's definitely up there as, like, a bad one, right? Sound a lot better? Thank God. We look about KPMM is players are in chat reading people slandering them, right? And then they can just basically ego chow them. Oh, wait, let me flip the score quickly as well. Blimey. In fact, let me double check. Okay, we do have, by the way, I think that's MSM versus B at 9 PM my time, but that's really fun tonight. So I don't know if we'll be live for that one, but if not, we'll be able to catch that one tomorrow, so don't worry. Okay, fantastic. So... Wait, was this one of those Ram Rushy boys? I'm trying to remember, was Gully part of the MSN Dragavan Alliance? Does he believe that this Civ should be played that way as well? Let's find out. Game number 2. A Bastards for Gully. KJ on the roost. We've got that double Hunter Cabin opening. Now, this is an interesting matchup, actually. I don't think it's one that a Bastards have felt great about for a while now. With the Pro Scouts builds, like, it pretty much culls the option to go 2TC. So the question is Gully going to try something creative like a Culture Wing Fast Castle or Military Wing All-In? Or are we just going to see so many TCs that you don't care about Pro Scouts? I feel like if you go free TC here, it at least justifies eco, but you're going to give a really big window for Johan to win the game. And what we just saw in game number 1 is when Johan is given an opening, may not take it the first opportunity. He'll take it the second, definitely. So, you know, with that in mind from Gully... Oh, God, he's going Eco Wing. All right, so... I will say this. If this is 2TC, you have wasted. If it's 3/4 TC, there's some potential. I'm already seeing a really good location for a second TC. If he can get a town center up here before the deer are taken, this is a really good positioning for Gully to leverage. The other deer should just be forfeit, though, because I'm 100% expecting Pro Scouts. Welcome to the meta. Do I need to do another, like, beginning of the series talk about Pro Scouts being broken? Nah, I think you guys get it. You've been doing a lot of 1TC push at the moment. I mean, I think in the Pro Scouts meta, you're really crippled on options. We were just talking game number 1 about that triangle logic, right? But, like, the thing is, I wholly believe that Pro Scouts just counters 2TC play. There's maybe 1 or 2 civs that can get away with it. And like I said, you know, the Bastards can be one of them, but I don't even know if Eco Wing is necessarily justified over, say, Culture into Millie Wing, right? Because then, if you go, I still believe if you go Culture Millie Wing, you go 2TC Fast Castle. There are some civs that will punish you for it, like Juji. We talked actually, I think, the other day. Gully might have been part of that discussion actually about how Juji versus Abastas is one of Abastas' hardest matchups, right? Because you get Pro Scoured, and then your opponent can just Fast Castle or All In you. If you go 2TC, 3TC, you get All In. But like, this matchup's a bit different. Roost don't have the same all-in timing that Juji do. They're not as threatening in Feudal Age. So if you go Culture, which with Pot gives you a cheaper Castle Age, into Military Wing, that also then gives you Camels to deal with the initial Horse Archers. But Gully, he's gone for the bread and butter of it, right? Eco Wing every bloody day of the week with this Civ. And the good news is, like I said, you will at least get a very good second TC. Pro Scouts hasn't been queued up yet by Johan. That means that Gully should be really running out for this location. It just secures so much, right? It protects us to second berries. It gets the deer. What are the other options? He could go for a TC on the tree line. It just doesn't really secure anything your opponent wants. Pro Scouts is now on the way. Wait, is Gully talking about whether like class or AoE 4 is more important? AoE 4 is more important. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so Gully, he's already sniping the deer. He's getting ready to position the TC. I don't like that he's shoved it away from the berries, though. What would have been nicer is if he'd shoved the deer down here, and then you drop the TC, berries, tree line, deer, right? And it's close enough that your opponent can't really dive you at all. But it looks like he's at least creating a square. So this should be tight enough. The other nice thing is that if you look at the location, it hasn't spawned anywhere near a stealth forest. Like, this would have been catastrophic, because then, if your TC had been dropped here, your opponent could just smuggle, pick up the deer, and come out, because, remember, town centers can't see it. He's going for a TC, though. Ooh. Can you guys spot the problem here? You're going to lose the deer. 100% you lose the deer here. I'm not crazy about this. Because the thing is, like, if you have 8 villagers and you garrison them, they're tight enough to immediately garrison, right? The arrow shots are going to be substantial. It's going to be, I think, 6 damage per round of shots. So, like, you should be able to 2-hit scouts. It's very hard to dive. But Gully, now with this play, I mean, he's probably going to end up having to add in farms quite quickly. What was his sheep count in the end? He has got 14. Okay, so decent amount of sheep there. 14 versus 9. But now, with all these deer being snatched away, this should just be raw fast castle. Why are you not fast castling? Johan? Huh? If he plays TC on deer, he steals at least 3 deer. Okay, I've got an alternative option for you, Gully. With all that time, could you not have just shoved the deer in? Because you came and sniped these deer really late. I think it's worth trying to shove the deer in, because if you're going to get it anyway, it might as well be you attempt to stop him getting it by getting it towards your base where you could TC drop, right? I'm just a bit shocked that Johan's playing Age 2. What's he afraid of here? I mean, yes, camels can eventually be annoying for horse archers, but you just get such a great window. Blobbing horse archers against free TC feels really, really good. Wolves are coming up, so Gully is going to be able to insulate himself, and this should just be a hunker down and fast castle now for him. So, Kazuhan's play would have made sense if Gully took that TC drop point we talked about, right? Like, here, you get attacked. Like I said, the timing for Roos is nowhere near as good as Yuji. You can actually protect yourself by just being 2 TC as ABBA, but 3 TC would have been problematic, right? Which is why I think Gully chose to build the TCs like this and this, all behind the primary. I think this 100% favors him now, because Johan now is going for a push that doesn't have a clear entry point. Whereas, like, going for fast castle, you get horse archers, you surround the base, you then also vacuum relics, so you don't care about free TC as much. And although Eco Wing allows you to get farms cheaply, you don't really want to have to go farms, right? Gully wants to be able to reach extra resources here. It's kind of odd. You can yoink deer from underneath the secondary TC? Oh, sure. Like, I'm not saying you can't try for it, right? But the point is, like, out in the open here, if you get a TC here, you see the scouts coming every day of the week, right? In fact, if you got a shove here with a deer and you TC drop, you could even wall, right? Just wall here and here. So I think there is, like, some viable plays. But as I said, I'm not a crazy fan of Eco Wing against Roos potential fast castle anyway. I think the way that will be settled upon for this matchup is probably going to be culture into melee. Okay, so Archer Knight count is blobbing up. We have forced production out of Gully. It's going to be Horseman Spears to defend. Over archers? What's the thought process here, Gully? There's one nice thing actually about watching replays over live. You get to dissect the players' thoughts with them. Do you not rate archers much better here? Because that gives you a great transitional point towards castle as well, right? Like, it blocks horse archers, gets you composites. What, you mean horseman spear are good against knight archer? Instead of archer spears when you're defending your base. Because, like, the thing is, I guess this makes sense if you want to come out, but if you're staying in your base, this doesn't make much sense, right? Like, this comp can't engage as easily as this. And archers, you have worse army comp. What, archer spear? Because that baits Kaz Johan to over dive, right? Interesting. Oh, what's up? Hi, Minator. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Curious about that one, because I feel like KJ is very reluctant here. He has got siege engineering coming. He's getting all the gear he needs. And he's now going 1-1-1. Okay, so Gully should now be like double archer ranging, right? Instead, he's sticking a Horseman Spear. The other problem with this build is it's just so insanely expensive with food. About military wing? Well, I think now that it's going longer feudal, right? Like, archers make sense to layer the cake. Because you will eventually get castle as you inflate eco. And when you do, that's where composite bows are going to feel like the best. You didn't scout? I mean, I'm certain you didn't scout. You literally don't have a scout. In fact, can I just... Is it appropriate to beat you over the head with a stick? You have double stables and you have 0 horsemen. 0 scouts, rather. That's a sin. So, like, this is a situation where actually Gully should be able to see more of the map. Knight's being a bit weird for here from Kaiser. He's 100% the clock. Like, these type of builds always feel really weird for Roos. It's like, if you're going to pro scouts to all in anyway, Would it not have been better to just play out onto the deer in the first place? Kind of like what French used to do. You could argue you're against horsemen, and that's why you didn't do it. Let's see if he's able to break. I'm just not entirely convinced by this line from Kaiser Johan. So, like, little tip to people, when you have full map control like this, play the map, right? And if you think about it, Pro Scouts is kind of the opposite of playing the map. Like, you're getting stuff from the map, you can get it so freely, like, you don't need to be present the way that he is here. So you're looking for extra steps, and I think that still is the castle age. It looks like Kaiser Johan is starting to stockpile resources now. This is already a heavy investment, though. Moves in onto the secondary TC. Horsemen come in. That's going to be able to clean up the Rams quickly here. Okay, so this might be the thought process from Gully. It's like the archers would win in the firefight, but the horsemen allow him to just decimate the Rams. A-click fight coming in. The spearmen, not really ideal, though. They're shuffling around. So definitely not the cleanest there. Gully, what he wants to do is run the horsemen past to surround and stop a retreat, and then the spearmen are able to block the knights. That was an ugly defense from Gully. Has to shuffle away. Has at least delayed Johan. Johan doesn't want to go in with just one ram. But had Gully just bypassed the horsemen, the spears would have done double the damage to the knights they'd done in that engagement. Another thing that I think was missing here is, yep, no phalanx. That also would have resolved the problem for Gully, is he could have at least fought like that if he had phalanx, because then his spears stab over the horsemen. Definitely not an ideal fight. Johan, now inspired, goes for another push. 2 more rams added in. 3 rams has kind of collectively been decided as the golden number to break a secondary TC. 2 is way too slow. Should have attacked through the woodlines instead. Agreed. Because, like, yeah, you're only maybe stopping a few farms here, right? So I like that Johan's seeing that in retrospect, right? Because now we do have the archers as well, which even amplifies the validity of going into the woodline more. Like, your opponent needs wood to add the farms, he needs wood to add archers. So the second TC goes down, but I mean, Gully being at 2 TC with almost a 40 villager lead is not a loss. My god, look at him go. Yeah, you're right. You went all the way down here. That type of wall should never have been allowed in this type of game. Especially with how slow walls are these days. And now, Johan needs to be careful because he's actually out of position here. He's wrapped all the way around the back. This means that reproduction isn't on his side, because now to get in, it's kind of like when you watch Lombos attack the backside of a base, it never works. Because the route to get all the way around is so vulnerable. Gully now starting to stab. There's still no phalanx. A lot of production about to start going down here. And this is usually why archers feel better to have to defend here, right? It's like, you in these choke points, we maximize your army in a way that the melee is not. And I can't get over the lack of phalanx here. This is ridiculous. So many spearmen are just wasting time not fighting. Wish I had like an idle military for like percentage of army that's attacking, because it would be drastically in favor of Johan here. However, you are still diving the absolute back of your opponent's base. And you see the conundrum we were talking about here. He's getting rid of a lot of infrastructure. The Rams are getting mopped up now. Archers have been cleared. And Johan doesn't have many heavily armored units to go in again. Yeah, only 4 knights, so he has to slow down and go for ram play. After all that, yeah, he did get some villager kills, but we're still talking about a 30 villager lead for Gully. And mass farms! Oh no! Johan doesn't even know. That's ridiculous. If there weren't farms coming, this is Gully dead, right? Like, he has nothing without farms. But that is ludicrous what we're seeing in the back. He's going to be up to about 30 farms total. That's going to allow a reblob. He also has plenty of wood gathering. Golden Age 2. Meaning we've got plenty of income here. So the archer blob is building. And this worries me. Johan now going into spears is a bad thing. He needs knights. Starting to believe a game 3 is on the table here, folks. Johan hasn't met his win condition. Killing the TC is not enough at this stage. It took him so long, you need to kill economy as well. If he'd known about the south side, if he'd done something about it, different game, right? Because at that stage, Gully's not mobile enough to play wide. Like in this type of game, what you want to do is Johan is break the wall, have 3 or 4 knights, just go around that back area, raiding constantly. Don't need to kill anything, you just need to idle things. Then eventually your ram timing hits, right? Like the thing that people need to keep in mind is like when you see someone go free TC, you don't have to go free TC yourself, right? The counter is, what does he need and what can I stop? Because if you're a free TC, that means you're eating through safe resources quicker than I am, which means you're going to expose villages quicker than I will. Especially with pro scouts. Johan, instead, he took a different line, right? And he realized the mistake now. He tried to cut production, cut stone. Phalanx finally coming in from Gully. Johan, pretty decent dive here. He's at least getting through the infrastructure, but it's no armored units, right? The knights need to be here tanking for this. Instead, they're diving deeper, but they're diving into spears. There's at least a breakthrough in the tree line that you could dive to, but Johan's in desperation mode, right? Like, after that last dive didn't kill his opponent, this one was kind of whimsical. I almost feel like he was expecting Gully to tech or something. I think pressure is fine, but a semi-fast castle. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I think he can poke at you without hard committing. Like, for example, when he was doing this dive, if he had been blobbing resources for attack instead of blobbing an army for another go, he'd have castle age already, he'd have relics. You still have an economy lead, but, like, he would have slowed you down a lot, right? I mean, you're saying Johan will run out of food. I think he's close to running out of food. Got maybe, like, what, 4 or 5 deer left? Already on the board as well to extend himself, but brings his own risks, right? Meanwhile, Gully, when's he running out of food? Let me just check my calendar. First of never? Ah, yes. The fabled free ram assault in the primary TC. Now, normally when you do this, you're about double the military strength. Not equal. I don't see this working. Johan, the only upside for him is I think that the knights are being targeted by the TC instead of the archers. But it still just doesn't matter. There's not enough here. Ram's going to get cleared. And we have reached the point of unforgiveness, right? Johan has tried this way too many times now. Crazy part is his first attack didn't make sense. His second did, and then his third didn't. Right? Like, this third attack just felt like desperation. And now we have the nightmare situation. Gully has been able to get archers going at a point where you can now go castle, which means composite bows, which means your recovery arc of horse archers doesn't exist. And you don't want to play archers and composite bows, that's loss. This is over. Gully has options. He can either just blob and go, or he can attack. And Johan, I mean, you'd think with the amount of food he's been holding in reserve, he'd have options, but never seeing that gold tick up. Instead, he queues up 6 more knights. You thought Johan was saving to age up? Nah, he's just saving for game 3. Probably wishes there was a save and reload feature at this point. Whew. So yeah, lesson to take away from this is, like, as Roos, Pro Scout's fast castle is absolutely fine. Pro Scout, slight pressure, castle, fine. This feudal all-in, though, if the first strike doesn't completely bludgeon the enemy economy, your chances of success spiral downward from there. And I think, like, Johan's biggest lesson in this one, you know, he mentioned already in chat that he should have went for tree line to attack. He should have also just been skanks outside. Like, at this point in the game, when you see your opponent like this, your thought has to be, he clearly has farms somewhere, right? I think Pro Scouts and Slight FC is best. I think what you do is you Pro Scouts, you open 1 to 2 knights to force you to build things, and then you fast castle. Because by him having 1 or 2 knights, it's kind of like how English get away with 2 TC. Because the king forces their opponent to do something subpar, right? So, like, Johan here, just 2 absolute maximum 4 knights, forces Gully to build upwards of 8 spears, probably a few horsemen, which won't be able to dive the enemy economy, and won't be able to get out quick enough to stop Pro Scouts. And then you have mass Horse Archers. First strike was excellent, though. Not really. His target point made no sense. Like, this TC was worthless. He just saw TC and saw red, right? But, like, even if you go to the tree line here, there's a secondary tree line back here. It's like, Johan's attack angle for attack 1 has to be here. He needs to make sure he can see into both tree lines. Mass Horse Archers loses to Camel Archers, though, even age behind. Yeah, but Neri, like, I'm sorry. When I go up at, like, 10 minutes, how are you having mass Camel Archers? What? That's like saying mass Cataphracts beats mass French Knights. Yeah, but which one of us is going to have more, right? Like, I agree, Camel Archers are going to beat Horse Archers, but you're not going to have them. Horse Archers flood, Camel Archers don't. Flash coming in. He needs the win here. The tech up for Gully. He hasn't seen the veterancies coming through yet, but they're 15 seconds out in the boot camp. That front line is not dying quick enough. Just 1 or 2 camels in there. The Camel Rider is buying enough time here. The night count, far too low. Johan, far too dead. Boot camp about to complete. Veterancy only 20 seconds away, and there's just no shots left to fire. Game number 2 for the Swede. I could go in, but this is quicker. Oh yeah, okay, Mr. Cocky. Yeah, you're only 50 villages ahead. Gillem's getting queued up as well, just to guarantee that Johan can't get in. I mean, it should be pretty apparent to him. I wonder when Johan hits GG and sees the whole map, how shocked he was going to be by this. This is ridiculous. He has 61 farms. Please tell me you got agriculture. Yeah, he's got it queued up. He knows. Oh, that means a decider is coming in, folks, on Borderland. The question mark is it going to be Ibids or Delhi for Gully? And is it going to be the French or the English for Johan? Stay tuned to find out. Oof. Good lordy. Pro Scouts, Pro Schmouts. At least in that game. So, game 3 is a wild one. It damn well better be. So we're getting Borderland. Is it going to be English versus Delhi? No, that would be a stomp. English versus IU would be interesting. French versus IU would not. Is English versus Delhi? Nani? Oh no. That's not good for the English, usually. So 1 second. So we had Bruce versus ABBA game 2. Let me just load that one in as a win for the right. Has a crazy build. Now I'm intrigued. Alright, well, let's find out. Let's hop in. Well, this is absolutely dog crap matchup for the English. But apparently, according to Gully, Johan has an interesting build. Let's find out who's going to be heading through. Reminder, by the way, the winner of this is going up against Dimu in Midweek Muster number 9. So, by interesting build, I think what we're probably going to be seeing out Johan, the only way I can see Delhi not liking this matchup is if Johan does 1 TC Abbey of Kings Horseman. I think that's the way English can be quite threatening here. Because the issue is if you go for the 2 TC meta, like Delhi just get too much off the map. Pro Scouts plus Sacred Sites, Ghazi are able to swarm. It's not a good time. Like actually, I'm trying to think if there's a Civ that hates Ghazi more than English, and I'm coming up dry. Because if you go for 2 TC, right, you're basically going to be defending yourself with short bows and TCs. Right? These Ghazi are glorified horsemen. They're better horsemen. And the problem that you'll find is actually there is not a single Civ in the game that deals with horsemen worse with their villagers than English. Because they attack ranged. Right? Like Shiv Zhao is pretty strong against a handful of horsemen with the 6 damage. But when English do it, they already lose half their damage. While having lower damage than Shivs. So yeah, hopefully Johan is going to have an interesting 1 TC build on his mind here. Sheep Haul is going to be 12 to 10. Not bad for Johan considering that Gully hasn't been eating the sheep with more than 2 villages. Meanwhile, of course, Johan has got 8 on them. So overall, actually a good scout rotation. And even better now, because check this. Gully is now mirroring behind Johan without realizing. So if Johan realizes what's happened here, he should be able to gather sheep around the back of his opponent's base, because if you actually were to load up a bunch of ball-down replays and look at them, I'd say about 95% of the time, you will never see someone begin by scouting the back of their base. It's always the last thing they do. So Johan should realize this and just wrap around the back and snatch those away. Is there space in the middle for a high trade house? No. What's wrong with you? There's room for a hunting cabin, though. Whoa! In this game that does not feature roofs. You could get a high trade house up here, though. I think you could almost perfectly slot that in. Yeah, by the way, like, what it is European temperate. I was curious on that one, because I haven't done a forward test, but I imagine there are certain biomes that offer up these half wood lines more that would make things like roofs better. Do Gazi Raiders get bonus damage against English villagers due to range attack? No. Good question, but no. So the way you can tell if a unit's going to take bonus damage is the tags. This is what matters. So for example, if you look like a Desert Raider, they are a melee and a ranged cavalry, right? But English villagers are worker class. By the way, if these guys did catalog as ranged, you know what the hardest counter in the game would be, right? If these workers actually had the range tag, the hardest counter in the game to them would actually be Byzantines. Because you could get Expilatores and just massacre. Guys, I think we might be getting the good stuff. Johan, Abbey of Kings coming in. All right, one's if you think that Johan's going to do a 2 TC build. Two's if you think we're getting mass horsemen 1 TC. It's not just a default win if English do mass horsemen 1 TC. You do have to micro it right. You have to play it right. So it does turn into a skill-based matchup. But I think Johan is realizing it's the correct way to play this. Man, in the end, they're neck and neck on sheep. This is impressive. At 4 minutes in, when like usually you would have exhausted, what, probably 5 sheep? The other tricky part is like usually for the English, you can't stay out with your scout as long as the Delhi can. Too much deer not to pro... Wait, are you going to... Alright, ride it up. This is a Delhi win. Oh, no. I can't believe this. You know that Pro Scouts... This is the perfect series. I've decided the title of this video is definitely going to end up being Pro Scouts makes early game pointless. When the English do Pro Scouts, it says everything it needs to about that tech. This is meant to be like the worst sim in the game to do it with. Oh, and here's going to have a window, folks, because Delhi don't rush Pro Scouts. They can't. Right? Like, it doesn't come through quick enough, even when you just generate scholars. So Johan's going to probably be able to be about, like, 7 or 8 deer overall ahead of his opponent if they both go towards it in the end. On the opening, he has this king that needs to be answered, so double Ghazi's on the way. But that's just going to keep Gully more defensive. It means that he might not even see the Pro Scouts play. Especially if the king starts chasing tail here. Like, actually, he's going to get the auto chase. This is great, because if you pressure him here, then Gully has to leave. He won't even know it's happening. Like, if I'm Johan, this scout just needs to come and attack here. Right? Like, this could just be your starting scout. There's no reason for Gully to think that this is Pro Scouts right now. In fact, as long as Johan doesn't... Yeah, just don't reveal the second scout. No. You had a golden opportunity. All right, so he's revealed the play. I think that's a bit of a mistake from Johan. If you can kill the scout, it's worth it, though. Gully, with the micro of a goldfish, somehow gets away with murder. 1 HP. The Ghazi are now here. So the king can't fight. Horseman should be on the way. Instead, Johan has gone Rax. Interesting. I thought he'd play Horseman and just try to, like, you know, poke and pull away. I guess he just doesn't want to risk that. It gives a window to Ghazi. So Johan just taking the defensive line. Is KP guys mean? You know what isn't mean? Your micro. I'm sorry. Gully's like, actually, I got an A+ in my math. I knew my scout would survive that fight. So this turns into a 1-1-1 build, right? I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like, so he's going to Spears right now, which is fine. The awkward part about 1-1-1 for Delhi is it actually feels bad into a defensive English player because you don't have Tower Victory, and they do, right? They have the ring, the network of castles. Just in the micro from you on Sunday with cold hands. Okay. And are we blaming the fact you lost the series in the end on cold feet? Hey! I didn't even mean to make that the pun wordplay it was. Who were you up against on Sunday? It was... God, you went out pretty early. Wait, where did you go out? Oh, Starflark. Ah. There's no shame in that. I think Starflark on the rise, man. Stock's rising. So a bit of a calming moment here. We do have the spear count blobbing up. Gully is building a few too many Ghazi. He's trying to resist the temptation to switch into archers, but at this rate he's going to be forced. That's a great pinch, though. I don't know what those spears were doing partying out towards the south side. KJ will be able to at least protect the outpost. No villagers lost so far. Gully does have a predicament, though. Is now that horsemen are coming in, like what you're going to run into is this really big problem when the sheep exhaust for you, right? It's like your opponent will just be able to poke the flanks. Played 5 hours of chess before that and got home 5 minutes before the tournament. Yeah, but if you play 5 hours of chess, your brain should be ready to be like 50 moves ahead of Johan, right? Do you feel like you're 50 moves ahead of Johan right now? Or do you feel like you turned up for a chess game and Johan flipped the board and revealed that you're playing Snakes and Ladders? I think you just realized you're in Snakes and Ladders. This is pretty bad. Gully does at least have Sacred Sites, but that's going to be a very temporary benefit. The Spearman count's way too high for him to contest out there. Has at least pulled the Scholars, so that's at least nice. But, I mean, Johan, with the better gathering rate, the rate which is going to blob here is just going to be absurd. Spear engagement begins. Johan would benefit from a forward outpost. Needs to be careful about where he engages here. How does Gully win this? Well, we have the archers coming now. The problem is, like, Johan at the perfect time is now blobbing horses, right? I think Gully's win condition is actually Castle Age, which, I mean, you can get pretty quickly, right, from this point, and pretty efficiently with the Scholar production rate. Like, you'd be up at about 10 by the time you tech. Something tells me he's going to try to play a long feudal here, though. Probably paranoid that if he fast castles, he gets dove on the other side. I can see where he's come from, but you've already got racks, right? Just get a few men-at-arms out, holding the chokes. Instead, Johan's now the one getting men-at-arms out. Nice pincher there. Grabs a few of the Ghazi. Yeah, this feels really bad for Gully as well, because he knows if those horsemen get away, they're going to heal. This is the problem, right? Spears just pinch Ghazi so quickly. So yeah, there's Scholars that can heal, but they're slow to heal, and it's also just so easy to lose these fragile units. Meanwhile, for Johan, even if he doesn't run all the way back to home, he's got heal on the go. This is Uber heals. Get it wherever you need it. I'm telling you guys, we're reaching a point in history where even the Americans have to admit the NHS build is OP. In fact, they already did. Jiggly's always doing the Byzantine gulpers. Free healing is the way. My country got it right. I mean, this is rough, right? Like, this is the type of build I've been waiting to see come out more. It does occasionally appear, but it's not done enough. You're just seeing how powerful it can be. King is at least going to get pinched here. Johan just frontlining with him right now. The Ghazi can't kill him quick enough. Oh no. Archers started to arrive, but they're trickling in a little bit too slow. The Spearmen get peeled away. It means the Spears can now just actually gap close upon the Scholars. King is looking like it's going to go down. A bit of a miss micro there by Johan. We'll have to back away. Good fight for Gully. The Archer's now revealed. Johan maybe jumping the gun, coming out a bit too soon. That started off well, but his reluctance to pull away led to a gradually worse and worse fight. Men-at-arms count is at least going up, but he now needs to replace that King. For the time being, he can just kind of deal without it because he's going to be close to the home point, right? But next time he wants to come out, he's going to need that heal. Another problem is actually Johan just not having melee tech. Notice you guys have been talking about that. The good news is Gully actually decided to go under mesh when it was absolutely not needed. Kind of got baited by being against English, right? But definitely a bigger deal that Johan hasn't got it yet. Has gone for the under mesh instead. Especially now that you're adding in men at arms, that's where the melee damage is definitely worth it. But even on the spears, because they're such a low damage unit, like you're getting a 15% damage increase by going for melee tech 1, right? It's pretty nuts. And when you consider the cost of like melee tech, it's basically what it's basically what a Japanese player would pay for a katana bannerman effect, but you get it everywhere, right?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Gully? Darling, where are the Ghazi? Oh no. Oh no! I mean, who expects this many men at arms? This is like 4 farm clusters worth of production rate. Johan, with the Pro Scouts build, has blobbed out of nowhere 20 MAA. It's a gang bush. Gully needs to run away. He was stockpiling for a tech play. A tech play that could actually kill him now. I mean, Johan, he'll get a dive opportunity. If that fails, he'll have a fallback plan where fast castle afterwards would get him mass men at arms upgraded. This is reminiscent of the old school HRE build against Delhi, where you blob 30 to 40 men at arms and then go age free. It's wild. Ghazi are starting to be added in a little bit again, but out of time on the front side. Gully, also keep in mind at home, does not have much in the way of food. No, this is it. Where he's building the tech up here. The deer, the berries, collectively there's only about 500 food left on that screen. So you have to ask the question, where and what are we eating? And arms continue the pummeling. Still no melee attack coming through from Johan. But these are still good trades regardless of that detail. The hilarity is Gully, if this was Tower of Victory, completely different fight. Skull's now being pulled. Now, one thing for Johan is you don't want to be diving the TC at this point. It's a quick way of losing momentum, I say, as he dives the TC at this point. What? Take complete. Johan, I think that was so unnecessary. Losing about 12 extra men at arms than needed there. He could have backed away, been teching up, and been fine. Instead, now he's going to get chased down pretty easily. I think, like, what, maybe he killed 7 or 8 archers in the end, maximum. So he didn't really reduce the damage he took on the retreat. We do, however, now have King's Pals coming. Yeah, because remember, Gully got pushed all the way back. Like, he hasn't got this counterplay where he's going to dive a white tower, right? Oh, you have some deer? Okay, so you got some deer. That is a good idea. Well done. How's he here? Because he's cheated! Oh my god, we're banning him for the rest of the... No, I'm kidding. Remember, guys, not every single series we cast here is going to be live. Some of them are in catch-up mode. More catch-up than you'll find on your burger. Because that's the beauty of Midweek Muster. It lets people, you know, schedule free. It's more welcoming in that regard. The cool thing, though, like we highlighted, is with this series, we found it really entertaining having Johan and Gully in chat, just kind of giving their retrospective thoughts, but also their in-the-moment assessment of why they've done things. Exiles in from Gully. It's going to make it harder to punish these flank gathering points, but overall... Oh. Hey, honey. Is it death time? I believe... no. Johan, Johan, no, Johan, no! The wolf actually won it! You've got to be kidding me. The wolf saved him there. Because they had to run around the wolf, those 2 extra men at arms didn't hit. I can't believe that. That is absolutely ridiculous. So Johan doing a little bit of a foreign exchange student operation here. 6 men at arms, now recruited to the Delhi side. And, you know, the craziest part is, luckily for Johan, he hadn't got the veterancy in yet. Look at that. They're actually early men at arms. That could have been a lot worse. Oh my god. Elephant's now being prepped by Gully. Actually made the right choice here, because Johan is going into crossbows, so war elephants would be stupid, right? Like, you just lose. You haven't got a reason to really build war elephants right now. Even against the men-at-arms, like the armor padding just makes them a little bit too chunky. It's a great read to open with Tower Elephant here. It looks like the men-at-arms are going to be able to get through before the wall goes up. Good choice being made there as well. Johan just dealing with the backstab before he deals with the main army. This is wild. Seem to be 3 relics for Gully. Game not looking as bleak for him as it did about 3 minutes ago. Like, we came home, guys! Wait, why are you killing us? This is why it's important you wear the correct camouflage. I'm going to rotate around the back. Johan quick with his fingers to back away, though. Gully, this is way too early. You can't dive the aura this quickly. This is slowed down. Like, remember, he doesn't actually have a military lead. Scholar's making up 14 of this. So Johan needs farm clusters into horsemen now. With Tower Elephants coming, mass crossbows, like, his answer is in horses. So what you'll probably see out of Johan is lob the crossbows first. Maybe add a few men-at-arms if you start to thin your lines a bit too much, while you don't have the extra few. But the moment you're up to 4 to 5 farm clusters, horseman is your win condition. Weird that Gully Decker was forcing this. This is like just a really bad fight to be engaging in against the men-at-arms. You could argue he's at least keeping his opponent pinned while he picks relics, but that's always going to happen. I think you wait for Johan to be more out on the map before you take this type of engagement. There's just too much risk associated. The attack speed aura, the fact that he has production on his side, it's not worth it. Yeah, now you're going to lose the core of your army. So the elephants are here, sure, but you don't have that assisting backline anymore. Archers getting mopped up is actually a big deal because now with only crossbows left, any backline being targeted is worth it. Now, getting that space he needs, we have more of these farms being dropped. What game are you playing in right now? Johan, up against Delhi with no map control, has believed that there are still relics out there. I like when you get dumped all the time. Like, you've been on 50 dates, and all 50 of them, like, they have rejected you, right? Like, this is the equivalent of having that experience, and then someone be like, you've just got to believe there's still one out there waiting for you. One person. And there is. That's true. There's literally one relic. Only one. Johan now going to be seeking his soulmate with that monk. Luckily for him, the speedy scholar is the only one going. Guys, could you imagine if he actually lost this relic to one scholar? Could you just imagine? Nah, there's no way. There's a knight here. If it was the king, maybe he could be really annoying and run this away, but with a knight as well, it should be an easy take. Dude, these guys are so fast. They won't see me. They won't see me. They won't see me. The terrain is green and I am green. The terrain is green and I am green. The terrain is green and I am green. Alright, so Johan will get his little shiny. No second wall lull coming in. So you've got K-Pig camos. Use them in chat. That was the perfect moment. Sometimes I feel like you guys forget to use your emotes. Raid now coming in. I mean, Gully, he's slowly been hemorrhaging off of these little chip raids. It's about to happen again. Shuffles away with the villager line on the trees, but doesn't with the gold. So 2 more villagers going down. Idle time achieved. And his army is attacking into mass spears with attack speed buff. Uh-oh. Oh, it's not horsemen, so you can kite with the elephants. The problem is you don't have enough elephants yet. This is more like when you have 6 elephants, spears look really bad because you can just run away from them. But with 2, like, you know, there's too much army that won't be able to leave. Clash comes in. Elephant trying to headbutt his way through the front line. He's going to find it a lot harder now. Now, he has at least stripped away most of the spearmen, but not all of them here. And you're just seeing that health pool melt. Gully. Thought he had a timing here, but he may have been mistaken. On top of that, the Knights are still raiding in the back of the base. More villagers going down. That dive achieving absolutely nothing other than giving Johan control of the game. So I guess it done something big. I mean, he did what, kill, I think 5 villagers in the gold? But it's 2 TC, right? Like, this would be very different if Gully was 2 TC or keep, which would be a TC as well, right? But he's kind of raw locked. And we're reaching that point we talked about before where Johan is going to be flooding. Meanwhile, Gully, you know, Pro Scouts has elongated the game quite a bit for him, but we now have farms getting added in that are just going to be inferior to the English. You thought they would tank better? I mean, they do if you're able to run away, but like, you know, you kind of can't run away like that. So, good luck, have fun. And yeah, Johan never... Really? Okay. We shamed him into it. All we had to do was shame it and immediately got sorted in the game. Some sort of time travel tech right there. Unfortunately for Gully, he needed about another 2 minutes for that tech to be delayed. Then he could have got a keep drop. Instead, that keep is not going to be coming in quick enough to be kept. Start a step away here. The men-at-arms line just absorbing too many shots while the back line cleans up. Village is now front lining, basically. We do have a tower elephant coming. Johan, he's going to show respect. But soon, the blob shall begin. Yeah, we can confirm both players were definitely stream sniping here. Like, clearly, they have time travel technology, and they have gone back in time after watching this, and they've been switching their builds. Which is why it's still so competitive. They just keep switching on each other. It's genius, really. Siege Workshop now. Why? Like, wait, what? You don't, wait. You don't need mangoes here. I mean, I think Johan's paranoid about Pakes. Remember, the Delhi have a tech that gives them more range. So, like, you can get outgunned by crossbows, right? You can get kited. I think that's what he's worried about here. And the keep drop? Where's it coming? What do you mean, keep the top? Oh. Huh. Keep drop at bottom's more concerning, though. Hold on. He found him before he get it online. Johan cannot allow this castle up. It's way too much gold. The purview of the Delhi. Tower Elephant is at least absorbing a lot of range shots. The perfect situation for him. The military numbers are skewed. Remember, 20 of this is Scholar still. The villagers being sacrificed here, being targeted down. Not many left. I like this from Johan, right? Killing just enough villagers to guarantee that it wouldn't be a fast castle. Afterwards, we have got outposts trying to be rushed up. Not ideal here from Johan, but once he has that, the attack speed could be a winner. Problem is, you need an army to win with. Will be shoved back. Longbows now being queued up by Johan to deal with this, finally realizing it's the only way out. He lost the crossbow race. The cool thing about being English is even when you lose the race, Pegs might give a little bit more range, but nothing compared to the LBs. Crazy. I can't believe that. So double castle from Gully actually is really good, as long as Johan runs out of gold. The problem is, because you're now only building crossbows, Johan can get away with not needing crossbows himself. He can just go longbows. So, like, if he has to reduce himself to longbow spears, it's actually not that bad. What Gully needs to do is add in something that friends, such as men-at-arms, which he can afford. If he adds in men-at-arms, Johan's in trouble. That was sick, though. Double keep sneak. Village Fortress is also coming in, so Gully is about to start shrinking that villager lead that Johan has built up. Trebs are being queued, so Johan, using what little gold he has left to address the castles. Yes, Johan's like, this is why I'm building the Siege Workshop. I'm glad. A mango would have been the worst thing to build here. So Trebs, at least stockpiling. We'll have the attack speed buffer if he just builds an outpost in range, so we'll be able to just ramp killing this very fast. Wait, is the king still raiding you? And he brought a friend. Oh, I love that. When you invite one guy over and he brings another guy, you're like, dude, I don't have that much food. He might not have much food if he keeps losing to villagers like this. Oh no, you're stabbing us in the face. Be a shame if we had on-the-go NHS healthcare worldwide. Well, I guess, you know, map-wide in this situation. There we go, network of castles coming in. Ridiculous how quickly it's going to be a melt through this. Only 9.5 seconds for each attack. Gully, I mean, he just doesn't have an army to dive. Not with the Lombos now here. He needs that front line we talked about. This is just so annoying for him. Looks like Gully was stockpiling for Imperial. I don't really see that as the out I think he does. I mean, it's going to be the gunpowder elephants, right? But the problem is it's going to take so long to get them. And because you force your opponent to scale trebs, you're just going to get erased here, right? Like, your castle's going to die, and then he can approach your base. I'm a bit skeptical about this for Gully. Also, Johan, not really that far away from max pop, means he could just follow him afterwards. Dive comes in, so he's got access, gold secured. A few villagers will be able to escape. The trebuchets now turn their attention to the west side. So, Gully, at this stage, what is your winning comp in your eyes? Because this looks pretty bad. Maybe War Elephants could actually be a way. You've got a lot of crossbows, War Elephants to support. It's just tricky, though. Because if your opponent holds the crossbows in reserve, then you're in trouble. And he also has spear production coming. Treb's now knocking at the door. Oh, no, and you built the farms forward. Wait, this is pretty bad, actually. That's a quarter of his farms. Bears coming in, trying to keep the castle alive a little bit longer. But the moment the tech up completes, Johan's going to send it. Look at his resources as well. He can not only send it, he can mirror the Imperial now. Castle soon to drop, which means the Gully will not be shrinking that villager lead. Keep seeing forward farms from competitive players. Is that the new meta? The logic is when you build these castles because you're building villagers, it's efficient to build the farms nearby because your villagers don't have other things to do. Right? It's the same logic as like building farms around a second town center. It's optimal. Dive coming in. Villagers once again just idled out on that backside. Worst case scenario for a guy who just went Imperial. Needs more troops. Needs better techs. And I mean, this doesn't exactly feel fast. The archers would take a long time. Minute and a half with crossbows. I mean, the good news is, of course, it is for free. But there's that bark shield. So no wing guard. It's kind of funny how people pivoted away from it. Would have actually been a really good game for the wing guard footmen, actually. Because footmen do get more armor against range units, and they also do more damage against cavalry. Still have the issue of gap closing against elephants anyway, though. So probably just felt it was safer, as most people do on Borderland, to bark shear to secure the golds and secure the 6%. What a wild game for you, though, man. Glad we actually did cast this one. Usually, you know, Mondays we're like, oh man, we can't get back from round of 32. But, you know, these players being lazy, not scheduling their round of 16 gave us plenty of time. So gold now blocked out. Gully cannot play Imperial without gold. Even as Delhi, you get the techs for free. Like the units you want to build, right? Elephants, crossbowmen, these are all gold oriented. So he only has a sliver with the relics, right? Actually, that's not true. He's got plenty. Okay, yeah, no, there is a way. But that way does require Johan to sit on his hands for like 5 minutes doing nothing. Free mango tech is big. Oh boy, I'm looking forward to that mango tech. Because this game is definitely still going to be going 5 minutes from now, right? Right? I'm LA noiring this and putting doubt. Dive towards the bark shield, not ideal for Gully. King did at least get knocked down. That's been the bane of Gully's existence time and time again. The big boy men-at-arms just flooding at the stage. I mean, all that's really missing for Johan is his snare arrows and elite army tactics. So I imagine they're going to be coming in soon. Yeah, University on cue. Ready to queue up those techs. Techs that Gully just can't really mirror the timing on. He's up to 31 scholars now. Has gotten scenarios coming, but that's going to be 3.5 minutes away. Johan has a big window here. Just needs to make sure he dives through it head first. Don't be one of those people that tries to slow climb through the window and then, like, you know, trips and falls. Then arms to the back, Gully. Maybe posturing on the front a bit too hard here. Kind of has to. Has got the bigger army. I mean, there's potential here. The thing that Johan needs to be conscious of is full production. He doesn't have any. So if the army gets wiped, he's going to be in trouble. Nah, I'm kidding. He's good. I mean, come on, guys. Aura, Lamau. And yeah, he has got some scholars. I think he's pulled them back now. So, Incendiary Arrows, 2.5 minutes now. No, wait, are you still... They're all in production buildings, aren't they? Yeah. And what are you guys doing? You can come out now. They're gone. They can't hurt you anymore. It's okay. Come on. Come on. No, seriously, come on. Gully needs food. Okay, clearly they are deaf dogs. They can't hear us. I mean, they've been being put down like dogs constantly, so I don't blame them. Gully, I didn't say it. You said it. I mean, I may have originally said it, but like, you said it. And this really is just where English get dirty. We haven't got the Ecotech free yet, so precision crossbreeding not in just at this moment. Johan, even without that, has already stockpiling almost 4,000 food. Ah, you guys remembered you can work farms. That's good. Because Gully's going to need it. We have a lot of crossbows, which... Wait. I mean, I like this idea from Gully, but I've got a bad feeling that Johan might be thinking the same thing now. And there's really no denying that Johan can build a lot more mangoes than Gully can. But guys, don't worry. Gully has 9 gunpowder elephants. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3. Oops. That UI's tricking us again. Yeah, remember guys, for some reason, when they fix the pop cap being what shows on the UI, they never actually fix the elite tower elephants from the songs. Yeah, he only has 3 of those gunny boys. I tell you what, actually, if Gully had 9 gunny elephants, I'd feel pretty good about his chances here. But 3 is pretty underwhelming. He also needs to lose some units, because right now he's pop blocking himself. Like, look, there is an elephant waiting to be birthed here, Gully. This is like the Jim Carrey scene all over again. Just trying to get out of the back of the rhino, you know? Oh, wait, he's too young to know Ace Ventura references. He's getting sniped by the drums. Oh my god, he's like, just dive me. Why wouldn't you dive me? Dive me or leave! Oh, the longer he waits, the worse it gets, though. Bowstrings on the way. EAT in 25 seconds. Sharing projectiles getting added in 45. We won't get to see it this game, because I think this is going to be the conclusive fight. Trebuchets. Get the snipe on the mango. Adjustable crossbars might be there, but he only has 1 of them. And this dive is just so difficult, right? Network of citadels is there. That 30% actually buff. Ignore the UI. Elephants front lining. Maybe they can get deep enough here. I mean, they are standing their ground well. The ranged armor is high on these things. Johan will not be able to get that Sacred Site win condition. Timer is going to get denied, but it has been expensive for Gully to do so. It's not enough to decap this. He needs to keep on pushing. And with 14 armor on these elephants, he should be able to. Oh my god, Johan doesn't even hang around. Okay, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. 14 ranged armor! Are you kidding me? So Gully will get a date with Dimmu in the round of 16. Yeah, I think that was partial tilt in the end out of Johan. It didn't look great, but if he just calms down, starts pumping spears behind that, with his income, he should be able to clear the elephants and party hard in that late game. But I don't know. I think that was slightly premature on the GG. It looks awkward, but the elephant count is low, right? But damn. GG's to Mr. Gully. He makes it through to the round of 16. The question mark now is whether the kiddo is going to be able to teach the old man a lesson, or if Dimmu is going to reign supreme. Stay tuned, because I'm looking forward to covering that one. He has no gold left? I mean, lobbing spears doesn't require gold, though. And your economy is still drastically weaker than his, right? I think there's a counterattack to be had there with spears. I feel like part of that, and Johan can correct me if I'm wrong, is like, why is that elephant not dying? Like he's attacking everything in that elephant, and it's just not dying. And then you just look and go, 14 ranged armor. Really? Really? But spears, I know, just not strong enough. It stops you diving with elephants, right? Like, it stabilizes the game. The whole point is, like, the elephants can't commit at that stage. It's interesting, because I think there was a much earlier point where just mass horsemen would have won. Should have pushed earlier. Yeah, it did feel like you were being overly reluctant, right? I think you could have also horsemaned in the mid-game. That would be, like, the bigger cardinal sin to me, is you could have, like, horseman mid-game. Gully versus... What's that? I was kind of surprised you didn't once you had the farm set up, to be honest with you. I think you spent way too long on men-at-arms when horseman made more sense, right? Because your opponent, like, took the lead on crossbows, and then you didn't switch. That would be my, like, feedback. The longbow idea was kind of cool, but, like, the horseman just does everything and the longbow do and more. Right, so, let's see. Where are we at on live series? So, we have got a live series between Numan and Cat in 3 hours. MSM versus B is in 6 hours. I'll probably do MSM versus B tomorrow. Micah versus Elona is going to be in 2 hours. So, do we have any other sets that were played already? Let me double check. There might be a set that was already played for the round 16. One sec. Yeah, I think there was actually. Let me check. Yeah, I'm just double checking. I think we do have one. Maybe? Big Pog, we do. We've got Myriad versus Sass. Okay, that's awesome. That's a good one. Alright, bear me one sec. I was like, oh no, we're out of content. No. We Gucci. So give me a second. Oh, no, okay, I see the draft. I don't know if Tume's here. All good. Alright, so let me load this bad boy up. I was confused because they forgot to point out they forgot to actually put their time in the other chat. So we do have another series, guys, which might carry us very nicely through to the Elona series I talked about. So map pool is going to be Rocky River. We've got Lakeside, and we've got Dry Arabia. Let me just update that. Boom, boom, boom. Fantastic. Dude, these two match up a lot. I think they are like quite complementary in their matchup styles as well. This is going to be awesome. Game number 1 is going to be a banger as well. We've got HRE versus Byzantines. Yeah, they both got pretty good drafts. Rus HRE on one side. You got the Byzantine Delhi on the other. English, French. Man, I actually prefer Myriad's draft. But Sass is like variably quite intriguing because we do have Lakeside, right? So like the auto pick. I know he's one of the players who believes in it there. So you might be seeing it come out there. 1 second, though. I think what I want to do... God, I need to eat a snack, actually. Guys, bear with me 1 sec. I'm just quickly going to rush in the house. And by rush, I mean I'm going to have to put on this boot. This fun thing here. So I just need to put this on quickly. I'm going to quickly rush in the house with this thing on to pick up my liquid meal. So that we got the power to continue through. So what I'll do as well, guys, I'll run the 3 minutes of ads now so that you're all protected, so you don't need to go anywhere. Grab yourself a quick snack as well while you're at it. And then we'll be able to sit down and enjoy a Myriad Sassy series. Always a fun one. So I'll run the 3 minutes ads now. Okay? Gully versus Dimu's in 1 hour? Wait, really? Okay, these boys need to start actually communicating this. Where'd that come out of? I haven't even heard that. Well, what we'll probably do is, like, if this series is too long, we'll halfway through hop out and then hop back in afterwards, which I know is a bit disorienting, but, like, I know people prefer live series being prior. Look at the chat. Wait, really? Oh, nice. Thank you, Gully. All right, Gully, if you can confirm the time and let me know and put it in the Discord, very important. Yeah, someone needs to send it there, but let us know for sure. But yeah, guys, I'm going to run the 3 minutes ads now, and then we'll get into this series, okay? All right, be right back. 1 sec. I'm back, honey. Did you all miss me? Ugh. All right. Hello, guys. Sorry about that. We're back. Oh, I forgot to put music on for you guys. I had to get my liquid shake. I'll probably have to eat a protein bar at some point as well. But let's get underway. You even create a Discord group? Wait, for who? For Gully and Dimu? I mean, the players just need to get used to posting it in that chat when they know. Poor Chum. He has so... You guys don't realize just how many freaking chats Chum creates. If players are here, sitting here listening, don't make him have to do that. Make it easier for him. Boring ads? Well, just subscribe. God, this feels like a derby match. It's become an absolute classic. Not just in Midweek Muster, but it feels like in tournaments in general. One and all. Welcome back to Midweek Muster number 9. Round of 16. Winner of this goes up against Wham. It's a fun one. Myriad versus SAS. And we kick off this series on Rocky River with the Byzantines up against the HRE. Oh my god, I just realized. I'm dying. So, I've been recovering from my throat being roughed up, but here's the funny thing. I decided to make a banana protein shake. I don't know why, but for some reason, banana tends to make coughs. Am I alone in this? Am I the only one that gets this? Is when you have a like really bad cough, sore throat, banana is like one of the worst things to consume. I don't know if it's the potassium levels or whatever, but it tends to aggravate your throat. But yes, these two picks aggravate me. HRE and bloody Byzantines. Such obnoxious civs in general. Nice to see them clashing with each other. I think this is what like is quite nice. Is a lot of time when we see HRE and Byzantines drafted, we roll our eyes because it feels like the civ on the other side is most definitely not favored. The cool thing is when you get a draft like this, you're pretty much clashing two of the gargantuan giants of the metas, right? Curious to see which way Myriad wants to take this. I know Myriad is one of those people that is actually a big fan of the Keshik type builds. In fact, I think him more than other players likes to go Keshik play. Maybe first Kata could make sense afterwards, but I don't think you want to be playing into Lombos in H2. The problem with doing Lombos H2 is H3 blobs up archers way too quickly. Never had a banana worse than anything. I'm resisting the temptation to make comments I shouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, I'm talking like if you've got a sore throat or something. I don't know why it aggravates it, but yeah, this series, I'm trying to think, like, what the builds have usually been when we've seen this matchup. Because it's been a while since we've seen Rocky River. It is more of a defensively oriented matchup, which means that Castle seems more logical. I think you can actually just go for that greedy approach as the Byzantines, where you feign pressure and then tech. Used to feel like Hippodrome was nice in this matchup because it just got you this horseman very efficiently to punish your opponent. Likely what we should be seeing out of SAS is tech up into archer range and then point pressure in your opponent's direction, right? Like archer range opening for HRE just feels so good in most matchups. And if you force your opponent to go javelins, you're quite happy for that because then you can just basically hunker down into spears, which will gap close quickly. That's what's leading me to think if Myriad wants to try and skip a beat ahead, we'll just be seeing the Silk Road contract here. The sense of bananas and other trick can trick your immune system into overreacting. I don't know about that. I consume a lot of banana when I'm healthy, you know? Gobble it all up. Mid-tier always seems to favor one team with the other being the side of the water. It's not always guaranteed these type of spawns. There's a lot of RNG to it. One thing I will say is I'm glad you brought up the div because this is a matchup, yeah, where HRE can be really bloody annoying. Byzantines don't really do pro scouts. It's taboo for them. Their economy benefits aren't in the favor of it, right? For HRE, they just amplify food income by 40% straight away. Byzantines, they amplify food income, but a lot of it goes into olive oil instead. Now that I'm thinking about it, this makes this pretty rough for Biz. Only one safe berries? That's a fair point as well. But like the Pro Scouts meta also, I don't think the Byzantines can play Pro Scouts. I think the counter for Pro Scouts play, to make Byzantines feel good, is you actually have to go for the classic Cataphracts build. If you rush Castle Age, it can actually be pretty good for you. Because you can get into the cats, you can start diving your opponent. I like that, by the way, against, for example, China. I'm not so sure about it against HRE. Feels to me like HRE would handle it a little bit better due to marching drills. Myriad now actually going into the Limitane. Oh. Oh, honey, no. This doesn't feel great. Gotta say. Limitane are not cheap and they take a long time to accrue at this stage in the game. SAS could realistically just wholly rely on getting Pro Scouts, minimally play the Feudal, and look for an age up. In fact, wait. Crazy idea? I don't think this is for spears. I think we're probably going to be seeing men at arms here. Which is really bad news for Myriad. And yet, reminder, by the way, winner of this will be going up against Wham. And we did get confirmation Gully was saying in about an hour, actually less than an hour now, we're going to be having Dumu versus Gully, which we'll be able to catch live. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, actually. It's going to be a pretty good one. So what way, like, with what Johan said, what way can you realistically play this as Byzantines? Other than Fast Castle? Because the thing is, like, if you're playing along feudal, you can't really rely on anything other than berries to carry you. The whole advantage is meant to be the mercs. And in terms of merc choice, that's looking a bit murky. That is exactly what I hate to see. We've got Western. The one good piece of info here is Sass actually chose spears over men-at-arms, so that's going to play to Myriad's favor. What isn't is the horseman added in. So my worry here is, like, Myriad's comp is actually favorable, but the way he's going to have to play the game is not. He can't just hide at home, he's going to have to rush out. And who's that farm man official guy? I thought that guy was dead. Didn't he, like, retreat and become a Stormgate streamer and then, like, became, like, a bar streamer? And then I guess, I don't know, a barkeeper? I haven't seen him in a while. Hello, farm man. Oh my god, he's just getting played. Yeah, so this is exactly why Limitane cannot beat Spearman. Mathematically, they should. They have more health. However, teensy tiny problem here. You get outran. Oh man, he even baits him in. Nice micro there, actually. Myriad got the better trade in the end. So he's able to pull away here. Has got the 1-1-1 build activated now, courtesy of the mercs to fill them on the gaps. Sass hasn't switched. Yeah, this is weird to me. Like, am I wrong in saying that just men-at-arms is the answer here? Surely with Pro Scouts, it's very good. Livgro's also getting added in already. Myriad does have the 8 stack of berries over here that's fairly wallable and securable. Should be looking to extend to that soon. Especially if he thinks that Lombos is a core part of his build. One's if you think Sass is going to win this, two's if you think Myriad's going to take it. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Farmman became an Age of Myth creator as well. Wait, Farmman, did you move to Age of Myth as well? I can't remember. And there's the men-at-arms. So, yeah, this is the thing I was really expecting much earlier. I'm kind of curious, actually. Now that we've got a few pros in the chat, it's always fun to do this. Do you guys think that Sass should have just opened men-at-arms straight away? Or do you think the Lombos were too threatening against thin lines of men-at-arms? Like, I guess Sass needs undermesh before this works, right? And like, if you rush men-at-arms, you can't rush undermesh. Sass taking an awkward trade over here as well. Has got Archer switch coming. Meanwhile, I like what Myriad's doing. He's stockpiling. I mean, he's pseudo-stockpiling, right? Like, we have him researching siege engineering. So he will try for a Kyro Siphon. I think that might be a little bit overly gluttonous, especially now with the men-at-arms reveal. Classic shields move out. Difficult fight now for Myriad to take. Horseman also encircling from behind, so Myriad losing the core, the critical unit here. Great snipe! Gets both of those horsemen. Those are the two that were fighting the Spearman earlier. It actually went better than it should have for Myriad, but the men-at-arms still too formidable. Has to back away. Undermesh has been queued up. Looks like he is going to have to reinvest a little here. This was a very intriguing matchup, actually. I wouldn't have expected the feudal to drag this long. Because it feels like both of these civs really benefit from getting castle as soon as possible, right? Like, Atri will also benefit, always rather, due to the Regnit's play. But for Byzantines in this one, because of like how discounted a lot of your unit's going to feel, because Atri can bloat along feudal very efficiently, right? You feel like you want to be getting towards Varangian or Canas. Spearman even actually getting kind of reasonable trace into the Lombos for the chase. It's just so difficult, right? Like, the thing is, when you build Lombos like this, I don't know if you guys know this, but Atri hard counters English. If you play feudal, you get screwed, because the thing is, like, the archer blob, the movement speed difference, right? It does apply to the spears as well, so once they're in, like, you're just no getting away from them. I do think that when you play Atri in English in the current meta, English can just park and go for fast castle. But, like, we're talking old school. When you used to get the council hall builds from English, worst opponent would be HRE. Biz is good with semi-fast castle? Yeah, but the thing is, Myriad isn't really doing a semi-fast castle per se. This has felt like a very expensive feudal age. And you have to remember behind this, Sass, he's not getting weak. There's so much deer on the map, he's just getting stronger and stronger. Mass men at arms in the cast transition versus Biz, and I won every time? Yeah. Because at that stage, like, what's Biz's answer? They can pump Varangian really quick, but it's not like Varangian are going to feel that great into H3 MAA. Myriad. Obviously, this is going to be Golden Horn Tower, so we won't even have the sippy cups. Kind of funny, actually, because Gaddis wouldn't be too bad here against MAA. Myriad even getting the fortifications ready. Ooh, this is sick. He didn't actually get the Mangonel, like the arrow slits, right? So like Mangonel emplacement could be an option. We'd need to force grab some stone for that to be feasible, though. Golden Horn Tower now coming up in the back. Yeah, this definitely feels like it's an overexhaustion in the feudal. So with this in mind, the good news is with the positioning he chose, there isn't realistically a world in which Sash should know he's teching. And the funny thing with like Byzantines is because of the olive oil units, they kind of always look like they're still playing the Age, right? Like you have to remind yourself that they got these units extra. With that in mind, Sash should be looking for a dive. Especially when you see 8 villagers on the gold. Holy crap, this could be big damage. Right now though, he's not targeting the right units. Dealing with the melee instead of dealing with the villagers. Sends the men at arms to deal with it instead. So actually, all in all, Myriad just doing a great job of dodging death here. I think the archers spent a lot of wasted time on the back there. We'll be able to continue diving here. Myriad definitely not safe just yet. That tech up complete. Sass needs to commit the entire army to the back of the base. The chase is most definitely on. Wheelbarrow will be able to get him away. Varangian pump is now coming in. Sass kind of got to be facepalming a little bit there. Had he just gone deeper, faster, he would have wiped those initial villagers, taken out the Lombos, just had a much cleaner time of entry here. Still going to be damage done to Myriad, but I don't think he's dead. This isn't enough to mop up the game. No Akratoid does mean that you can't really protect extra villagers here. But the TC will be able to mop up the last of the archers. The Lombos are already vetted up, so not too bad at dealing with any of this anymore. Gully, it looks like Myriad is doing 5 times better than Gully was expecting. Only 2 villager kills coming through. It's still an advantage for Sass on raw economy, and also the idle time definitely hits hard. Also, Sass still has army in the middle of the map, so Myriad can't rush relics. Does, however, have a scary timing coming around the double Lombo pump, one from the Golden Horn Tower. So what Sass should be looking to do is spread wide, hoover the relics, because Myriad's army is not designed to guard the map. It's designed to attack a specific fight. Myriad ahead in villages. Do we have textiles? No, we just have Sass skipping production. Oops. Myriad has misread his timing again. I think the Lombo, yeah, he didn't wait for the second group of Lombos. This is why this just happened. Jump the gun, right? Like, you need that second core group. Otherwise, the Archer Mass is still too scary. I love the way that Sass just like, yeah, ignore the Varangian, ignore the angry Viking, okay? Let them be cranky in the bar by themselves. Weirdly enough, he's now A-clicking them. I don't think that was intentional, though. Like, this is such a bad fight. This one angry Viking is clapping everything. He even brought his brother over for the party. We're going to bring one down now. Sass has at least delayed his opponent in the middle of the map. Myriad did also lose a few additional Lombos off the back of that, but he also now has extra olive gathering rather on the flanks. There is a sick play to be had here, and I do believe... Myriad knows. He has scouted the double berry stack over here. Definitely a worthwhile area to play into due to the other berries nearby. Would give him the kind of elongated pressure point now he needs, because Varangian alone aren't enough. Didn't notice you had idle time on the TC in game 3. I didn't notice you had villagers still. So many of them are dying. Okay, so Sass will be able to get the veterancy quite quick here. Once that's in, the men-at-arms will stabilize. The good news is Myriad is now picking up relics. I actually like the way it's played out for him. 3 monks out in the field, and Sass, I think he's going to realize that overextension in the center kind of just cost him control of the map. The logic for Myriad here isn't that he's going to win the fight. He's gradually going to lose it. But the idea is that by winning, or losing the fight rather, he wins the war. The war is over relics here. He needs them to get more lombos. His opponent needs them to get into the gold. He's finding value here. Did he get... No, that's only range 1. But you have to remember, like, it's when you play lombos, it's kind of like you have range 2 anyway by default, just by having the first, because the higher base damage. Which is why these guys still feel pretty squishy. Okay, so Myriad will likely be thinking 2TC after this. Maybe. The problem is, like, Sass is only half committing his bank. No way he's thinking about fast Imperial. Not with this dive coming in anyway. Nice snipe the Lombos, just trying to take out the backline archers. Desperation mode activated. Sass is producing Horsemen now. She'd be able to shove these Lombos away, so not the worst of investments per se. But at the end of the day, Myriad's getting what he wants, guys. This is 4 relics for the Byzantines. Ooh. Crossbows now being queued by Myriad, so starting to discard that idea of Lombos. He'll still be able to get them, courtesy of just being for free, right? But the crossbows are now needed to answer the men-at-arms. The Varangian won't be able to do it with things like heavy maces coming in. Dive in the back here, though. If you can find a few villager kills, it's going to be worthwhile for Sass. He needs them as well, considering the relic situation. He was at least able to deny 1 coming home, but that's still in Myriad's purview. And Sass's follow-up army is way too slow to protect it. Yeah, I'm kind of impressed on Myriad's timing. Like I said, I think Sass, he'll know this, like he overextended in the center, which led to this, but I love the way that Myriad was willing to discard most of his army while keeping his eye on the real prize. Like, you know, we've seen plenty of high-level players in these type of situations forget the sufficient timing of getting into the monks on focusing on the relics, right? But Myriad has kept his eye on the real win condition. You kind of have to when you're against HRE. Like, the weird thing about HRE is they're one of those polarizing civs where all the details around the relics almost feel irrelevant, if that makes sense. If you can't deny this key piece, they'll eventually always bounce back. Even teardrop shields, love that. So, teardrop shields is a very interesting tech because of the interaction it gives you versus men-at-arms. Men-at-arms are still going to be favored, but the percentile differential between which one wins is much lower, right? Because with the 50% attack speed buffer, you're basically getting an extra 2.5 damage. Obviously, with heavy maces, it's going to be +6, right? So you're still going to lose that fight. But it allows you to at least kind of more sufficiently trade. And the cool thing is if you ever outnumber the men-at-arms, that's where you get a really cool level of skill expression with Varangian, being the Berserk. Mira's playing well. Most of these trades are so good with great macro. Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed, man. I think also the other thing to keep in mind is although Sass doesn't mind the late game, Myriad is very comfortable there as well, I feel. Something we've highlighted before is like, you know, Myriad, I think the thing that he needs to make that next step up with the way the current meta plays is like around his early game presence. He's definitely done a lot to improve that in the last year. But once you get him into the mid-late game, boy is Kushki. Right? Feels like he's just sitting there comfy with Tetley's T, waiting to play an hour-long game. Even yoinking berries like this, I do believe... Does Sass know? No, I don't think he has any idea this is going on. So there's a double berry grab on the far east side. It's crazy as well, because Myriad after this also has the fallback plan of his own berries. A lot of Merc Pump. Fire Siphon also now getting added in. Remember, Myriad researched this tech in the beginning of Feudal Age, so... I'm not going to say this is an optimal intended play, but it's an opening he's now seeing, apparently. Meanwhile, Sass. Oof. Not able to just mass up the farms, right? It's actually choosing to go out onto the berries as well. I mean, it has a like added layer of benefit, right? It's like you need food, you don't have to rush farms, but also take something away from your opponent, potentially. A little bit sad that he hasn't got a prelate out there, at least buffing that gathering rate. We have Boar over here, but that is at least going to be buffed. Meanwhile, Night Dive coming around the back. Myriad, I love that. He's microing away the injured villagers one by one, so he doesn't lose the extra gathering rate. This is cool for the initial raid. It sucks for the follow-up, though. Because now if Sass comes in again, there's a bunch of health bars that aren't full. Wait, did he just open the way? Yeah, they greased the axles for a Twinkie on the other side, and these hungry horses ran through. He's able to make his way out. I love how the villager's been chasing all the way here. Meanwhile, other side of the map, a very big fight underway. So Horseman will get cleaned up. Lombos, though, are not going to survive this engagement. Sass able to block for the defense. Second wave of Lombos is now coming in. Kite is real, but not good enough. Remember, those men-at-arms are quicker. The Horseman with the double undermesh upgrade as well just do not care about the damage. Myriad does have a switch coming into Limitane. You have to be wondering where the hell they are. They've been slow to arrive in the fight. Teardrop shields will allow him to quickly rally. Needs it as well. Lombos should be able to clean up the backline of crossbow archers. The problem I'm seeing in this game is that the men-at-arms aren't answered still. They're still trying to provide that with the crossbows coming, but for the time being, it means Sass will be able to get better exchanges here. Yeah, at this stage, I actually quite like the idea of Myriad just pumping Landsneck intentionally. Now that you're replacing Lombos with crossbows, it becomes the better comp to have, right? You just want a backline of crossbows, and then if you just add in, say, a few Varangian, plus 10 to 12 Langschnechter, you will have a quick way of just wiping the front. What happened to the Ram? Didn't he make one? I think he made one. We don't talk about it. I assume by the looks of it, he tried to attack an outpost and died. Yeah. Karasai for things. Apparently, Myriad wasn't happy with a 4-relic game. He wanted a 5-relic game. Oh my dear. Yo! Gold flappers all around. Byzantine players, take note. If you want to level up your Biz gameplay, this is how you do it. That's a smart read by Myriad. I remember, I think I might have been on a cast with Myriad when I talked about this. We may have actually talked about it in the King of the North. Because I said that, like, one of the biggest issues I find with Byzantines is they have this ramped up production speed that counts for nothing when you don't forward produce. This is a horrible, horrible defense strategy, by the way. Myriad just lost 6 villages for that. But yeah, the whole idea of the forward system is really cool because at this stage in the game, look at the system level we're dealing with. He's going to be up to level 4. Now, the whole point on why Byzantines look really ridiculous is their production rates just put them through the ceiling. Like, they're just able to pump so many troops. The negative spiral point, though, is like you can pump a lot of troops, but if they're running across map, the real advantage doesn't exist. So by building a proxy base like this and linking it with the system, he's going to be able to get that second rally of troops immediately into the engagement. He's essentially discounting Sass's defensive advantage. Oof. More villages being lost. Myriad, yeah, I was about to say, you need second TC. And this isn't really ideal. It's more that you've been forced to. You're just losing too many workers. It's kind of crazy that Myriad tried to play this map for so long without walls against Mass Horsemen. Reester's starting to get punished for it. What units are there in the market? Who cares? No one ever gets the market. Flash coming in. Lanchneck, can you start swinging those swords? Oh, wait, do we have Inspired? Yo, we've got Inspired tech! Okay, I love that. The problem is you need to toggle off the heal. When they do this kind of healing, like, it's just, this is why Inspired Warriors feels a little bit wow. I wish there was an option to just have them buff all the units before focusing on healing. Horsemen are going to be able to wrap around the back at least. So Myriad, that frontline production is going to come in clutch here to guarantee the Lombos don't just get swept entirely. Line is starting to thin. Sass doesn't actually have that many men-at-arms left here. And Lanks are getting actively queued. So Myriad, you can see, he's force producing Lombos out the front, but we did actually see a double production on the Landsnectar. Needs to get more armored troops out here, though. The men-at-arms count being so low, this is where Varangian could feel really good for Myriad. Also hoping we've got a Mangonel attack. Yep, there we go. 15 seconds out. So that emplacement will protect the forward base. There's no way Sass is going to want to dive from that. Sacred Site control plus the relic still just gives a pretty nice boon to Myriad. One that he needs when you consider how many farms are here, but this is the interesting thing about Byzantine versus HRE. Archon, the longer the game goes, the more it isn't all it's chopped up to be. Because this Archon right now is buffing about half of Sass's economy. Meanwhile, Myriad can buff all of his economy with assistance. Right? And that system buff, when you cap it out, it's going to go up to 26%. Only 14% behind the HRE. If you do the maths on that, you realize that at this stage in the game, if Myriad has system buffing everyone, he will have a better economy than Sass, because there's no world in which at 25 minutes in, an Archon is going to buff more than maybe 30 villages. It's just not feasible. Yeah, you just see on these production rates what I was talking about, right? Like, even the mercenary production time, 31 seconds for Lombos, 33 for the Landsknechter. Walls are starting to come up from both players here. Mirroring the intent. Looks like the wall on the west side did not go up. No, Myriad wasn't able to complete. So he's still exposed on this flank. I really wish he'd at least build some short walls around the gold. Was the mark on the right? Who cares? Nah, I'm kidding. It's Shuganu. You're not going to do it. You don't want to do Shuganu here against HRE. War Elephants could be kind of intriguing, but your opponent's already massing crossbows, so it's not worth. In this matchup, if there was something you'd do, it would be Sipahi. And that doesn't exist in the game at all. Sass learning the hard reminder of why Mangonel towers are stupid. This map is not looking family friendly? What do you mean? This is just looking like the family after a divorce, right? You wall up in the center on both sides, and you get roughly about 50% in the ideal divorce proceedings. Oh, man. Well, how about this for family friendly? Because we're about to get massive family friendly. Love Hotel's coming up, so all of a sudden, we're about to see a reproduction rate of about 4. Lombo's also diving in. Awkward time for Sass, considering he chose that tech up. Doesn't have the full power of his economy to defend. Enough bodies on the floor from both sides that Myriad has to back away. Well, I mean, to Physics Guy's comment, if your junk looks like this, life is going to be like throwing a hot dog down a hall. Good luck. So tech up complete. Myriad should look to mirror now. I don't think he's got an entry point here. It won't be fast enough. Weird that he actually commands. Probably feels like if he doesn't, he's just going to get blobbed. The problem for Myriad now is like Pulse and Swipe at this stage still has a notable effect, right? Like they're both around 80 economy. Remember, Myriad, like the crazy thing is actually he wouldn't have to rush extra pressure if he hadn't lost any villages, right? Like this is the difference he's making. GTC, and he would have had him 100, 105 villages roughly, right? At that point, you don't really care about Pulse or Swab Yard. You just play imp and feel good. There's risks now associated. Sass just needs to press on the flanks to realize it. Gold gathering for Sassy as well, so plenty to work with. Remember, he needs this because this is not your typical HRE haha infinite gold. It's only one relic. I believe, yeah, we've got Foreign Engineering Company. The awkward thing is, I think Myriad's at this point where it might have been more worthwhile to have switched the relics out of the Grand Winery, because he's not actually leveraging his olive oil. That's why I'm glad he went Foreign Engineering Company, because now it gives a recovery arc of that problem. He can just pump all this into Free Siege. A few Nesta Bees could be pretty effective here. Yeah, especially at this stage in the game, because you know that Sass isn't going to have his university techs yet. He's still getting elite techs. So things like biology, which would make Nesta Bees pretty ineffective, aren't there. Wall's also coming up. Myriad not going to fall victim to the same strategy twice here. I imagine we were looking at like, what, 3 Nesta Bees, maybe a raw cannon afterwards would work quite well. Sass just I'm telling you, man, this Mangonel Tower is such a scourge upon him. Corvin is now here, but I think he might end up losing the Mango still. Oh, yep. Well, the Varangian won't get the second, but that's still expensive. Losing the Mango, like, balances it out, right? It's that outpost just kind of making it a fair trade. Rated again. Players just don't like walling right now, guys. It's just so hard to do on such open maps. That's why I thought Rocky River was very interesting to revisit. And I'm actually glad we did. Rocky River became a really crap map. And the reason it became a really crap map is because the map was too wallable. What you're seeing them do here isn't very easy to do anymore. The changes in Season 9 were actually a positive change for a lot of maps in rotation, including this one. Streltsy now coming from Myriad. That's a little bit surprising. Intermass Horseman, not what I'd say is the most ideal, but I guess he's looking for the classic Streltsy Limitane comp. This gold, man. This is going to draw a lot of attention. Sass, in fact, his whole army isn't too far away. Look at the pings across the map. Oh my god, dude. I think Myriad is just hemorrhaging way too much in this game. 79 to 150 in economy. Remember, like, when Past the Swap was complete, they were neck and neck around about 82. Gap just keeps on growing in this one. I'm also now puzzled by Foreign Engineering Company. Foreign Engineering Company makes no sense when you go Streltsy. You don't get anything from it, right? Like, it's good for the longbows for the time being, because remember, volley, you get the volley tech. The cool thing about Foreign Engineering Company, that I think which makes it so good, isn't even the siege from here. It's the fact that you get unique techs for all of the mercenary units. But the exceptions are, of course, the tier 3 units. Considering he's probably going to have to go Mass Limitane, I think the Palatine school makes a lot more sense. Because then he's getting a lot of extra Limitane for free. Same if he feels like Varangian is the right call. Alright. Ones if you think Sass is going to win this, twos you think Myriad's going to take it. We're fairly deep into the game right now. It feels like Myriad is pretty hard stuff. The funny thing is, like, as long as you still have farms, this Civ still wins, right? Or still can win. Byzantines don't really care about gold in the late game if they play this comp. This is the classic one. You guys remember, Streltsy had to be nerfed multiple times for the Byzantines because of how effective this build was. However, the thing that is making me struggle to believe in Myriad is the walls. At this point, he might as well have just picked Mongols. Because the closest we have to sufficient walling from Myriad are aqueduct walls. Trying to think actually how he does break in here. Like, weirdly enough, Myriad would be the one that could benefit from, like, Horseman, but the time he's going to get it, there's just so many layers of walls to get through, it's going to cost him the game. Right? Because now, if he goes on flank raids with, say, 30 Horsemen, Sass is already ready to dive him. Now, in fairness, Mangonel towers are toxic, so I will give him that. Go Flappers for Myriad. If Sass tries to dive into these points, it's going to be problematic. But the bigger problem for Myriad is that he can't stay here anymore. He needs this. 8k gold, do or die. Oof. Scenarios as well. On veteran archers? Wait, what? Why is the interior arrow noise so loud as well? I don't remember it being this loud. Is that like a weird audio bug with veteran versus elite? It might be. Oh, Myriad, in the meantime, push down the center. It's like a 40k bolter. It's what it always should have been, brother. I actually remember I talked with Winston about this. I think he's starting to take it to heart. It's like, I don't think the noises and animations in AoE 4 does it any justice. So one thing I noticed when we were with Rebel Wallo El Reinado is when we were sitting there watching the Age of Empires 2 games, And part of it was amplified by the environment. The bass behind like any action, like an archer shooting a shot. You heard it and felt it. Now, they amplified that intentionally with their bass, with their audio setup. But I do think that actually something I really want to see more of in AoE4 are reworks to animations and audio. I think there's still a lot of different units in the game that, like, for the impact they have, you don't really feel it. You guys get what I mean, right? Like, when you hear an archer loose an arrow, it doesn't really, you barely hear it. It doesn't really feel impactful. I think the other one I kind of highlighted is very interesting. Is like when you watch knights, when knights swing their sword, if they actually had them do like 30 degrees extra on the swing arc, it would look so much better. And these issues become compounded when you consider, like, you know, some people are playing extreme panoramic. Like we zoom in 2 or 3 notches for the perfect like balance, but like a lot of people are out here where you just don't see or appreciate any of it. So Sass, I don't think he has too many villagers. He's been playing mass horsemen. He needs this many. The threat for him is if Myriad pushes down the center, he dies. Myriad is being a bit slow about this though because he's going full Streltsy. But once the Streltsy lineup is ready, Sass needs a deletion of about 20 villagers into a blob of something better. Because Crossbow's Horseman is going to struggle to carry him against Limitane Streltsy. I do think that Myriad is sitting on way too many longbows here, though. These freaking towers! Oh no! Wait, no, the tower! He griefed himself! He actually griefed himself! Well, the Limitane can protect it and get out the other side. I can't believe that! Well, the good news for Myriad is this means an even bigger army. Unbelievable. The tiny gap in the wall because of the Mangonel strategy defense. So you see what I'm talking about. Like, Sass's army isn't designed to fight, it's designed to raid. But Myriad has this very interesting timing now on his table. You got 140 military. This is the time to go, right? I think we don't have silk bowstrings, which is a bit unfortunate. That's the thing I'd recommend next. Probably worth having here. Just so you can stay further and further away from the enemy, so you're less friend. Then again, I think from Myriad's perspective, he's probably thinking the other way, where he wants his longbows to be closer, so that the horsemen can't flank. Pushing the center coming. Cannon placements are here for Sass. So ironically, returning the Mangonel favor the other way. Remember, this is considering arrows though, so you can actually snipe your outpost fairly fast, just not fast enough here. In fact, for this strategy, longbows are better than Streltsy at mopping up the towers. So we're seeing him dive with Streltsy. Whole army's moving in now to the choke points. Needs to be careful, respect the mangoes. Or just take them out. There's no adjustable crossbars. Sass got forced in the engagement a little bit too soon here. He had the tech queued up, but he didn't get it in time. But this is unsustainable. Myriad, he needs siege. If only there was a cost-efficient way for us to get effective cannons out here that could maybe, just maybe, kill these towers. But unfortunately for Myriad, there is absolutely no such tool that exists in the Byzantine arsenal. No, because hilariously enough, folks, while having almost enough for double royal cannon, Myriad has queued up bombards. Which is a little bit perplexing considering how easy royal cannons can snipe towers. If they still exist, oh my god, what? We are 40 minutes into a game where Sass has been building horsemen for 30 minutes. And Myriad has a total of 51 wall slabs. But they really don't matter when there's still a giant gap past them. I mean, horsemen are at least getting mopped up, but Myriad, I see multiple problems here, right? Like, this is way too much range, not enough Limitane. Limitane would be the perfect answer, guys, because remember, with the teardrop shields, you move a lot quicker. You can actually just gap close horsemen. I don't know, man. I think Myriad has just played a bit too much Call of Duty. Sees too much value in range, not enough in stabby. Because we're talking about a player in this game having, what, 70 ranged units? To make matters worse, we now have Sass with trade. So the worry of him drying up like a prune, running out of the gold doesn't exist. And that means you're approaching the most lethal point in the game. The vulgar one, the worst one actually for a mass ranged army. Mass adjustable crossbars mangonels. Yeah, this is looking pretty over for Myriad. Based on his current strategy and the direction he's taking, I don't see a way. Like, it's crazy to me that this guy is sitting on 12,000 food and still hasn't had the foresight to just mass 100 Limitane AQ. He still hasn't actually fixed the wall. Like, instead of just... Okay, I can't. Instead of just, like, fixing this tiny gap, he's like, no, I want the berries now. 12,000 food is not enough. I need more. Myriad's like that kid that you leave the room, you walk back in, and you had like a bunch of raspberries, blueberries, strawberries on the side, and now they're just all smushed across his face at once. And you were only out of the room for 2 minutes. I can't help but feel, if Myriad just had 30 spears, there would be no arguing against him right now. But at this rate, even that point in the game, like, even if he does go 40 spears now, it's not going to be good against mangoes. While it gets activated, I mean, if Sass would like to just bring the mangoes, because I think it's time for Myriad to receive his 5 a day. Here they come. You're about to watch an army double the size disappear. Wallop in. Oh no! Well, that's half the Streltsy dead. Still bombards. Finally, raw cannons coming. These mangoes. There's no arguing against him. Myriad, he was close to 100 military. Now look at him. Oh, this is over. Surely. And when I say it's over, Myriad might finally realize Limitane is a good unit with 10,000 food and no mercenaries left. So actually, in some ways, Sass may have just done him the biggest favor. Unbelievable game. I mean, Myriad's going to be kicking himself at the end of this one. He got baited into the classic Streltsy strat. But he totally forgot that in that old school strategy, the Byzantines at one point were only exclusively really aiming for, a key part of it was a healthy front line of Limitane. And that has solely been what's been missing that Myriad has needed most. Mango's now just walloping everything. They will slightly overextend, so Streltsy get a good snipe there. There's just too many horsemen. Oh man. This is over. So game 1 is going to be a win for Sass. Remember though, there is still a strike back opportunity. I mean, it's crazy. They were posting this game where Myriad looked like he was poised to win. I just think he got a little bit distracted. It's almost like Myriad was so busy thinking about the ideal late game comp. He skipped on the ideal mid game strategy, right? Walling, certain transitions just didn't transpire. No, game is undeniable. If I was Sass, I'd just type, by the way, I'm trading, so he knows it's over. Funnily enough, we actually have Myriad now trading. Now, you usually be like, whoa, Byzantines getting olive oil and gold? That's insane. Yeah, but he doesn't need, like, the olive oil's not the problem. What do you guys think? Would you have fallen for the same trap? Like, let me know. If you had games like this where you just think you've got the easy peasy late game win and then you forget something as simple as walling, right? Against Mass Horseman. Because this is the crazy thing. It wasn't once, it wasn't twice, it wasn't 3 times. 4 times My Lady and then beyond. It just never stopped. I love that Sassy didn't expect his opponent to change gears and counter the play. He's like, no, until I see a reason to stop building Horsemen, I'm just going to keep sending Horsemen. Now, the coup de grace. With all of this gold, 14 Lanceneck queued up. Can't believe I've just done that. By the way, guys, you know it's not coup de grace. It's coup de grace. And I think this is going to be the coup de grace. It's going to make Myriad want to go outside and touch some grass because this feels bad. At this point, Myriad's looking going, we're 46 minutes in the game. You got one relic. Where did these lands there come from? Oh my god, not just that, they're inspired. This makes them like Elite Plus. Like, look at the damage. They hit for 33 in an AoE. Basically, free hit Lombos. There's no doubt about it anymore. Ram's coming in. That's going to put an end to his production. I think Myriad at this point is just processing the obvious. I made a noise like I got something precious stuck in a salami slicer there. As the big cleaver boys come on through. And you're right, that is all, folks. There's really nothing left of him here. Keep dropping the tree line as well. Sass just reminding you how important it is to play wide. Myriad, just like that thin little Aquadon being chucked down a hole, playing a bit too thin. Oof. Well, there were villagers. Damn. Crazy game. All right, so I'm just going to check. Do we have a... Gully, is Gully here? Do we have a time confirmed? Yeah, we do. So, Gully versus Dimu is going to start in about 5 minutes, so we definitely won't have time for a Sass Myriad game. But basically, guys, what we'll do is we'll do the live series, and then the rest of Sass vs Myriad is going to be a nice padder between when we don't have a live series. So don't worry, we will still check out the other games of their series, but I figured you guys would want to see Dimu versus Gully. So yeah. Bear with me 1 sec, because all I will do is make a label note of that. That is... yeah, 400 horsemen later, why? Who needs walls? Alright. So, what we'll do, actually, while we wait a few minutes, we'll just catch a little bit of maybe a Myriad pub game. And then I'll keep an eye out for the draft to go live, because they should be drafting in just a second. So, chill cast. Order of the Dragon. Ugh. What in the duck? My video games? The hell? On Leopardy? The hell? Alright. So yeah, guys, we're just going to be chill mode in this game. Simply because, like, there's only 5 minutes until the next one. So, like I said, up next, we're going to be having Dimu versus Gully Deckle. And then, that sets up nicely for later on, we're going to have Voldemar versus Stay Frosty. Realistically, that should eventually be Dimu versus Voldemar, but that's not how AoE works. We watch these games for a reason. You never know how it's going to go. What was the capital city of Byzantines? Constantinople, which eventually became Istanbul. Or as small child me would say, for some reason, I always used to call it Instantbul. Which, you know what? There's an advertisement opportunity there for Red Bull. Shouldn't that be Ottomans? Istanbul, not Constantinople? Isn't it built in the same place? It's built in the same place. Might not be the same city. It got eventually evolved, but yeah. But also, do you guys know what the capital of Turkey is? Because it's not Istanbul or Constantinople. Do you know why that isn't the capital of Turkey? Yep, Ankara. Do you know why it's not the capital, though? World War I, indeed. So after Turkey had a lot of territory yoinked away from them initially, understandably, it doesn't make much sense to have your border be where your capital is. That's just begging for an easy win in a war when you lose the head of leadership from an immediate blitzkrieg strategy, right? Kind of like how, you know, France, if you think about it like in an ideal world, Paris would be in the center of Paris. You might then be asking, why is London where London is? It doesn't make much sense, but screw you guys. We always win water wars, so we don't care. Yeah, in general, like, you do not want the capital too close to the edge of your country, for obvious reasons. But yeah, the Greco-Turkish wars pushed the borders really far back, because you have to remember there was a dismantling of the Ottoman Empire. Eventually, they did reclaim that territory, but by then, they'd already settled on a new capital city. So, second TC build at Myriad. We're all caught up to maximum speed. I mean, we're not going to see much more of this because I will be hopping over once the draft is complete for Dimu versus Gully. In fact, I believe the lads are just about to complete the draft. Yeah, so we've got a draft ready. I'm going to update the scenes behind this. We'll obviously have a 5-minute delay until we're in game, so you'll probably just sit watching this one for like another 2 or 3 minutes. And the map pool is going to be... So we've got Rocky River again, and then we've got Lakeside and Baldland coming through. Brasilia being capital of Brazil and not Rio de Janeiro, same reason? Yeah. Well, like, the more interesting one is, do you guys, like, know what the capital of Australia is and why? I find that one's quite interesting as well. So the capital of the United States is Great Bend, Kansas? No, it's because the guys who had the biggest dick sway in America used to be British. So they're like, well, we're going to keep the capital city basically in what was the original Britlands. You're welcome.
Yes, sir. West Duhala.
E-N-G. E-N-G. Yeah. The Melbourne-Sydney rivalry, right? Because, like, the interesting thing is with the capital of Australia, it was kind of a forcibly developed city. So for those who don't know, the capital of Australia is Canberra. I think I pronounced that correctly. I always butcher it. So Canberra, the reason why it's the capital and Melbourne and Sydney aren't is because there was a civil war, right? And within that, there was the divide between the Melbourne forces and the Sydney forces, right? And when they came together for peace and let's be a country again, they argued over what the capital city should be. And the only fair, like, resolution was to make a city midway between the two, the capital city. So that's why Canberra is the capital. Oh, sorry, Canberra. Yeah, Canberra. Yeah. Sorry, it's not Canberra as much as Canberra, right? I think Canberra. Said I was going to mispronounce it. So yeah, Canberra is basically the capital because they middle fingered each other. You know. Kind of like how Finland's a country because both Russia and Sweden hate each other. You know? It's very poetic. This is where Killjadi appears out of nowhere to moan about that. Anyway. What I'll do, I'll get us ready to hop into the series between Dimu and Gully, because we have our drafts. Belgium became a thing too, hate between countries, right? Like, buffer states is a thing. Like it or lump it, some countries simply exist because neither the others wanted each other to have it. Oh, what? Oh, dude, they're only in lobby. Okay, now I feel bad. Well, Gully and Dimu should have started, but I think they're a little bit slow. So they're in lobby now. What I'll do is do 8x speed. We'll catch up and see if the rest of this ends. But yeah, like, basically we're just doing a chill cast while we wait for the Dimu Gully series. Which, like I said, you can see the drafts here. Like, draft-wise, Dimu got a pretty solid one. HRE Roos. Baldland Roos, pretty solid. Gully, Chinese is always good there as well, though, so you can mirror pro scouts do it actually a little bit better. Abbasids, I don't know if I'd rate it as highly as some of these other options. Delhi, of course, getting banned out. Usually getting banned out, no surprise. But, like, running out of English, I like Gully's draft more from a Lakeside perspective, but I kind of like Dumu's more from the land perspective. So that means we actually might get 3 games. Why the pigeon crossed the road? Because you shot me in the wing, you douchebag. Has Gully ever won a single pro game in any tournament? Whoa! Where did that come from? Yes, he has. Have you, Angfus? Now, if you're talking series, that's a different matter, but he's won games. Damn. Came for the AoE content, stay for the geography teachings. Yeah, I'm a bundle of stuff. Alright, so 9 minutes in, we do have the Gilded Knights coming through. Myriad went 2 TC, right? So, like, he can afford to lose 1 or 2 villages. It doesn't matter. Problem's going to be what this white tower really protects. You can see where he wants to set up his farms eventually, but they're not there yet. Second TC is also now really exposed because Myriad went wide on the deer. I don't think he had... Wait, was this a double deer stack? Yeah, he shoved it in. So that's why he played this wide, but... I mean, it's very punishable. I don't know if Ezra realizes. No, it feels like he actually may not have scouted this. Not an ideal timing anyway. He launched 2 instances of games so you can switch easily between other games. I'm not even sure if AoE 4 lets you do that. Like, does Age of Empires actually let you do that? Never tried it. Let's have a look. That does sound like something that it shouldn't allow. Because of the way that like Steam games interact, or at least more complicated Steam games interact. But if I can find my Steam files, which would be a good start. I think they should be under x86, right? Yeah, Steam. Steam apps, common, Age of Empires 4. You watch it, just force close the game down. It's going to be your fault. Ready? So it just full screened this. So, pretty sure you can't, though. Just tried. Nice idea, though. Is all the dragon basically HQ and drugs? Yes. But not like the performance-enhancing drugs that your college friends try to sell you on. Meth. Meth. It's bad. Well, like, meth and roids, right? So, like, they can swing really hard, but they're so out of their face on meth, they don't hit anything. Oh. Oh, that may get... Wrong scene. I already tried physics, guy. I just told you it doesn't work. You can't start multiple instances of AoE 4. Why are we talking about meth? Because I'm a gamer. I don't have cocaine money. Just kidding. I ain't got the money for drugs. Don't need them. You know what my drug is? Height. Caffeine does it for me. Actually, I don't really even need caffeine, but Red Bull's tasty. So, supposed to say protein works? I'm waiting until we renew. Gotta hold fire. Pull the trigger if they come back for more. So, I think we should be good now. There's no way they haven't started the game. We just added like an extra 3 minutes in. Boom. There we go. Beautiful. Why has Gully opened the series with Abbasids? It's China. In French. We're on Rocky River. Huh? Alright, what's up, Gamba? And I'm coughing my guts out because I just chugged with that banana. Oh my god. I'm dying. Oh god. I am actually dying. Alright, starting predictions. So. Predicky's up. Fine. I'll run a minute of ads now. Okay? Holy crap, I'm dying. Oh, God, my throat. Fine. I've got 30 seconds. I need to quickly respond to someone. Happy dozy. Dumu versus his grandson. I think that's correct. We've got one of the most youthful players active in the pro scene in AoE4 going up against the granddaddy himself. Team Liquid's Dumu up against Gully Deckle here in midweek muster number 9. We're into the round of 16. Winner this will be up against either Voldemort or Stay Frosty. And man, I gotta just say, I've been enjoying watching Dumu in the current meta. In a meta that's just been pro scouts everywhere, even if he has to do it, he has these more aggressive lines we've been seeing, which is, I think, actually what I've been kind of missing out of Dumu. You know, historically a very, I don't want to say defensive, but definitely strategic mid-game oriented player, has been more of a loose cannon in the weeklies, and it has been a joy to watch. Let's see what he can do in the open game. H3 versus the Bastards should definitely allow for an aggressive line. Another interesting thing here, actually, in this matchup is Gully is still a big believer in Eco Wing free TC versus Pro Scouts. And this is a second-tier Pro Scouts civ. H3 can do it, but they don't do it as efficiently as Chinese, Yuji, Rus, or Malians. But I'm expecting it in a game like this, on Rocky River of all maps, where you just have so much deer in the center up for grabs. Oof. Gully. Look at this spawn, actually. There is some ambitious TC placements available to him, but they might be a little bit too far off. He also got screwed by the berry spawns. If he had a choice, he'd actually take the Dumu side of the map, where you've got the berries on the back, and then you've got the extension ones on the side of the gold. So, like, a lot of lean left here, right? For Gully, there's a lot of lean left, but your primary gold's on the right, and a lot of your other golds are forward. So, yeah, I don't feel like this kiddo got the best of spawns here. No, best of 3s here. Best of 5s come in the semi-finals for Midweek Musters. Okay, predictions came in. 83% for Dumu. Now, Gully is on a comfort civ for him, but I can kind of see the logic in that. Dumu, definitely the more accomplished player. Usually when they meet on ladder, Dumu wins, and HRE is just a winning civ in a lot of people's eyes. Arkin should be coming in here on the gold line. And notice he wants to clip it intentionally. So what we can have out of Ben here is actually a fast castle build. With Eco Wing coming, there's not really much to stop him from doing that. And that was kind of my worry that I have with Eco Wing here. Culture Wing, I'm swearing by this choice. Like, Culture Wing plus 2 TC can feel a lot better. Like, this is a hard matchup either way because HRE just get way too much value out of fast castle. And ABBA doesn't have a quick way of denying it. I always hype up the underdog. That's not true, Philly. When your games are on, I always just say you're going to lose. Woo! Yo, Philly, when you're playing in these weeklies. What happened to the great rise of Phil's bow, anyway? I thought you were meant to be NA's new pride. I want to be able to cast Give You Anxiety versus Phil's Bodo in these weeklies. The old dog versus the new pup. So, Sheep Spawn looks like they actually got about a 50-50 divide, which is really good for Dumu because it's not 50-50. Remember, he's been extracting, Gully hasn't. So, Dumu actually scouted quite a bit better here. Arkin's going to be coming in soon. I wonder, does Dumu actually open with pressure? Like, you can fast castle like we talked about, but also against Eco Wing, you can look to dive in. If it's free TC especially, like, the H3 economy is actually good enough to brute force with archers. And we've seen in this weekly Gully Deckle's response to mass archers, when it was mass archer knight up against him. But that was a very different game, very different civ with the Roost. What's up, Zeko? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Look at that. Smart lad. He's remembering to come in each month and subscribe. Highly recommend it. And there's the Pro Scouts. Yeah, so really the world becomes his oyster. I don't know, like, what? I don't know what the appeal of the statement "world becomes your oyster" is. You know, are oysters really that good? I've never had them. I don't really have much interest in seafood. If I was going to go seafood, I'd be like, "World is your tuna," you know. World is your ribeye steak. I mean, come on, that sounds so much better, right? I mean, if you're a vegetarian, world is your hummus. That works too. Okay, Gully, 2TC. Oh, yeah, this is 2TC. So, Eco Wing feels a little bit sad when you do 2TC, guys. The only logical reason I can think why Gully wanted to do this is because he thinks he's going to need farms. And farms are kind of sadness here against Pro Scouts. Like, it's way too slow, way too inefficient. This is going to be a big sticky predicament for Gully. Brits not to know cuisine other than beans and toast. Philly, bruh. I reckon I've tasted more cuisines than you have. Authentic cuisines. Yeah, like well done, Mr. Hamburger and fries, man. You judging me? Fun fact, actually, when I started traveling, before I traveled, I was a fussy eater. Didn't eat much, but I actually expanded my palate quite a lot. And yes, you heard hummus. Hummus is goated. Most people experience hummus through like a superstore, and it's the worst crap ever. If your first experience with hummus is like proper hummus, you transcend reality. So, Demo, plenty of food now going to be coming home. And the thing is, like, 4 scouts is good enough. You don't have to be overly greedy about this. He could go up to 6, sure, but there's no point. You just slow down your tech timing and reward your opponent. Abbasis can't block you. Camel Archers take way too long to produce here. I mean, he's at least making the right call here, adding in the Horseman as well. You need it. I don't know. I'm kind of worried Dumu's just going to Burgrave him. Like, this is 100% a Burgraveable game. Gully has the right idea to at least add in Camel Archers to make that less threatening. And like I said, 2 DC over 3 makes a lot more sense here. You can't go for that third. I think we're about to see the equivalent of like a never-ending zombie apocalypse coming. No, we don't need another discussion about how you nerf Pro Scouts. You can have it between. I'm not joining on this one. I've literally had how to nerf Pro Scouts discussions a dozen times at this stage. And we're only like 2 weeks into the year. It's never ending. Thinking about Dimu, like, old Dimu would just take Regnants, right? Very orderly play. Very safe. But I think Burgrave just gives you a kill point by 18. Okay, old Dimu is. So we got orderly and safe. Isn't feeling the necessity to rush into Burgrave here. I mean, he can still add in a lot of racks after this. You can afford the pump. He has already got the stables to add in a few knights as well. I'm wondering why he didn't want Burgrave per se. Oh, look, because we can just have Burgrave at home. Yeah, I actually like this. You know, the reality is that the Basses won't be able to fast tech. I think where Burgrave feels necessary is against civs that can rush a landmark, but like the Basses can't, right? So you feel pretty healthy that you're going to have a window for men-at-arms, even if it isn't a Burgrave one. So, actually a smart read. I think in another matchup, you probably consider the Burgrave. Oh, wow. He opened spears. A little bit shocked by that, considering your opponent like has potentially got Camel Archers coming, which will counter men-at-arms and spears. I guess he just wants that layer of protection. So this is probably Dumi playing for a late timing, right? By going spears, it allows him to protect relics. If you go men-at-arms, it allows you to dive your opponent's base. Gully learned from the KJ series that walls are important. I mean, he walled in that series too, he just walled in a different location, right? But like, this map compared to that map was Dry Arabia in the Johan series. You know, Dry Arabia would give you more options on the flanks, whereas the way that Rocky River's designed, you're very much already in probably the most defensively oriented location on the map. So you don't have much fallback. So that's why you see so often on Rocky River, 2 types of walls. Either the ones that are right in your base like this, or the ones that are cross-map. I feel like Dimu should be top 3 in AoE4, but I feel he sometimes loses matches he shouldn't. What do you think Dimu could do better in AoE4 in general? I think Dimu, the way I always describe him, is a very orderly player. And I don't mean the orderlies are going to come and wipe your bum for you now. I think he just plays a very, quite often, safe style of AoE4. But occasionally, while he's doing that, he just takes unnecessary lines later in the game. I think actually Marine Lord said about this as well. Like, it just feels like Dimu has a really cool idea, really cool execution, then maybe there's just a pivot point later on that doesn't make sense. And it's crazy because I think Dimu knows himself, like, he knows the way to play the strategy. It's just in the moment, sometimes it takes a weird U-turn. So I think it's maybe more just trusting that he knows the correct strategy already, if that makes sense. I think sometimes, like, when you're playing at the highest level, you can question whether what you're doing is right, because you should look to pivot. you should look to like adjust your strategy to what your opponent's doing. But if you're already ahead, that's kind of unnecessary. Now, this looks really good, man. I like the strategy. Like, this is the example where taking an unorthodox route is really smart by Dimmu. This is a discount Burgrave, but it's going to have the same intended effect because it's against the Bastards. That's a sick read. Right, I fought Burgrave. I imagine there's probably a few players in chat that would think Burgrave made sense here as well. But this gives him the elongated play. It also completely eliminates the value of 2TC for Bastards, and it still gives you a kill point in the game. And maybe a fair point coming in there, like comparison to Wham. So it's not that Dimmu isn't doing anything to kind of expand on what Stupak is saying there. It's that I'd say Dimmu more often looks for an all-in point, whereas like a lot of the high-level players in the mid-late game will look for raid, right? Dimmu is very good at finding his bulk and kill point. It's a classic Terran player, right? Just massing full Marines. And the Marines have arrived. Men-at-Arms breaking through the wall. Undermesh 1 there. Soon could end up being Undermesh 2. Yes, coming through now. What's up, Carney, for Alex? Thank you very much. Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. And the Swarm is most definitely in. Crossbows queued up by Gully, but they're going to be coming out right into the waiting arms of the Men-at-Arms. Not ideal. Do we at least have textiles? We do. That's why Gully isn't losing villages as quickly as he should here. But it's still going to hurt. And remember, while you are focusing on this, Dimmu is focusing on the win condition. 2 relics home, 2 more coming in. First wave of Men-at-Arms is dead. The second, third, and fourth are already on the way. I don't like the look of this for the kiddo. Gully really is just being strangled in this game. Camelarch is already down. Horseman can maybe at least slow down when the relic's being retrieved, but it feels undeniable where this is going. Going to a game 2 with Dimmu already a match point because Gully, this matchup never really feels that easy, but with the eco wing line that so many players want to take for Bastards, you see how vulnerable it is to the Pro Scouts meta. Ironically, when everyone's like, oh, we need more Bastard nerfs on eco wing, we did get that slight run, right? The 5% tweak to Fertile Crescent. Well, now, when you look at how dominant Pro Scouts is, you sometimes wonder whether it was even needed. Like Gully at almost any stage is basically half idle eco. And up against HRE, of course, has most of his economy buffed under here. 37 villages right now, getting that better gathering speed. Plus, soon to be 5 relic regnants. There's no denying that Ben is insanely far ahead. He could easily be Imperial Age by 16 minutes while still diving. Could have skipped Stables Horseman to go pure Feudal Camelarcher? Yeah, I think that's like the way you have to address Mass Men-at-Arms. Like, we've seen this a very effective strategy for ABBA versus Japanese. Just get Camelarchers going. Because you can kite out Men-at-Arms and snipe them. Horseman doesn't really do that for you. All he ended up doing was forcing Dimmu to build 4 spears, which doesn't feel that bad to do for an HRE economy anyway. I mean, if it was a different production building, I'd understand it, right? But the thing that Dimmu wanted exists where the Spearmen do as well. At this point, Gully's just processing the loss. And process complete. Not quite Pentium levels of processor, but not as quick as my new Ryzen. I'll give him a mid-tier. He's like the 3700X I used to have. Gully, he's going to need to upgrade there. He's going to have to level up. He's going to have to prove that he can be a 9800 X3D if he wants to play up against a player like Dimmu. Game 1 going to Ben. Oh. So, let's mark that one up. Win for Benny Boy. Map number 2, where are they taking us? I think they're loading him right now, actually. Perfect timing. So, I think Gully's probably going to force Water expecting English. So you go Lakeside. And then you can pick French there, right? French versus English is fairly decent for French on that map we've been seeing. It's such a defensive map, though. I wonder if that worries him. But then, like, you know that ideally your opponent wants Roost for Borderland. And you've got Chinese or Ibids there. You could just play Roost versus Chinese. Did they remember to make game 2 spectatable? Or did they do the stupid? Let me have a look here. They might have done the stupid. So one sec, let me mark up Holy Roman Empire versus ABBA. Win for the left. Current meta, Ben either makes games over by 15 or he mid-games and over by 30. I mean, that's a lot broader. Marlins or Roost for Borderlands? Yeah, like I said, I think Dimmu just has a really good draft as it goes deeper. Okay. Gully may have annoyed us. I'm assuming it was Gully. Because would you guys like to see what I'm looking at right now? You ready for this? Ready? So, oh. Maybe I'm just bugged. No, look, I can observe games. Pokemon Discord? Yep, now doing it. Sorry about that, guys. Spectatable, please. I don't know if you'll see it, though, because most players won't be looking at their Discord when they're in game. Because it doesn't make sense. I have to restart the game. I mean, part of me is like tempted to start doing that, but it's like, it's so hard to, like, you know, obviously one player didn't do it. Cool and Gully, thank you, Jim. I think it should be early enough that they could. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, it's like, maybe it seems nitpicky. It's not. Like, the way I like to point this out, and it's the same reason why I say you need to have your match history open if you play Midweek Musters, no exception, is I'm not going to run a tournament if I can't actually create content around the tournament. That is literally, like, a guaranteed loss of revenue. Doesn't make sense. So, yeah. Hopefully we'll get that restarted. Sort in a second. Appreciate you. But looking, I can at least confirm that map number 2 is going to be English IU. Yeah, so this is... He went Borderland. That's pretty good for Dimmu, though. I feel like English isn't too bad there. That's crafty by Ben. Yeah, I actually think that, like, Gully's mindset is it makes no sense. You'd expect English on Lakeside, right? But I think Dimmu was probably thinking Marlians for Lakeside. Or Ruse for that opening boat transition. Good content idea for YouTube. Be cool to see the best Mongol English whatever single Civ games in one YouTube video from each midweek muster. I like that idea, Carney. The problem is getting help on the YouTube side for that. So I've been looking for someone to take over managing, editing, uploading, etc. for YouTube. I don't have that person yet. But it's definitely, like, that type of thing is something I want to do once we do. Match of the days or highlights of the week, plays of the week, those type of things could be really cool elements, potentially, that people would be interested in. But I need a person for that. So yeah, if someone is interested in doing that type of thing, call me. Because I did have a guy that was meant to be helping with that, but they've now been AWOL for a month and a half. So, plan fell through. A remake. Thank you, team. Appreciate you, mate. Oh, dear, oh dear. Yeah, so apologies, folks. We just need another minute or two. While we wait... What can we check in on? Looking in lobby now. I imagine I'm going to have the 5-minute delay. But, while we wait, reminder, folks, that today we actually have got other series we'll be able to check in on. So, B versus MSN will be happening quite late. I will catch that one tomorrow. But, we will be able to cast Mia Micah versus Elona. We're also going to be having... SAS versus Myriad probably today. Hopefully, at time we can do. Voldemort versus Stay Frosty is also going to be happening. So we should have at least half of our round of 16 games done today. And probably cast today. So yeah, plenty of games to come, so don't worry. And a decent amount of them live. Can do basic editing in Adobe Premiere. I mean, you know, if you want to get involved with this guy, I'd welcome it, man. Like I said, like I want someone. The thing that I always try to emphasize with this when I was calling to action before, is like the guy I had coming in hadn't got oodles and oodles of editing experience. It was actually more the passion with which they state that they want to be involved, right? Like I don't want someone who is a wonderkind straight away. I want someone who wants to become that good. I want someone who actually wants to see it grow into a point where they could make a full living off of it and beyond. That's my goal, right? Put the Civ flags in the thumbnails because I only watch China games. I mean, okay. I mean, you don't even subscribe to channel. Are you the target demographic? Now, I've talked about this before. The problem with just putting flags in is you think it's going to be good, but not necessarily. It can be seen as a key component of the game, but also if there's something else that matters more, it's just a distraction point, right? Like the best thumbnail design is like almost minimalistic in what is targeting you to look at. Okay, we're still waiting a minute or two for them to start game. I'm going to ask them to make 0-min delay on game 2 to get us in, because of course it's an awkward delay. Did not watch really KillerPigeon's. Now I do almost every day. Love to hear it, Black Forest, mate. But yeah, like I said, I'm not looking for someone who's literally, I've been using Photoshop for 8 years and Premiere for 10, right? Like, that person's probably working for Mr. Beast or something like that already. It's more about finding someone that is eager, passionate about it, wants to do it, and then also is interested in the idea of, like, eventually us doing more than just AoE4. I want a Gen Z baby? That's not true. I think a lot of Gen Z babies are lazy. Not all of them, but I mean, just with any generation. Okay, so hopefully, guys, like I said, we should be able to skip the 5-min delay. Nice, Gully responded. So we're going to skip the 5-min delay, which means the moment they launch the game, we'll be in. So that should make up for a little bit of the gap here, getting into game 2. Apologies about that, folks. And I reckon after this one, we should be able to hop straight into... Yeah, after this one, we'll likely look to hop straight into Miyamika versus Elona, which I think is going to be a fun set. Miyamika's been really enjoying to watch play, actually. He's had those funky builds. You guys remember the Mongol versus Malian game against Lash, where he fast Imperialed as Mongols? If they're not streaming, we can watch live? What do you mean? I'm confused. What? Rogan? We are watching live. Let me check. How's YouTube doing as well? You all happy? Yeah. They're always chill. Alright, nice. We're hopping in. Poogers. Yeah, we're live, chill. What are you on about? Got me like Rogan. Look at that. See? Just a few seconds out. Alright, let's get Predickies going. I'll get them up. Game 2 is a go. And let me flip that around. Gully fans are going to be shocked he's not leading. Yaru to Worker. We are into game number 2, Lakeside time, and Dumu has thrown a little bit of a... No, not curveball, actually. Yeah, so we saw there was English Ibids, but I didn't see the map pick. I thought based on these map picks, on these SIP picks rather, we were going to Borderland. Like the way that this had been drafted, English would have made a lot of sense there. Dumu obviously, wait, no, we went through this already, didn't we? Yeah, so the curveball that was thrown here is that Dumu still had English that could work variably here or Borderland. Gully Decker, we said he had to look towards Lakeside because you basically need to try and get that one up while your civs are still cooking well. The weird part to me is, like, he had French, which has looked pretty good here, but he went IU. Now, I think a big part of that is because the English matchup. It's weird, actually, because French have looked okay against English on this map. The problem, though, is, like, a good English player has a very good attack point. I can't help but feel Gully maybe expected something else, though, like the Malians. Because Ibids want to open Desert Raiders. They want to open Dervishes. You can't really do that against English because Lombos just win against all, right? So yeah, very kind of curious choice that was forced by the weirdness of the draft, right? And this is why I was saying I think Dimu's draft overall was a lot better. Like, he had the Rus, which could very be flexed here, probably wasn't going to be. But then he had Rus/Malians, even English for Borderland. Meanwhile, Gully, like, he picked Chinese, French, Ibids. We already saw the Abbasids. You know, French has been very popular here. Chinese you'd think would be good, but never gets picked on this map. So I think, by the looks of it, Gully was trying to train China for the final game. That does kind of worry me, though, because if we go into that third game, it is going to be against Rus on one of their best maps. What are my thoughts on this map? You really like it? I think this map isn't too bad. I almost want to say that the spawns are a bit too defensive. I actually think on this map, the way you make this map good, the only thing that really needs to be fixed drastically, this cliff should be super crusty thin. Because I don't like that you have to rotate all the way around the back to do any land damage. Right? Like, you can admittedly idle the gold, but unless you're playing ranged units, you can see you can't idle the gold. It's in range to TC. So that would be my advice, is like, you know, you've got a lot of easy to access resources at the back here with the gold and the wood, and sometimes things like the berries. Why are we making it so easy to defend? If they make that change, I think Lakeside is a really solid map. I like the idea that there's only one deep water fish, so you can't just turn it into a elongated water game. And although we've seen players play onto water aggro occasionally, I feel like quite often it is a distraction strategy from their real win condition, which I like. Okay, so how did you guys vote on this one? 78% for Dimu. So you're saying there's more of a chance for Gully. That's actually a positive swing for him. Abbey of Kings is going to be coming in. This is to be expected. Even though the Desert Raiders are really annoying, and wow, he is actually going Desert Raiders. So this is actually a little bit better for Gully than I was expecting, because you'll get the Desert Raider to block, but this has to be fast castle afterwards, because the problem now with the Abbey of Kings play is if Dimu adds in, for example, stables, he's going to have mobile heal and you don't. Usually the reason why Dervish feels like a good fort here is because you will be able to heal while running around, just like the King will be able to heal with his troops while running around. I think Gully was expecting maybe Council Hall here. If this does turn into fast castle rush on both sides, by the way, this matchup is meant to be fairly good for Ibids. Just because Camel Lancers means you can't really answer Knights, and also the presence of the Dervishes, right? They're just so much quicker to get on the map. You want to see transport ship drops in the corner? I think you more likely see those if you could actually like access here to pick up units. Like, I haven't seen it so far, but I like the idea of just, for example, dock drop over here, right? And pulling a transport ship down to the coast here to pick up infantry to go across. So they should be both aware that they're fishing. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm surprised that we're not seeing aggro. Dimu is coming out with the archer ship. Like, he's got a very big edge because it's Desert Raider wing. This means that Gully should be reacting with a Springald ship opening. Yeah, we actually have had a few Normandies on Lakeside. We've had a few times people have dropped units. It usually feels a lot better in the mid to late game. We actually also had a game, if you guys remember, where I believe it was Kiljadi almost lost all of his Camel Lancers, getting away with a transport ship with like 10 HP. So even though transpos are tanky, usually the point in the game where you're doing them, it's very risky. So Bagler already queued up. It's going to be a little bit of annoying idle time for Gully, but we'll be able to get reaction. Demo ship's already been queued as well by Dimu, though. The worry I have here is, like, if you slip up at all in water as Gully, you lose this. And that's a slip up already. The reason is that the English will be able to get the big edge. They get a discount on their boats, so by the time you built your 10 boat, you got one for free. The only advantage that Ibids have on water is they pay 75 wood for a dock. Now, that play is very useful on maps like Baltic. It's not very useful on maps like Lakeside. And yeah, he just realized he overextended. Big mistake made there. Demo's going to wipe him out. And, you know, now that you have a very big problem, because your opponent's 2 boats ahead, the next step can be Admiralty. I don't think Dimu's going to rush it because he's probably going to want to focus more on some land pressure. Desert Raider is already there to annoy the King. Yeah, and you're just seeing how hard Desert Raider counters King as well. It's ridiculous. Catch is you can just run away, and Kishibubu's better. But it doesn't mean that the king loses his early game potential. Yeah, but at the same time, if you're Ben, you're kind of happy that it was Desert Raider Wing, because now you don't have to worry about Eco Wing clogging you up, right? Because like 3 extra villages here would be huge. Instead, right now we have Gully struggling to compete because he's stuck building military vessels in a situation where he already lost the fishing. And this is what I don't like, is like when you start to lose water like this, you need to remember that this isn't Holy Island, right? It's not the type of map where if you lose water, you need to panic like the game is about to end if you don't readdress water. This is a map where if you lose water, you need to have that willingness to shrug your shoulders and move to land. And instead of seeing that, we're seeing Gully still try to compete and Dumu move to land. So you're now a step behind, right? Like, we realized on the Holy Island very quickly that with a slight lead on water, you can actually play land. Players got a lot better doing that. You come on a map like Lakeside, it's a map that already encourages that land play. So of course you're going to be expecting it. Problem here for Gully is, with, him going Desert Raiders, his opponent going Lombos, he isn't ready for it. And the cool thing about this play now, the reason why I actually really like Abbey of Kings into Lombos, is you get that old school build that was broken at launch. Do you guys remember when you used to get campfire tech and the Lombos would heal? Well, now, instead of paying for campfire tech, you just pay for a king. And he provides that healing, while also being a blocker to certain unit counters. So yeah, very good start here for Ben. Gully is rushing Castle Age as expected. Growth Wing will be the optimal choice. There is a world in which you go Industry Wing, go 2TC. I don't think he's going to be doing it in this game though. He's probably too worried about the immediate presence of English Lombos. Outpost is already coming up to block this Lombo play. Timing might be a little bit late though. Could end up losing a villager. Especially if he gets distracted on water, which is what Timu is trying to fish for right now. Lombo's moving in. Nice blocker. Desert Raider actually is going to buy the time. So Outpost goes up. Desert Raider is going to go down. And he rebuilt the fishing! Oh no. Worrisome choice here. Demo in the meantime moves in. Spagler is basically going to get mopped up. Now Gully, he does have a castle play coming, but Dumu is starting to stockpile as well. He's not going to be as far behind as you'd expect here. And also, Gully's going to be riding blind. Sees nothing on the map now. Gully can't really afford to add in more boats. You don't really want to at this stage. And... what? Alright, that is completely unexpected. Culture Wing Logistics over Growth Wing. This is ambitious, right? Like, you're going to get 3 dervishes. In theory, they can't heal, but with the Lombo count blobbing, with you hemorrhaging villages as well, I mean, you have multiple issues here. Your opponent's economy is already better. And if he keeps adding Lombos, the dervish play is crap, right? It just dies because they will instantly get sniped. So he needs to make sure he actually gets some horsemen or extra cavalry out to protect this play. But that is going to delay his timing in castle. And while he's teching, Dimu's going to be doing so too. In fact, I think Dimu is going to mirror the timing here. Oh. I mean, we know it's Ben's day off, right? He doesn't stream on Monday. He's like, I didn't want to have to play too much today, so let's make this fast. It feels like it is going to be a fast 2-0. Idle time on the wood line as well. He's going to have to pull everyone to the back corner without wheelbarrow. Same with the gold. I mean, that matters a lot when you consider you're stockpiling for a big push at the beginning of castle. King's Pass now on the way. 30 seconds to go on the dervish play. Means that Gully is going to end up with probably about a 10 to 15 second window to dance around here. Yeah, this is looking brutal. He dismantled him with just 7 longbows. It's not like Gully didn't have units, right? He had 3 units. He had like literally 3 of them. I think it was 3 Desert Raiders in total. Gully, tech up now complete. Dervishes are going to be let loose. Dumu doesn't know it's Dervish. He might suspect that. You can see he's already backing up with the Lombos. This is awkward because it means he can't intercept you. There's at least one relic he can safely acquire here. Lancers have been queued up as well, but Dimmu now prepping the crossbows. He knows. He sees the dervish. So Gully's going to try to run away, but the king already has his scent here. Good news is the king can't really kill a dervish, so as long as you get away from the longbows, you're safe. We do have Desert Rays waiting behind, but of course they don't want to engage. That's about to get ugly as well, because the archership is going to find them. 3 damage done there. Gully, run? Run? Well, that's a big blunder. Gully will lose one of the Desert Raiders, almost both of them. Means it's much harder now to contest. Crossbow's already in the way, spears as well. Has at least got 2 relics home, but one of them was the safe relic. So these other 2 are going to be blocked. And that means that Dimmu can now rush the monastery to take these away. Yeah, and that's where the big problem comes in, right? Like, this was Gully's win condition. The perceived win condition was to get 4 relics and then blob quality units. Instead, it's now going to be Dimmu doing that. Dervish is being sneaky, though. Wait, did he get... There's no... Yeah, he got seen. We got in. I don't think he's going to get out, though. On south side. But Lancers are going to get found. I mean, we don't even have undermesh, right? So even with the base damage, the Lombos do sting a little. Yeah, spear and crossbow ready to go, so... Dervish is going to go for the pickup, but it's just going to kill him. Oof, right up the Tushki. Final stab and pull. Okay, so what's Gully's win condition now? We do have vet archers being prepped, which is really awkward because your opponent's already got crossbows. Manjaniques are kind of sick once you reach a scalar point, but we're nowhere near that. I think Gully is going to have to try and Fred 2 TC and pray. The problem is Dimmu's already 2 TC, so he's not going to fall behind there. Is there a world in which Gully instead tries to go into an all-in? It's probably going to serve him a better opportunity here, but folks, this is looking pretty grim. It's 41 military to 4. Some of that is on water, sure, but a lot of that is on land. Half that is on land. We also saw veterancy being queued, but crossbows being built anyway. I think Gully's panicked a little. I don't think he knows what to do. Like, that's the only reason I could imagine you'd be queuing veterancy archers and going crossbows. This is kind of a little bit lost now. Yeah, Lakeside definitely a newer map, right? Hasn't been practiced so much, so it's a water hybrid, but it's a very weird kind of hybrid. It's not like your classic one, like a Holy Island, where there's so much fish to work with, so you just know what to commit into. I think in hindsight, looking back at this game, Gully is going to be feeling a bit silly that he tried to contest water instead of just choosing to bait and then go land, right? Because he could have still fished for a bit on the water side, baited his opponent, and landed with a military force on the mainland. But instead, those extra boats, when he was already one behind, essentially cost him any sort of presence in this game. Oh god, and the Lancers run straight into the spears. Any loss is a loss too many here. Looks like we have got Ghoulims being prepped. I mean, that would have been a cool idea to start the age originally. Ghoulim Archers actually is affordable, but like this stopover in crossbow Lancers just doesn't really make much sense for Gully. Second wave arriving. This is getting ridiculous. Gully, I mean, he can try to fall back on Manjaniques. Right, he has got these choke points that would be reliable when he is against a blob of crossbows. Spear's also not exactly the quickest killers of Siege. At this stage, Manjaniques just feel so expensive. He's going to be building them now. Lance is, of course, going to assist with that as well, so we'll get a good timing on the structure. But he's very much in the clock, right? He's only got 1,000 gold left back here. Already. All this forward infrastructure, kind of regretting it now. We do have wood gathering on the south side, a little bit dangerous, but he feels like he needs to take those risks. Gully, I mean, this has, if this is not a keep, you're dead. If this is 2 TC, you are dead. If it's a keep, you still might be dead. He's basically hoping that the keep will go up because Dimu will be reluctant to dive Imaginique. That's the strategy here. So you are relying on your opponent kind of pussyfooting about it. And I can kind of see why Dimu would, right? Like, what's the rush? He's got 2 Sacred Sites. He could actually just rush Imperial now. So Gully does get a Stay of Execution now. With that Stay of Execution, he might be able to turn this into 2 TC. More likely, it's just going to be 3 TC and a pun. It sounds so greedy, but I just can't really back anything but the most absurd choice here. Trying to play an orderly game when you're this far behind is how you get further behind, right? Like, it's exponential advantage building. If your opponent has a small percentile advantage at an early phase, it builds into a bigger one unless you do something drastic. If you're playing the most orderly, logical, straightforward build order, all you're doing is just following behind them, right? It's kind of like when you see someone build free TC, discover it 2 minutes later, and then decide you're going to go free TC. You've just done that, but you're now an extra 6 villages behind. Doesn't make sense over ram rushing them, for example. So there's the second. Third is definitely coming. He's going to be threading a very thin needle here because the clock is basically going to be down to about 2.5 minutes by the time he has an army that can fight. This is a good start, though, with the Lancers. Great little raid here on the back. Crossbows are trickling in, but, man, the villagers, they're running into them. Even easier value being found. No textiles either. So nicely extracted value. Lancers need to just stay alive and try to idle around the back now. Is he thinking to turn this into a keep drop? He doesn't have the stone, so we need to gather a little bit more, but I can kind of see the merit of it. If you get a keep drop here, you can go for a decap. You have a shuffle out into the D as well as the south. Lancers still being annoying in those back farms. Dimu has spread them quite wide here, which, funnily enough, actually favors Camel Lancers, not defenders, because the wider it is, the more they can dance around you, right? Like, if all your farms are here, yeah, I can idle it by diving this area, but with Raiders, you can just block me more easily. So Lancers are going to be going down in the end. Long Charge might get another kill, but Textiles comes in clutch. Okay, so he shrunk the eco lead. It's still a 14 villager lead, but it won't get any bigger. I say that, Gully, his food needs to get bigger fast. Kind of looking a bit starved in this kingdom. Yeah, it's funny, last series he like mentioned that we didn't notice his idle TC. Don't worry, Gully, we saw it this time. Finally more getting queued up. It's just that awkward gap pulling out into the deer, right? And what is up, Floridian? Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to Swarm. A new sub. Big poggers. Keep those subs coming in. It's like pressing F to pay respects to Gully, because he is dead. He sees the army and immediately calls it. Oh, man. Dimu, there's no winning this, mate. Because even though you beat him, you just beat up a kid. This doesn't look good either way. So a 2-0 victory for Dimu means he's through to the quarterfinals. All too familiar sight. The question now is, do you think he'll be up against Voldemar or Stay Frosty? Voldemar, he's been busy with his studies. Maybe Stay Frosty. All these weeks of grinding is finally going to pay off. That we'll find out soon enough. But hopefully you enjoyed this video. Make sure you're liking them. Make sure you're subscribing to the channels for more of this type of content. I'll catch you all in the next chapter. GG's, Mr. Gully. Gosh, Gully, he's dead. Bit of a rough 2-0 victory. So, Dimu versus Gully done, but we do have another live series coming up in about 5 minutes. And that is going to be between me and Micah and Elona. Pretty exciting one, actually. I think that one's going to be quite close. Especially with me and Micah's recent performance on Sunday, qualifying through to the main event of EGC's next tournament. So what we'll do, we'll watch a little bit of ladder play while we wait for those two to begin, because they've got about 5 to 8 minutes to go. So we'll check in on some ladder. Looks like we've got Chuck Francis up against Numan on Hill and Dale, so watch a little bit of this game while we wait, okay? Quick in and out, the way I like it. You are clearly a fast food goer. We could sneak in a GeoGuessr? Wait, what? to figure anyone wants to watch GeoGuessr. Oh man, I'm dying still. I mean, I'm dying less. You know? That's the positive. Type race. All the classics. What, no one wants to play Hangman? Come on. Oh, wow. Well, you look at that. Ladder spawns. Yeah, this looks like great gold, doesn't it? This map is so dog crap. All right, thank you, Jim. Yeah, Elona and Miyamika in 10. So we'll watch a little bit of this, guys, and then we'll have Elio versus Miyamika. I think that one is going to be a 3-game series. It should be quite close, quite tight. Oh, man.
Me?
Well, also, while we watch the scouts run around, let me just quickly... I'll update the graphics behind the scenes. I might eat one of my protein bars while we wait, actually. Oh, I'm a bit peckish. I ate breakfast fairly early today, and I'm kind of regretting it. Because I actually woke up early for once. It's very rare for me. Always an insanely creative StarCraft player too. Yeah, I think Mio... The thing that I always highlight with him, like maybe his fundamental flaw, is he doesn't have enough Civ diversity. But I looked at his drafting, actually, from the qualifier for EGC, and I was actually blown away. The dude has really stepped it up in terms of Civ comp diversity. So, very promising detail there, actually. Let me just save. And that means, yeah, I'm just updating the bracket behind the scenes for you guys. So, Numan Gully we've had Wham versus Starflark. Next up be Mio versus Elio. There you go, guys. That's the current bracket as things stand. We did catch game 1 of SAS versus Myriad. We will look to check in on that series, the rest of it, a little bit later. Obviously, because we have live series, we're focusing on them for the moment. But if there's a break after Mio versus Elio, we can then hop back into that one, okay? Did we renew our Protein Works sponsorship? No. I'm hopeful that they'd be interested. I've reached out to a new contact point, so I'll let you guys know if we get renewed with them. If we do, I'll let you know what the code is, and you can then dive into it. But yeah. Looking to have talks with them, so pause a little bit longer on your purchases and then sink your teeth into them if they come back. Can't believe you thought it was going to be French trade with Chuck Francis. Do you not know this guy? This man, this myth, this legend? How weird was it that Dimmu and I both banned the exact same civs? I mean, dude, like... You both banned Juji and Delhi. That wasn't too surprising. I keep saying, like, Juji are solid, like, A tier in general. But I think they actually might be borderline S tiering in comp. Pro Scouts made them too good. By the way, I actually think the Pro Scouts made a hurt Delhi because they can't rush it like other civs. So it actually gives you a pretty cool window against them. Like, Delhi were ridiculous, right? They still are, but I think they're slightly less ridiculous with Pro Scouts. So, like, French, Rus, these type of picks can compete a little bit better than they used to. French in particular, because they also have that eco benefit, right? They're producing more villages over time. We'll stick on the 2x speed, though. Definitely when you think about the skill levels of the players, I think Numan's favored here, especially because Chuck Francis hasn't been as active lately from what I've been seeing on the ladder. I don't think we've been seeing as much of him. So that's definitely someone that like plays into Numu's favor, whereas Numu's been hard grinding. Unfortunately for Numan, the qualifiers did not work out for him, right? He failed to qualify. So Numan, he lost in the, I think it's the round of 8 to Corvinus 2-0. The Corvinus is molding about too many free-for-alls. Clearly empowered him to then go and be his best in qualifier number 2 after falling flat in the first. First 2 steps are HRE Sushi. Yeah, I think just usually everywhere makes sense. HRE, just like when you have the hybridization. I also think Rocky Canyon, or Rocky River as the opening map is good for HRE. Actually, both those civs. Like, I think the default map this week just sets up HREs usually to be the most optimal ban sequence. So, we have a push coming. It's kind of sick. Numan is breaking in the base already with Scholars. That's a sick read. Like, Francis just wants to mass Knights, right? But the Scholars made this much harder of an engagement because you don't have range units. Nice blocker on the gold. Gonna force a recommitment, but not wanting to forward much of. Gonna slow us down a little bit as the big fight comes in. He does surround. Tries to club the villagers. You want to kill the Knights, though. That's all you need here. Knight kills equal win. It really is that simple. But Numu, he's way too tunnel vision on villager kills. Oh my god, he at least does get that one before stepping away. And this is the thing, if you just stand here and heal, you're fine. Like, Numu doesn't even need to leave. He's got Spinman coming behind. Chuck is now adding in a Horseman. Oh my god, no. Guys, I think Chuck is dead. I mean, he really should be to this type of build. The idea of French cavalry raiding isn't bad, by the way. Like Chuck Francis just building Knights isn't the worst idea. I just want to defend that. The problem is he's not doing what he needs to with them. He's not attacking. Like, sitting at home like this is the worst possible thing to do. If this was your strategy, you might as well have built spears. And also, you're taking too long to the point the Numu is now walling. Funnily enough, he could have used the spears for this. It's a little bit suboptimal for that, but he's threatened by the Knights. Flash coming in. This is about micro efficiency, and Numu apparently just egg-clicked. Oh no! That's a huge blunder! Numan, I don't know what was happening there. He's sleeping at the wheel. Spearman now coming in to reinforce. Scholar's getting focus fire a little bit too much in this engagement. The spears are still free in the mixer, so Chuck has to back away. Does lose a few of the cavalry units. I think that is a fight that never should have happened. Numan, that dive earlier just cost him so much, right? If he'd just not overcommitted and camped here, his opponent wouldn't have the goal to have competed with him at all. Numu, his pro scouts has come in, right? So the deer are now being contested. We still have the one safe in the back of his base. He should be able to go after them, but he only has one scout right now. Chuck, we're seeing in a very sad game, right? Because he didn't go for it. How many sheep did he get? Like, I'm trying to think why he didn't want to do this. 15 sheep. Okay, so to kind of, like, defend against Gully's point of going pro scouts, the reason why he didn't do it here is because he just has so much food already. Like, this dude is sitting on 15 sheep still because he pushed the deer in. I think Hill and Dale is... There aren't many maps that are bad for pro scouts. One of the worst of maps for pro scouts because one of the potential deer stacks can never be touched, right? So your variability, your options are limited. You're handcuffed. Let me check. Do we have the draft underway for me and Micah? No. So we'll keep watching this for the sec. In fact, we'll speed up again a little bit. Yeah. Like, I don't think you ever want to pro scouts here. Maybe China? Because you get so much safe food on ladder. Can you explain how the auto qualification works? Something about ladder, non-ladder was confused because I thought elo equal ladder position. What, you mean for our weeklies? Sure. So the way that the weeklies work is that half of the people invited, it's based off of your tournament elo, right? Which is something that's tracked in a spreadsheet. The other half of the invites are based off of their ladder ranking. So we have a total of 32 players maximum each week. 16 of them are invited from the previous week, so the top 16. And then of the remaining 16, 8 of them are based on their tournament elo, and 8 of them are based on their ladder ranking. So really nice way to not be gatekeepy, invites a lot of new people to the scene. As we're talking about that, big fight coming in here, and the Spearmen were out of position. However, the follow-up fight doesn't even matter. Chuck microing away the injured here. Bloody hell, that was a massacre. Yo, AoE 4 looks kind of crazy on 2x speed. Can we just agree? Am I the only one that likes it? That was a wild fight. So Spearman actually able to recover an awkward situation there. But recovery isn't good enough. Numu needs to keep this ticking time bomb going. Sacred Sight's now getting decapped. Village Elite is starting to build for Chuck. Don't it do some 8x casts? I mean, I like doing them. The thing I'm just worried about is, like, I don't know if... Would people actually watch AX casts upload to YouTube? Probably not, sadly. As cool as it would be. I don't know. Maybe it's something I can explore if I have, like, a YouTube manager in place so that I know everything else is being optimized in the channel. Then it could potentially be interesting. Alright, we still don't have a draft for Neo and Elio. These lazy-ass late mother duckers. Yeah, hopefully they'll be underway in a second. Guildhall now coming in. Numu, of course, beat Castle Age. What? Sorry, that's probably the incorrect noise and was misassumed to be something different. Why do we have Tower Elephants over War Elephants? That's a bit weird. Tower Elephants... War Elephants just feels a lot more logical here, right? Against the French Knights. Even against the Spears, actually. I don't know. Like, I get that he's worried about Arbre de Triomphe, but... I mean, War Elephants is more cost-efficient to give you an attack point here. They're also quicker to arrive to the fight. Now, it is going to end up being the right read with Arbitrary coming in, but I think you could have probably bolstered this with a few War Elephants as well. Sacred Sight's at least being decapped. Relic's not being played for by Chuck here. It's a bit of a misstep. Yeah, he's now fixing it. Monastery is coming in. AX Speedcast would do really well. Well, then the argument is if YouTube crowd would like it, would Twitch crowd really like it, though? I don't know. Like, the amount of people like, why are we going 2x speed? I'm like, whoa, calm down, old man. Okay, technically, if 2x speed is too fast, YouTube has a speed option. Twitch doesn't. So then you just need to hear me speaking like this. Okay, so Tower Elephant's revealed here. We're as live as we can get. Chuck, you might be wondering, like, why didn't he go Raw Institute? He could have just won the game from here. But legit, this is fine. Guildhall, wait, no, this is not fine. Why is he on stone? What? Okay, this is meant to be fine because fast imp, but Chuck has switched over to stone gathering on the Guildhall, which quite a while ago, if you guys remember, actually got nerfed. The gather rate, the accruement rate on stone is worse than the other resources now. So I'm a little bit shocked by that. Because if you guys remember, the meta kind of got to a point where people would just spam keeps everywhere with French, and it was completely and utterly toxic. What an unexpected change. Okay, so I can confirm, by the way, the Mio versus Elio draft is underway. Once it's complete, we'll be able to switch over to it. I believe they're going to have a 5-minute delay, so we at least got like probably 3 to 4 more minutes of this. Okay, so what's the new moves play here? Is he going to fast imp? This feels like a fast imp build, right? The Chuck, I mean, he should have been able to fast imp, but this... Was this a misclick? I feel like this was a misclick. Why are we skipping the Numan and Chuck game? Because this is a pub ladder game. And we're going to be hopping into a tournament series between Elona and Miyamaka. Because Chuck Francis gave up on the weeklies after Dragavan all-in proxy-based horseman him as the English on Hy-Vee. Hasn't been seen since. Might not be seen on ladder again for a long time because we do have elephants coming. Okay, past the Sultan. Chuck, I'm still confused. Was this actually intentional? I mean, he can keep drop the gold now, so it's not the worst idea, I guess. He needs to fix his food, though. Like, this is not a late-game economy. If he was on food, he can compete, but this choice to switch stone makes no sense for a guy who doesn't have that much food income. He's at 17 farms. Meanwhile, Numan is already at 14 himself. With the Pro Scouts play, remember, he actually did pull the deer back over time. I don't know, man. This is such a weird, unhinged game. Not how this matchup usually would go whatsoever. Makes it all the more entertaining, right? Guys, I can confirm Mio Micah has drafted almost exactly what we would have expected here. Delhi Japanese Yuji Ayabids. Mongols got banned. Wait, actually, no, he didn't pick Sean. I'm shocked. That's a Mio Micah first. I think he's starting to realize that he can win more games if he doesn't draft it. It is definitely a hard civ to win with. So dive coming in. Chuck could do some serious damage here. Kind of needs to, actually. I mean, elephants are hard to reach, but not hard enough. Just dives on in like it's nothing. I mean, surely he's just dead. For this egregious Imperial play, he should be dead. I mean, I say should, but somehow hasn't GG'd yet. There's no way Numan should win this. I mean, he has got... Okay, so he's got a hand cannon near elephant out, right? So he can just kite. Like, he's basically just trying to cheese his way to survive here with the elephants. Because this is the thing. Arbitrary aren't the counter. Like, Chuck misread this. He needed a horseman. Spears are more cheap, but, like, horseman wins. Oh, my God. This is going to... It's freaking Hillendale. He's going to have to just build into Imperial now and recover. What a map. Guess what? This map should not be in the ranked rotation. Actually, I'm just thinking about it. The current ranked rotation is really weird, right? Because it has Marshland as well, I think. Why? Who asked for that map? Pretty sure the answer is absolutely no one. So why do we have it? Okay, so Chuck's just pumping more troops in. We do have Imperial soon on the way. Hillendale's cute. No. Might as well just have French pass. Viewers like it? Do they? Okay, one's in chat if you like Hillendale, two's if you hate it. Be as honest as you want. Oh my God! What? Okay, but now, look, I know I said I wasn't going to judge you. I'm not judging you. Okay, I'm not judging you. Why? What do you like about Hillendale? I mean, I guess this goes back to people that like Imperial Age and big armies. But like to watch? You like the hill, but you hate Dale, right? Okay, but like, you know, so freeze if you like watching Hillendale. Fours if you hate watching it. Because I think, did we ask if you like playing it or not? I can't remember. Because I feel like nothing happens in the other game of Hillendale at the highest level. Or like, not much. Right, like, because like this is a perfect embodiment of like the early game being redundant. because it's too defensive. Like, it's so hard. It's not that people can't rush this map. It just feels like the odds are stacked against you when you try to rush on this map. So red pass in. We're going to have to leave this series, though, because you guys do want to see me and Micah Elona live ASAP, right? Right? You see me do. Or we can just hop in and then catch up when it's 5 minutes in. Be constructive. What changes would make a Pigeon's version of Hillendale good in your opinion? Probably less wood on the high ground. I actually think you should have like 2 small splodges on the high ground of wood. Speed up? We can't speed up. We're literally as live as can be. I think like the way you make Hillendale less toxic is you have this size tree line times 2 and that's it. There's not like defensive maps. I don't like because we play an RTS that's already favorable to defensive play. Like why would we make it even easier to defend? Like it just doesn't make sense to me, right? Like you're talking about like AoE 4. I've played a lot of RTSs in my years of gaming. AoE 4 is one of the most defensively oriented RTSs by default. So why would you make it even easier to defend in a game that's already so easy to defend? Right? I don't think there's enough mid-map objectives that are worth it. And we can see so many games that factually hold that true by how many civs just camp and don't care. As it should be, build up an empire and then go to war? Yeah, but the pacing is dog shit for that. Like, I could agree with your thought process if there was something meaningful happening towards us building like up an empire. But by that logic, if that's what you really want, then why are people so against something like Empire Wars that allows you to build up your empire instantly? I can't believe I even just brought Empire Wars into the discussion, but to that point, like if the logic is people want to build their big empire and fight, then actually you should love Empire Wars. Because Empire Wars lets you build your big-ass army straight away. Right? Like, Empire Wars literally accelerates the game state by 5 to 8 minutes to that late game that you're saying you love. So, like, if J2 Shots' thought process, if he wants his big armies, is true, and holds true for the community, then why did the community shun Empire Wars when it basically sped up you arriving at that point in the game? Balance between building empires and early wars. But you just said you don't want early wars. You like Hillendale. You don't like early wars at all. If I loaded you into Mountain Pass right now, would you want to play Mountain Pass? Be honest, it's fine. I'm not judging you, but like my point is, if you want to play a Mountain Pass, then you don't give a shit about early game. You want your late game, right? You want to party it up and hype it late game. You want 200 army versus 200 army. You want everything flopping dead, getting replaced, flopping dead, getting replaced. There's only one map, not every game is like this. There was a time where the entire meta was this, and I still think it was the worst thing we ever had. Do you remember when our map pool was like Altai, French Pass, freaking Hillendale? I can't believe I stuck with the game through that. I can't believe I still have hair after that. Main AoE 420 of the year should be some novice practice. No, but that's not the point around Empire Wars. The point is that Empire Wars like came in and people just shunned it and left it. They didn't even like want to try it. But like if the casuals, like basically Empire Wars sounds, based on what some of the casual players' opinions in chat, it sounds like basically Empire Wars was giving you what you wanted. Sure, it didn't make sense to the comp scene because the comp scene didn't want it. But like for the casuals, it kind of sounds like that's what you guys wanted.
Your mind should be daddy.
What's up, Mini? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Don't forget to get those Primes in. And Myriad coming in the raid big. What's up, son? Thank you very much. We're getting ready to hop into me and Micah versus Elona in a second. Live series, the Midweek Muster. And we're actually going to be checking in on more of Myriad versus SAS, which happened on the weekend when we have a little bit of a gap. We were going to be hopping straight into Mio versus Elona right now, but everyone got attached to Hillendale and wanted to see how this game was going to end. And now it's turning into a discussion about why Hillendale sucks, in my eyes anyway. I also genuinely would just love to see destructible mountains added to the game. Imagine if you could just start breaking down these walls and opening up new entries in your opponent's base. That'd be sick. That would also make Mountain Pass a good map. more rating in chat than in game. I mean, dude, you're in Hill and Dale. What do you expect? Oh, what's my favorite map to play? I don't know. I kind of like Prairie. I just say play like, I don't know, Dry Arabia is fine, right? That's why everyone likes Dry Arabia. I mean, most fun I had, I've been on like the micro maps. That's because I don't give it, like, you know, if I'm going to play the game as a casual, I don't care about like optimal per se. I just want to have fun doing it, you know? And fun to me is things happening that matter. Like this isn't, like the way this game is played is Chuck Francis not doing anything has not rewarded him. It's actually hurt him. Just mass elephants now. You like AoE 2 where you can mangonel down trees? I think AoE 2 letting you mangonel down trees is a drastic extent. Maybe a bit too far, but that does at least come in Imperial Age. I think the easier way than just letting people nuke trees is why do trees have 150 wood on them? Why don't they have 100? I've said this before and I'll die on this hill. There is far too much wood on AoE 4 maps in general. Wood lines decide games more than gold veins. You realize that, right? Like, I think the current meta is a little bit better for it. Gold actually does matter more, I'd say, in the last year than it ever has before. But we're still in, like, a wood-dominant game. Need to rebalance dragon trees? I mean, that's easily done. That is easily done. But, like, for a start, right, the dynamics of how the map changes based on you going through tree lines would be drastically more accelerated. And also maps that are already saturated with wood, like the whole point is if you decrease the wood from 150 wood to 100, having maps that have a lot of wood doesn't just mean the game is going to be redundantly slow. Because the wood lines will evaporate quickly. What it means is that wood can exist as a strategic limiter. We can have wood to stop as easy of raids and create more defensive maps, but that defensibility goes away much quicker in the middle lane game. Now obviously you need to buff the chop down rate, I think, to basically substantiate the loss of wood. But you know, there's concepts of maps like Prairie that have this idea of, wow, wood is scarce. Like, the thing I really enjoyed about Prairie is, like, you have to think about what you do with wood or you lose the game. The negative of Prairie, of course, is that there's too little wood in general. Alright, we're going to speed this up anyway. So we should be heading to a conclusion. I want to get into Elio versus me and Micah. This is an interesting discussion, though. It's always interesting to get people's thoughts. I want unique maps, but I think like the type of unique that a map like Hill and Dale or Mountain Pass gives is not the type that makes AoE4 better. Maybe if the early mid-game wasn't so slow. Like, this comes back to my idea of like a 1.5 to 2x multiplier. Like, if we were 2x speed like this, you know, probably too fast for people to play. But between this and this, like, this is 1 times speed, this is 2. 1.5x speed, I think, would make for a very interesting modifier game mode in AoE4. And then maybe maps like Hill and Dale aren't as tedious. Well, Elephants just mopped the floor with Chuck Francis's army. We have got Mass Horseman blowing, but my god, did he wait way too long here. I can't believe he tried to go for a Sacred Site victory against Mass Gunpowder Elephants. Honestly, I think he should just be dead. It's just too many scholars. Oh, God. You know what I hate about Hill and Dale? You pick French into Delhi, you go 40 minutes into a game, and you die like this. Are you saying that through the lens that longer games get less views on YouTube, Twitch, or you literally think it's far too boring? I think, like, if you have a long game that's earned, it's good. But maps like Hill and Dale, same with the Pro Scouts meta, like, it's not earned. It's just given, right? Having long games can be good, but, like, the reason why long games should be rare is because there should be a lot of interaction points along the way to a long game to get a long game. And by the way, that actually makes long games more special, right? Like, if every single game is Imperial, it's boring, right? But like, if you have maps like Hillendale, Mountain Pass, Altai in the rotation, long game becomes the default, and that's when the game gets boring. All right, so Myriad versus Elona. Let's get ready for game number 1. Oh, let me eat some of my bar as well. Well, this might be a bad start for Mio. Chinese versus Delhi, game 1. Oh my. Let's hop in. Oh. Let me get predictions up for you guys as well. Ooh. Why do you keep bullying my YouTube viewers, dude? I'm gonna have one more bite at my bar and then we'll get into the cast. Should fight to reach that point, that's why you like May games? I mean, I think also part of the subconscious of why you like May games right now is because I think half of Drongo's uploads are May games. He's everywhere. Kind of like why Don Artie was like we were always watching Don with his interesting strategies. All right. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. It's week number 9, Elona versus Myriad, a round of 16, and we kick off here on Rocky River. Delhi versus Chinese. It can't help but feel that Elona got a leg over on Myriad here, especially with the current meta being around Pro Scouts. Just a really good advantage that China has that was already a big advantage off the old school Barbican Tower Victory conflicts. Let's see what Myriad can do to get creative here, because I've been impressed. Guys, those who don't know, one of these players qualified for the EGC tournament here in January. And it is not the player that I'm not looking at. No, Myriad actually slayed his way through the qualifiers to make it in the end. Elona fell short. Really big surprise as well. Something that pleasantly surprised me is in the previous weeks with Myriad, we've, I don't want to say criticized, but highlighted that he could do a lot better by diversifying his Civ pool. Basically plays Jean d'Arc, Mongols, and Juji whenever he can. He's done that. He's done it in the qualifiers. He's done it today. Myriad's draft, Delhi, Japanese, Juji, Ayabids. IU, definitely not something I've seen him do much of. Delhi, love to see that coming through. A dominant pick when you get it. I think we're starting to see a new addition to Mio. Very talented creative player from the StarCraft community. But whenever we've seen him in AoE4, it just feels like he's playing more for fun than playing to be on top, if that makes sense. And the reason is in a game like Age of Empires 4, you can't play just 3 civs, right? Even if you're the best at playing those 3 civs in the world, you're still going to get counter picks, etc. This diversity definitely deserves praise. Dome of Faith coming in, nothing diverse about that. Although 6 villages is a little bit aggressive. I'm not sure about that. So really, the reason why you can do 6 villages in this type of build is because you're rushing a certain thing. He's rushing Bagazi to block the Pro Scouts play. It might work out because there's a predictable line Elona should take to the east. But the problem is this isn't going to rush your own Pro Scouts. Doing 6 villages here isn't going to give you an aggressive unlock timing because you start at 3 minutes 52. It takes so long to scale into, right? Because you can't force produce scholars quicker unless you want to pay full price. So, Imperial Academy coming in is pretty much atypical. Elio is close to what he needs. Has got the Imperial Official queued up. This is really important on the timing, right? So I don't even know if you want to have 2 straight away. 1 should be good enough, and then you just come out, pull the taxes, drop them off from the mill, and you'll pretty much be triggering Pro Scouts. It's really solid timing. He does need to switch some people over to the wood as well to get that stables. But it's not too bad to like rush the Pro Scout stables and follow up. There you go. So drops off the goodies. The supervisor straight away. Other side of this, we do have more scholars shuffling out. Pro Scouts hasn't even been queued up by Mio. Doesn't care for it. And I think that makes sense. We just talked about how long it's going to take you. It's way too slow of a tech to come through here. Just because we're catching up, actually, on this live game, we can speed up for a minute or two. Just remembered that. We got stuck watching a Hill and Dale game to see its conclusion, so we were like a minute or two late hopping into this one. I definitely think this is like seeding-wise, this should be one of our closer matchups. Elyo might even be the favorable seed. Definitely the favorable seed now that I think about it. Like I said, it comes back to Mio's lack of consistent presence and competitive. He comes and goes, right? Stables opening now coming through as we expected. I love this from Elyo. He actually delayed going into the stables and Pro Scouts. He's going for the racks. This is smart. So delayed timing on getting his hands on the deer, yes, but sheep-wise, he still has quite a lot to work with, right? 14 sheep is nice. And, oh, we've got the classic! The Barbican drop in the center of the map. This takes me back. Yeah, so this build wasn't really as necessary anymore for Chinese. And the reason is that with no Tower Victory, although you can go into Juke, you don't need to rush into them per se. The Barbican could just be dropped at home. This is insanely aggressive, though. And the reason why this is a winning play for Elyo is because Mio went for Dome of Faith. He doesn't have the counter to Juke. If you don't have Tower Victory, your archers can't mop up the spearmen quick enough for your guys to engage. This is sick. What's kind of wild is the fact that Mio didn't even really bother with the Ghazi. He actually went archer range in the end. I just misread the building because I'm a muppet. But the bigger problem here is the archers are wasting so much time on the spears. He definitely scouted this, right? Unbelievable. So, I can't believe this. Elona gets a disgusting Barbican on the center of the map. The game just became substantially harder for Mio. We've already got all the tax men out. 4 Imperial Fish was built. Stables being dropped now. This could still be Pro Scouts. I don't think it'll be Pro Scouts in a rush, but it should be coming. The reason is you only have 5 villagers gathering berries, nothing else. And no, the boar is not close enough. He will not be coming home. Looks like he's already sniping out the deer, so yeah. Pro Scouts already there, actually. Just miscued it. So pulling the goodies back. This is really cool. And, I mean, that's actually brutal. Mio hadn't queued up Pro Scouts that entire time. So still 3 minutes to go. It's going to be Archers plus Ghazi. This is so annoying, though. Like, you know, this is one of the most obnoxious landmarks to try and break in Feudal. I've just seen it so many times where people try to brute force it. And the investment on its own to try and get through this kills their game. Not even remotely exaggerative, right? Like, we've literally watched some of the top players clash, and they just lost because they tried to go through this thing instead of around it. Now, you can go around it as Mio, but you can't get your win condition without it, right? You can only get 2 Sacred Sites, and with the way that Rocky Canyon and Rocky River are spawns, realistically, you're only getting 1 of those Sacred Sites. The other one is far too close to Elyo's base, far too far away from yours. Only upside maybe for Mio is these spawns are more central. Sometimes you get more staggered spawns to the corners, which would favor a defending player on that Sacred Site. But Zhug now coming in. Mio now has the very big predicament, because if Elona just goes spears plus Zhug in here, he should just roll over this entire map. I think for Mio, he should be looking for a tech out point. The tricky part is because he didn't rush Pro Scouts, I mean, he's got 18 sheep, right? He shouldn't be dead trying to rush castle. But usually you want to have a berry follow-up that's nice. The problem is, rushing castle here against the Zhug and all in, you won't have any map control. Alright, 1s if you think Elyo's going to win this, 2s if you think Mio Mike is going to take it. Elyo showing up with these horsemen. No undermesh there. But Mio, he actually prioed undermesh himself, so Steel Arrow only just came through. Good clash for him at least, but and this is Elyo kind of setting the pace while the Ghazi are going to feel quite worthless with the Zhug numbers bloating like this. Interesting choice to go a Horseman Zhug, though. I mean, you can afford it over time, right? But by going Spears, you would allow yourself to bloat a lot more Zhug a lot earlier. The question now is whether Mio reads this for what it is and switches racks. It just feels so bad to build racks into Zhug. looking like he might be contemplating the next stage. One Sacred Sight isn't grand, but it is at least gold gen to get you to the next stage efficiently. Gazi marching in. I'm going to find this Yuganu. This is actually a pretty decent fight for me and Micah to be engaging with. Getting a little bit bad now that he's diving the TC and Spearmen are now arriving. But if the goal was to go Castle Age, this may have just given him the space he needs. Next step should be moving out for relics. Neo's already shuffling to the north side. Should have a Scholar coming out to the west soon. This should be an easy peasy 2-relic grab. Just hope he's aware that he hasn't moved that Scholar out in the west yet. Kind of a big deal. I mean, there's actually realistically 3 relics he could grab here. I think after that play, Eliona's a little bit paranoid about the cap coming in here. It's like your players actually play west instead. No, instead. Me and Micah will tech up, he just won't have that efficiency to the play. That's the learning. I mean, the upside of like not bringing that many scholars out is, of course, you are going to have quick tech unlocks, but I think the relics are far too important here. Especially when you know Elona is going to be your shadow in this game. We can see he's getting ready for attack as well. I'm not liking the look of this for Mio. I mean, he got out of age 2 before the Yuganu killed him. But now in return, Elona, he can just blob, go fast castle, rush relics himself. And the difference is he's going to have all this food to work with. Pro Scouts has at least come in now for Mio Micah. I just don't think he's actually using the Scout for it. So how could Mio approach this different at an earlier point? I think the biggest takeaway was Gazi opening just feels too good not to do. Right, opening archery range was kind of curious. Maybe he was always paranoid about that Barbican drop, but if that's the case, you play Tower of Victory instead, right? Then again, you know, I do think that Delhi have been pretty hard discounted in this matchup recently. China have just been looking better and better as the weeks going on, including in this particular clash. Really all comes down to the Pro Scouts. So, tech up complete. Lancers are getting queued. Elona can mirror that. He can actually exceed it because of the supervision. Instead, he's going Horseman, what, crossbows? This has to be Horseman crossbows. Like, you wouldn't want to do Horseman Juke into Castle Age units, right? Because there's a pretty high probability that, I'd say it's 75% plus that your opponent's building armored units. Whether it's Lancers, Men-at-Arms, or War Elephants. Love the fact that Eliona's already going into the Monastery. Even has the supervision, so pumping these bad boys out every 12 seconds. Perfect time in the game as well, considering that me and Micah slipped on his timing. He's got 1 relic and only 1. I almost feel like I'm being negative towards me and Micah because I keep looking for something that's a positive for him in this game. And every single element that should theoretically be good for him gets seemingly taken away within a minute of us thinking about it. Yeah, this is a 4-relic grab for Elona. Lancers are at least going to square up. Veteran for Yuganu has come in. Hasn't got the Steel Arrow 2 though, isn't supervising for it. The Undermesh is good enough to keep these Lancers chunky. Yeah, and this is a critical mistake. Elona, so busy supervising elsewhere, didn't have that supervision tech coming in. It would have doubled the damage on these heavily armored units. Walks away with the deer as well. Oh dear, oh dear. Second line is at least prepping, and this one is going to have Pulse Guard in it. Crossbows finally getting queued as well. Horseman also now arrived. Remember, he vetted into them, so some intent to play them long, but I mean, it kind of feels like a wasted investment when you stopped at such a small count. Pulse Guard at least absorbing a lot of shots. Steel Arrow 2 is about to come through here, and also an overextension. Me and Micah didn't move forward with the Lancers. So he's trading out up against the Juke, but Archers will always lose that fight. Yeah, he needs to just move to that back line. Crossbows now being targeted also. The problem is it's not enough for me and Micah to win this fight. He needs to find kills afterwards. He has got more relics on the way home. A second one being picked. Elona right now, the biggest threat to Mio is how big Elio's economy is already getting. So Mio needs to find a way of throttling this, but it's getting difficult as the numbers are slowly dwindling on the push. Lancer's coming in clutch from Elona to stabilize just outside of his base, while behind this, the granaries are being set up. Yeah, and you know, for Mio, he's probably somewhat content with the idea of keeping his opponent in his base. And would have loved this play if it wasn't for the fact that the relic split already favors Elona. He's got a second one on the way home, mirroring you, and then the third should be his for the grabbing, as Mio Micah is now harshly discovering. Oh, man. I mean, it might not be a Borbigan play, but it actually hit a key objective here. Mio now just blowing raw Lancers. Now, his Lancers should be pretty good at trading into this, right? Wait, no, wait, did he not? Oh, no! He forgot about the House of Learning? And the wall! Gives over a Lancer. Double whammy, a catastrophe discovered for me and Mike in the last 20 seconds. I mean, he won't realize that first detail, though. House of Learning has been built to be pretty much a modern-day library. Visited by no one but literally dead skeleton people. Finally, me and Micah is going to put it on blast, but what a waste. Honeblades could have been there for that engagement. Would have made a huge difference to the Lancers. Oh, yeah. And considering you're kind of the timing sieve in this matchup now, like missing out on that timing around your Lancers is opening the doors for Elona. Farm transition isn't going to get punished. Crossbows are massing. He has better economy. So you have more relics. Mio needs to find some serious damage. Dive coming in. It's a good start, finding some villages. Problem is, Elona, the crossbows are so spread out that me and Micah can't just cut them down. So dives in, does find a few worker kills, shrinks the gap now. Only 5 eco leave for Elona. One problem for me and Micah is going to be food. Yeah, he's playing dangerous with his economy right now. And he gets found! Elio! Munching for days here. Me and Micah, after a great dive there, finds the damage returned. This looks over. Me and Micah, that raid gave him some hope, but this counter raid puts him back in his place underneath Eliona's boot. Problem is, he doesn't really have anything to stop it as the chase continues. What a great find. And now, the ripple effect. He knows if he's out in a pocket eco there, he might be elsewhere as well. Elona continues to dive forward. Elephant will stop him temporarily in his tracks here. Or will it? Wait, Mio? That is not how you fight with Tower Elephant, son. Elephanto buys a little bit of time, but dies far too quick here. And this is snowballing. I mean, you can tell who's ahead by just the queue alone. Military might be neck and neck, but even with the scholars not in there, the production behind this tells the full tale. GG gets cool. China continues to be the bane of Delhi's existence. That's right, guys. If you got problems with elephants, just hire the Chinese. But don't worry, folks. Under the first game, Mio's still got some sick picks. Let's see if he can draw it back. All right. So, Delhi versus the Chinese. Game 1. Xian win. Mio's probably taking this one to Hallowed Spring, maybe? Rus versus Juji. I think that's quite good for Juji. The alternative is Boldland. Elona, probably French or Malians there. And then you, Ayu. Let's have a look. Boldland it is. It's Ibid French. Whoa, okay. That's pretty decent for Ibids. I think it's still skill-based enough, but like it slightly favors Ayu. Which really, if we're being totally realistic about this, is what Mio needs. So we'll speed up for the other game as we get in. Game number 2, and in the shadows waits the French's nightmare. Camels. Hate them. Look at them, touch them, smell them, don't want them. Let's have to deal with them here. Me and Micah has gone Ibids up against French, a matchup that could easily get us into a game number 3. Yeah, Camel's definitely a sore sight for a French player, right? French Knights and the Desert Raiders is a quick way of just getting your ass handed to you. And if me and Micah goes to the Dervish Wing build, things are going to get even worse for Elio. So keep an eye out for that. Definitely potential to get us to a third game in this series. But can't fault Elona. Really solid opening. He got a great matchup in game 1, but me and Micah has now returned the favor. And what scares me is if we go to a map 3, me and Micah has a pretty solid pick in Juji for Hallowed Spring that could work against either Rus or even Malians. But we are jumping the gun. We have to see if we can get there. This is definitely a comfort pick for Elona. You know, game 1, it was looking like it should be more Kushki for the Delhi, but actually I'd say Elona probably has more experience on Chinese there. But this one, like, there's no doubt about it. Elona has definitely played more games of French than me and Micah has ever even seen of Ibids. Take up already in the way. And, ooh, what? Okay, that's a pretty old school build. And yeah, let me get predictions up here. So game 1, of course, went to Elio. I'm a little bit surprised by this, actually. Game 2, you got a matchup against French and you don't go Dervish. I mean, the Desert Raiders are 3 units, right? But what this tells us is me and Mike is just trying to fast castle, which is surprising because I feel like Dervish into some Desert Raiders can do just as well here. Like, playing a bit of a longer feudal isn't the big punishment you'd think, especially if it allows you to block your opponent's gold. Camels actually smell bad. Sounds like you just haven't washed your camel well enough. You know? Maybe spray some Lynx deodorant on that bad boy? Or like, wait, it's not called Lynx in America, is it? I don't know what it's called in America. Okay, so Sheephole looking pretty damn good for Mio. Elona in a bit of trouble there. Only 10 to 18 sheep. Now, of course, Ibids were on the berries to begin with, but this is still a big advantage. Yeah, I think we're looking at either logistics or advancement wing here. Because Mio Micah has gathered all the way through the berries. You wouldn't do this if you were doing growth wing. Man, blast from the past. I don't remember the last time I saw Desert Raider into Advancement Wing. That is a super classic build. We do have the Pro Scouts coming the other side, so Elona have plenty of food to work with. Mio clearly intending to just come over the top. Our French will solve this. Fast Castle Crossbow Knights. Arbitrary are pretty good as an answer. They actually solve for practically anything Ibids will do in Castle Age. It's all about timings though, right? Like, Mio should have the ability to flood troops much more aggressively than Elio will. If Elio can survive, then yeah, he'll be favored. But there's definitely a window where the Ibids can just ruin you. Gamba? Oh, okay, sorry, I thought it was Gamba Wing. It wasn't about the predictions earlier. It's actually, Eliona's still getting favorability from the community there. Oh, that did shock me a bit, actually. I mean, it's not even a little bit of favor, but it's quite a lot. 26.8k points to 14.4. I guess maybe people just don't believe in Fast Castle as much for IU anymore. There's a few matchups where it's still pretty damn strong, though. I think this is one of them where it can be pretty nice. Oh, yeah, of course, does have simultaneous coming with the Pro Scouts already complete, so Goody's coming home. Neo. Wait, we're actually investing. All right, he clearly knows something I don't. There must be a resurgence of Desert Raider feudal build. Yeah, he's... Oh, my God. He's just raw... He's raw Desert Raidering, but, like, I'm a bit flabbergasted by this because the Growth Wing gives you a bit more variability. The maths does support the idea, though, right? Because every 2 minutes, you can have a Desert Raider for free, which is 180 resources. Or you could have 3 villagers gathering per minute 120, which gets you more. It gets you 240. But it clogs up your production rates because they take so long to produce. So, like, I kind of get where me and Mike is coming from here, but by going for this Desert Raider build, he has to attack really quickly. You can't be slow about this at all. I mean, you already can't because it's French. I think that's what's surprising me so much about this choice is... And maybe it's like Jean, I could see the logic of it. Possibly, even then, it feels weird. Like maybe a Roost player building the Roost Knights, right? But with French just casually building an eco lead, this feels very difficult to pull off. Yeah, Mio's timing was off there, right? Like, he clearly intended to take that fight at 3 Desert Raiders to 2 Knights. The count just didn't come in quick enough. Oh yeah, just a very clean opening, and now the spear follow-up. Mio Mike are now also going Horseman. Okay, Mio Mike is playing this game blind, and you can tell it without even checking his vision. I think we're getting a 2-0 here. Although I picked this up as a tight series, one where actually I'd say, based on recent performances, Mio Mike would be favored. The build he's gone for is pretty much a please kill me fast build. Because he's playing as if he's up against Archer Knights. Like, he's essentially opened this how it would open for both civs literally a year ago. As we know, meta's changed. And the one that Mio Mike has prepped himself for is a very old meta. This can still work for him if he goes and raids elsewhere, but the problem now is he needs to build outposts to do that due to the Knights. I feel like Ibids is probably top 5 most gold-dependent civs. Fairly heavily, right? Whether you go Feudal or Castle Age, if you think about what you want to build in either as Ibids, the beneficial choices are all gold-oriented, right? So in Feudal Age, like Desert Raiders, it's 50 gold each. If you're going to play a long Feudal, you should be using Desert Raiders in some meaningful way. If you go Castle Age, you're looking at Camel Lancers, which is very pricey on gold, or you're looking at Gullims, which is gold-oriented. Even the idea of like Archers meta has shifted away. Ibids will even consider crossbows now because they're so damn good. So yeah, it's all gold. Oh yeah, the best thing you can do is just not force the fight. The longer he waits, the worse it gets for Mio. What Mio is pretty much doing is playing a team game build. The idea being if you blob Desert Raiders high enough, you can kill anything. Right? Even Knights, you just tickle away at them as they try and charge in. But that does require, what, 25 Desert Raiders to feel really good? Elio will need to add in Archers for sure. I don't like that he's only sticking Spears and Knights because, like, you are giving an opening here. And although your opponent's building Horsemen and you think Archers is dumb here, they're the most efficient way of dealing with Desert Raiders. I don't know, this is getting kind of scary, actually. Cost of doing business with pro scouts, right? Almost gives you a false sense of security. I mean, the tough part for Mio is still going to be a dive point, but you got to remember, he gets one unique thing that might explain why he chose Reinforcement Wing. These Desert Raiders, these Horsemen, are capable of building siege. So, if Elona ever just hunkers down and hides in his base, Mio Micah can suddenly just start building rams. Shivery's at least on the way. So this is now the window where Mio needs to take convincing fights. It's not enough to poke and trade each way. If you do that, then Elio will just heal out over the long con, right? But with 14, soon to be 16 Desert Raiders, we should be at the point where kills are going to happen. Backstab attempt coming in from Elio. Mio does see it early enough though. Tried to back away. Desert Raiders taking a pretty heavy hit there. So Mio has a number in his head. A number that is good enough, right? Too good to resist. It's like when someone tries to buy your business and they put it down on a piece of paper. I don't know how many zeros have to be on this Desert Raider count, but he does. I imagine the number is probably 28 Desert Raiders is his go point. And waiting a little bit isn't bad, right? Like, yes, Eliona's building a slight villager lead, but the trade-off is it means he's got more villagers that won't be safe when you dive. Okay, what would be kind of more vile is if Mio finds a way of teching and just getting Desert Raiders upgraded. But, like, if you do that, you are going to let Elona go Royal Institute. And I think, like, this is the type of game where, weirdly enough, you go Royal Institute. Yes, Desert Raiders counter you, but the logic is that Royal Bloodline's health pool makes you fat enough to not care. Neo's turned this into a micro game. Look at what he's doing. He split 3 different groups of Cav. He wants to test Eliona's micro here. Elio needs to be careful as well, because a slight overextension like this could cost you dearly. However, the Stealth Forest might work in your favor. What? He engages with the Knights? I'm shocked a little there. That makes sense if the spears are charging in as well, but Miyamika is just going to chase it down. It's not a quick kill, right? But over time, if you can find it, Elona in the meantime is going to find an A job. RO16 down the way. Smayman will turn around, but melee mode activated here. Mew able to bait them deeper. That's smart because now they can't get out of range of the ranged. Elio, wait, okay, thank God. I thought that was the building. That's just an outpost. The RO16 is being built on the back. Miyamika doesn't have a dive target yet. Melee mode does get activated though, and it's going to be a dive in the defensive buildings. Needs these outposts gone ASAP. Elona needs gold ASAP. He may have a tech up coming, but he actually doesn't have anything in reserve to buy with. Tech up complete. Miyamika, there's the Rams we talked about. Needs to be fast about this. Elona will not be able to afford Royal Bloodlines, but he can at least get his veterancy in. Mio has not gone for a tech himself. This is all in. We talked about that golden number. We're approaching it, right? 26 Desert Raiders now. Mio seeking that game number 3. Numan in. Some villagers to be sniped here. Ram's going to be able to clear the way on the outpost. So Elona is without gold and building a horrible unit into Desert Raiders. He's going men-at-arms. This is catastrophic. Remember, they have 5 melee armor. They do not care. They hit as hard as Castlage men-at-arms with a 13 base damage. Yeah, no, this is not how you get back in this game, Zelyo. What he really needed here was, like, archers. He got baited by the Horseman revelation, though. This is vile, man. Miyamika. I think we've got ourselves a game number 3 from him. Really solid control right now. However, Mio knows about this back goal, but he hasn't gone for it. So that might prove to be a problem here. That being said, Mio looks like he's getting ready to go for his own tech up. Growth Wing could make a lot of sense here. It actually would completely give you the lead on villagers. Desert Raider Clash coming in. I don't even know why Elona thinks he can take this fight. It's just way too many camels, and they're even surrounded now! No escape. Knights have to stand their ground in the engagement. I mean, the spears are at least getting some good picks here. But the numbers tell no lie. Desert Raiders just able to dominate the engagement. Yes, everyone go down, but who cares when your army is already so big? Oh yeah, we'll at least be able to mop up the Ram. I do think that Miyamika has made a bit of a slip up here, not blocking that back gold though. And clearly he intends for his own tech up. Veterancy on these Desert Raiders is going to go a long way. And this should just be growth. Logistics could make sense as well. He's taking it the full way. This is a team build Iabid. This is exactly what you do in team games, guys. You go Desert Raider, just keep pumping Desert Raiders after you get that wing, and then you go for Adabegs. The alternative is you do Adabegs into Desert Raiders. This is almost exclusively a team build for Iabids. And Miyamika, when facing elimination, has turned to 3v3 and 4v4 tactics here. Oh my god. This is crazy. Wolves coming up the flanks, but here's the funny thing about Desert Raiders as a raiding unit compared to Horse Archers. You know, this stops Horse Archers. These things stop Horse Archers. It doesn't stop Desert Raiders because they can torch. Neo's going to be backing up temporarily. Elio has survived the onslaught. He does have Mass Knights coming, but it's going to be into Mass Desert Raiders. Oh my god. And Mew can make this even easier to survive. Like, he hasn't even got the melee techs yet. I imagine that'll be coming in soon. This can work, right? Oh no, this definitely can work. Because Elona is basically doing the same thing, just into a counter unit. He's building a one-dimensional comp. It's just knights. He's doing classic French, which is me build knights, me smush. You don't smush very well into Desert Raiders that are going to have... I think it ends up being 6 melee armor base. 155 HP. I mean, in fairness, Elona will have Royal Bloodlines. It's already in. I don't believe I saw Cantor Saddles taken. No, that's Cardinal Sin. I hate how often players forget that tech. Cantled Saddles is crucial here. Desert Raiders. Whoa, bit miss micro there. Miss Mio micro? I mean, he shouldn't have used them all in the melee. Adabeg's also coming out here. Need to be careful not to use them as military units. Men-at-Arms following this up, but the first wave of Knights just got cleaned up. I mean, if you are taking a 1-for-1 exchange there as Desert Raiders, you're happy. You're an H behind still. Camelot's is now queued up. Veterans is coming in for the Desert Raiders. The Anabegs are already on their way. Perfectly timed before the first units should start coming out. My oh mio Micah. Does need to get that final one up there, but remember, that is going to be a healthy 20% increase on HP. I mentioned these Desert Raiders when upgraded up to about 155. This puts them at about 170-ish. Which I think they go to 145. And then that takes them to about 170. You'll see in a second. So, funnily enough, what me and Mike had done with this build is he answered Royal Bloodlines. So 145. Yep, you remember our maths. And then remember the extra units coming out, 174. This is Iobid's Royal Bloodlines. Because when you think about the Camelonese, which negates 20% damage, and you think about the better melee armor, it makes this fight really competitive. Even more so when you add in the better attack speed than what French Knights have. Oh my god. What a wacky build from Mio. It's like they're both thinking about relics at the same time. Oh yeah, wrapping around to a position that would be hard to retreat from without sacrificing those men-at-arms. Mio needs to start pushing across the map soon. Melee mode, love the micro. Not all of them, only a small group. One by one. This is optimal, right? Because now you've got these melee French Knights just scrambling around the sides. While you just double down. You've got frontline melee, backline ranged. Elio, can he clean up here? He's actually microing away all the injured Knights one by one. Nah, it hasn't worked. Eliona's got control now. I can't believe that. He outplayed him! One by one. Range 2 upgrade really making a difference here against the 11 bow damage. Oh my Gideon. Me and Mike are down to just 10 Desert Raiders. Eliona in retreat. 14 in total on these Knights. Half of them almost dead. That was sick. And Relics also now being picked up by Eliona. Dominant command of that fight. Great micro. And potential now for an arbitrary switch that would just be the chef's kiss on top. Cantled Saddles still hasn't been taken. Okay, no, there we go. It was. Just didn't catch it. So that was the other detail that mattered there, right? Without Cantled Saddles, that should have been a good fight for Mio. Oi, now this retreat. Realizing just how many Knights are still alive. A perfect position from Eliona. Stationing on the double gold. Lunchtime in the Great City of Chicago? Yeah, when are you sending me some pizza? I hear you guys basically have pies there. I don't think I've ever tried a Chicago deep pan. Which, to my understanding, is basically soggy dough, right? This is where the real kicks is just going to leave and never come back. You never insult a Chicagoan's pizza. The Windy City will blow down a storm upon you if you ever do that. A good one won't be soggy dough. Got it. Isn't it like an eternal war between New Yorkers and Chicagoers about their pizzas? In fairness, New Yorkers usually think they have the best of every single food, though. Arbitrary now coming. I mean, this is looking better and better for Eliona the longer this goes now. Tries to go after the Atabeg's garrison stables. Gotta be careful, these men-at-arms might actually kill you. Goes in for the charge, Cantled Saddles activates. Melee mode gets activated in response by Mio. It's just once again happening. I'm getting deja vu. Yeah, good fight, good fight, good fight. Oh man, Eliona's just vibing. He does lose a few too many knights that time, I think, but once again, it's just the reduction in health pool collectively. Mew actually needs dervishes just to heal. Elona just needs to slow down, lob the arbitrary account at home, right? Just don't overextend with them. He's going to retreat towards the gold. He might have to make a stand here. Good news is the Lancers are broken off, so arbitrary get the opening fire that's favorable. Nah, this is a dance. This is a vibe right now. Elio getting the majority of relics. It's actually going to be a 4-to-1 relic game. A nightmare for any IBID player. New York and Chicago constantly argue who has the best pizza while the world knows it's Naples. Damn, son. Alright, best pizza I've ever had is actually in Ukraine. No cap. Best pizza I've ever had was 4 cheeses pizza. I think it's 4 cheeses. With pear and walnut on top. And it was godly. From a place called, funnily enough, for a place like Ukraine, Mafia Pizza. Incredible. Nice, just trying to get some raids in. I love this from Elona. Still looking for that kill threat. Just trying to guarantee that Miyamika isn't doing anything greedy like a TC drop. Funnily enough, it looks like Miyamika is maybe going for a keep drop. We have 1,000 stone just sitting there. Isn't this a tough matchup for French? Yes. We didn't have this in the other game. This should have been good for IU. Elona, I think he just outplayed him. I mentioned like it comes down to how you micro the fights. And I can't follow him. Eliona's been clean. This might cause him death though. Bringing the arbitrary up means you can't retreat. Desert Raiders are sniping them down right now. Oh my god. Elio, this is a complete misread on the engagement. This was not the time, nor the place. Keep drop is going to be successful. Elona is going to lose the Ford Army. The arbitrary are going to get bopped up. And he goes more ambitious. Mio immediately counters the keep. Cancels the keep, rather. Goes for the big stack drop that would block Elona out of the late game. He has no gold access. I can't believe that. Elona, all he had to do was be patient, hunker down, play a bit more defensive, maybe orientate on stone instead. But this overextension. The difference in these fights is every single time before this, he was able to peel knights away to heal. When you bring up 20 arbitrary, there's no running away because you will leave them and abandon them. And now it's time to abandon ship on game 2. Because Miyamika, with this many Desert Raiders ahead, should just be able to dive everywhere. Food gathering on the north, but farm transition not really complete. And gold now starved away from the French. And he has at least got the passive gold trickle. Arbitrary might be his weapon of choice. But Mio could actually just realistically switch into Horseman here. That was crazy. Such a sick read from Mio as well. A lot of players would have just completed that keep being so close to it. Maybe gathered the stone for a secondary, but if he'd done that, Elona would have had a rebuttal. He would have had gold gathering to get more units out. Now, like what you've got because you're not getting more. Now, Mio does have a food issue. He's got some farms padded in, so that's going to give him a little bit of present still. But he needs more. I do not know why there is... That's not a misclick. What? Why is Mio adding in traders for 8 gold each way? What? Wait, I think this was when he was setting up the keep. He was going to trade over here, which would have made more sense. This doesn't make any sense. That is one of the worst trade routes I've seen someone eagerly lean into. First time someone trades on Borderland? No. We've seen it before, but usually it's map length. We saw it a decent amount in the 2v2s, actually. Knights are filing forth again, so Elona not done looking for entry points. He needs to as well, because after all that work, the worker lead is gone. 80 to 83. Peach pizza? I've never tried a peach pizza, no. I was really surprised by the pear and walnuts. I definitely recommend trying pear and walnut if you haven't. The taste profiles very, very much complement each other well. You got that, like, the sharpness in both of them, right? So you got like the sharpness of pear and you got the sharpness of walnut, and then you've got the sweetness of the pear that bridges them. Bloody impressive. Well, Elona, folks, might not actually be dead on this. By some miracle, he's staying alive. Keep drop now coming the south side to secure wood. We've got Mass Arbitrier. Now, Mass Arbitrier will be the answer into Desert Raiders. Even when they were in melee, remember, with the Gambesons. Bullow's coming in. That is going to stop a dive with the farms, but Elio needs to get the army home fast. Oh my god, what a game. I mean, I was worried we were very close to just a 2-0 stomp, but this is taking quite the turn. Even if it ends up being a 2-0, this has been a crazy game too. Camel sandwich coming in. Om nom nom. Nice body blocks. Might be able to pinch him in the center. So the reason why Miam is trying to do this is right now he's having to look back at home because he can't wall this map. But once all the knights are gone, he doesn't need to worry about his base anymore. People arguing fruit on pizza is wrong, get tomato-less pizza. Well, hasn't there been a like back and forth argument constantly over the years on whether tomato is a fruit or a vegetable? Right? I always see this like one get argued when it comes up. Because it gets classified as a vegetable a lot, but it grows on what is the condition for fruits? I remember going over this. It's like if something grows from like a stalk, right? If that makes sense. Whereas vegetables typically are root-based, is the logic. Yeah, like I agree. Like objectively, it's a fruit, but subjectively, it's a vegetable, right? Like okay, think about things you wake up in the morning and then just pick up off the counter and sink your teeth into. Apple, banana, pear, tomato. Oh, apples and oranges difference here, and apparently apples are winning. Neo Micah says, how do you like these apples? Elona, there's no running away from this anymore. This many camels show up in your base. You migrate to the Middle East and never come back. The Mujahideen have arrived. There is no stopping them. We are going to be seeing a game number 3. Elio's going to get found on his farms just south of here, at which point his curtain's closed. He has that keep drop, but it's on the far west side. It doesn't do anything. Mio, with a team build in a 1v1 tournament series, has shown just how serious he is. Oh my god. Oh, that's incredible. Culture, it's a vegetable? Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, that was another part of it, right? It's like fruits contain seeds. Yeah, yeah. Wait, no. Wait, the vegetables is what I'm trying to think now. Because, like, another one that actually, like, has an interesting criteria by that logic, then, is peppers. Because I feel like most people think of peppers as a vegetable, but by the logic of the seeds, peppers is a fruit as well, right? Damn. Deep discussions today. All right, let's choose outcome. Game number 2 for Mio. And it is going to be the Juji we talked about. Roos versus Juji for game number 3. I don't think every fruit has a seed, but no vegetables have seeds inside them. Is that correct? Pineapple onion? Oh my dear god, what? I can maybe see the logic of pineapple pepper. Because pepper can be like quite sweet, right? But I don't think I've ever heard anyone say pineapple onion. Are you okay? Well, we're all caught up, by the way. Oh, crap. I can't run ads because they just ran themselves. We'll be in game in 1 minute. What can men do against such reckless hate? I don't know. Stop putting onions with your pineapples. Like, what next? You going to take an apple and dip it in tomato sauce? What? What is this monstrosity? Strawberries are not classified as berries? Yeah, that's true, because like strawberries have seeds in them, right? So wait, no, where are we going? Oh, yeah, I remember strawberries. Dude. Y'all just got to accept that how you classify your fruits and vegetables is solely a cultural thing. And once you realize that, that leads into all kinds of deeper discussions about things that get classified by cultures. And that is... that is when your mind gets blown. Yeah, so just to write out, I'm going to say it again for the recording because, like, damn, I just hit the bong on that one. So when you realize that fruits and vegetables are more culturally identified than, like, objectively identified, that's when you realize that many things in your life are simply categorized by the people around you, not necessarily by any true factual dictation. And then I need to make, like, wait, let me just hit the bong. That wasn't a bong, that was me actually blowing bubbles in water in a bottle, which isn't a good idea. Alright. So, Elona versus Miyamika. It comes down to Hallowed Spring, which I like to call Himeyama 3.0. 2 sacred sites right close to the coast. 8 fishing in total in a 1v1. Miyamika has got the Zhuji. This is a solid pick. I really like Zhuji on this map. I think they're actually really solid across the board. It's a comfort pick for Meow Meow as well. This is like his #1 civ for trying to reach the top of the ladder time and time again. And funnily enough, Crackety arrives at the perfect time for a Zhuji game. Roost on the other side is pretty solid here as well. We've seen Roost a desirable pick for a few different players. I don't know how I feel about Roost into Zhuji though. Zhuji just fast cast a lot more aggressive than you. They can also pro scouts more aggressively than you, right? Because they unlock it so quickly. And if they get a reasonable meditation garden, you're in trouble. In fact, if he sees this one, that's going to be nuts. 72 food and probably about 20 wood would definitely be worth it. Likely, me and Mike is just going to settle for the starting one. The reason why a lot of players actually quite like getting stone on their meditation garden now is with the fast castle build into relic grabbing, by the time you're done with that strategy, you're probably at about 250 to 300 stone, which means going a second TC is very, very easy. And no, the stone in the middle cannot be mined. You can look at it, you can admire it. It does look like a pretty trophy. If you get your screen up really close right now, you could probably even lick it. But your villagers will not get a lick of it. You can't touch it. It's, as you can see by the outlining, out of bounds. Your monitor tastes gross. I don't want to know what you do in the dark. But yeah, Netty Garden should be coming in a sec. Eliona's obviously going to be in Golden Gate. Did he go? Yeah, he went double cabin opening. Yeah, I find the cabins on this map, at least one of them ends up being really, really good. Right? Like this one here is slightly embedded. And also it sets up nicely for the high trade house down the line because you typically on the back get this fatter wood line. Like for example, this side, high trade house here is just a brain dead obvious choice, right? No fishing, but that's to be expected. And apparently, this isn't just a brain-dead choice for a high trade house. We actually have the meditation garden, completely ignoring food here. But, in return, what do you reckon, chat? I'm going to say about 35 wood there, 25 gold. So it's an okay medi garden, definitely nothing special. No predictions? Ah, yes, let's get those predictions online. So, there you go. Game 3. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. I'm feeling generous. You can medi-garden the middle stone? No. If you could build them on water, sure, but no. There's 4 stone there, by the way. So that's how we get a fast 2 TC build. Yo, what's up, Kano P? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. What do you reckon, guys? Can we get a sub train going to honor Miyamika and Eliona's eternal battle? A game 3 that shouldn't have happened. In fact, let me just mark it up on the scoreboard there because I've got to. Mio took us somewhere special. Let's see if we can do it again in the third. So, Medigarden. Ooh. That's more than 35. That's 50 wood, right? About 50 wood, 25 gold is pretty solid. Probably going to end up being 45, actually. I mean, I'm impressed. What is Mio going to do with this, though? This feels like it must be a feudal push. 48 wood and 25 gold feels oriented towards Juganuing. First scout's coming on the other side. I mean, I could see a world in which like Juganu all-in could work down the center here. Just feels very difficult to dive the primary, right? But if your opponent's going to go fast castle, mass Juganuing is a counter. And yeah, there we go. Archery ranges on the back. Okay, this is kind of sick from him. He does it just out of range. The scouts. Elona should have alarm bells going off right now. He's scouted his opponent's base. No, he forgot to scout here. He should be asking the question, why did he set up on the wood line? It doesn't make sense for anything other than a feudal in. And the problem is... Oh, wait, Mio. What? Okay, the problem is now, on Mio's side, why did he reveal the Juke? I don't think there's any reason to do this but a fake out. Because your opponent's going to walk away with pro scouts, right? There's no way he's going to hang in your base. So if you just wait until he's tired of hitting the mining camp, which he will be in like 20 seconds, then the play doesn't get revealed. For this to be an all-in from Miyamika, I'm kind of shocked that he even revealed the intent at all. Because he could have been over towards the enemy base before he even knew. Instead now, Elona should have ample time to start prepping knights. Moving across on the tree line, 13 woodworkers right now. So probably looking at knights plus archery range. So Eliona's going to be dropping 1 stables, then double archery range. Mio's going to be ramping more Duke. We've got blacksmith timing on point here for the steeled arrow. That's going to give him a window. Elona needs to actually prep blacksmiths alongside this ASAP. Juji's timing is so much more disgustingly good than China's for this play. If you wait around like you would for a Chinese player, you're going to die. In fact, Mio might even open up with a ram. If you hit the backside, yeah. The tricky thing in this play... Okay, we actually have horsemen. That's kind of sick. The problem is, without blacksmith, the trickiness of this play is like you still get shut down by bolts. And steeled arrow has been queued up. Okay, this is sick. So, he can kind of constrict the map here, block the deer gathering. Very difficult to block all points of access, though. And you can't let your opponent get too many horsemen, too many deer home with this strategy. If he does, then mass horsemen will beat you with archers to assist. He's actually started to hit the golden gate. All right, it's going to take a while to siege, folks. I wish we had more of a fast forward. But obviously, we're live as you can get. Oh my god, dude, I think he just broke him. I'm looking at this and wondering, like, how can you actually get an army together quick enough? Well, he has got the blacksmiths coming now. Neo just needs to build a crap ton of juke. If he preps Spimmin behind this, like, I struggle to see Eliona's breakpoint. The good news for Elio right now is Neomika is one-dimensional as May's Civ diversity. Like, you know, it's literally just one thing coming out. Well, horsemen are cutting reinforcements. That's a good start for Elio. Yeah, like, why no forward racks if you want to make this play? Why no racks at all? This is ludicrous. We have got the ram timing now. This is an all-in. I don't think it works. I hate to be the burdener of bad news, but I'm pretty sure this is not enough Shuganu to end a game of AoE 4. Undermesh also being prepped. Elona just showing the adequate patience here. Ram's being added in by Mio. But, I'm struggling, man. Like, no, this isn't enough juke to hold this position. Mio, no. After that game, too, not like this. Look at this. And that is game. All Elona needs to do now is a feudal all in. He's got the food to keep the horsemen going. And the Pro Scouts is going to guarantee he always has the food. More horsemen and more knights coming. You know, if this had been double archery range racks, maybe I could see the fort. But just shooting new? What a flop of a game for Elona makes it look too easy. He will proceed through to the round of 8 with a showdown on his agenda up against either B or MSN. I don't know, man. That just felt overly cheesy, right? Like, maximum de fromage, oui, oui, I can smell it down the corridor. Like, I don't know, that was wild. One sec. Alright, there we go. Let me just update title. Whoopsie. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised by the strategy choice there in that final game. That was almost like people when they first discovered GG, the strategies they'd employ, right? So yeah, very curious line, should we say, out of Mio. But let me check the state of the series and see if we've got any more coming up. So, good news, folks, is we should have Numan versus Cat. That is a fun one. Hell yeah. Alright, so let me get the draft ready. In fact, did they just hop into game? I think they... Wait, there's Numan, right? Let me check my brackets to make sure, because I have streamer mode on, so I can't see the Discord properly. Yeah, guys, we've got Numan versus Cat starting in just a moment. Yeah, and funnily enough, like, they were meant to have started this series half an hour ago. Someone was tardy. They're literally starting it now. They just hopped in the lobby. So let me grab their draft, and then we'll hop in for a pretty cool series, actually. I was saying the other day, I really want to see these two play, because I think they have some very interesting playstyles. So let me just reset everything. New series ready to go. So we have got Rocky River, Lakeside, and finally King of the Hill. King of the Hill got picked. Numan actually picked it. Interesting. Yeah, I think King of the Hill is quite intriguing as a map when it's not a default. Because it's like... there are civ options, but like obviously there's a very clear optimal path of like 4 or 5 civs. So, you know, last week we had it as a default. Kind of got a bit repetitive. But when you have the strategic elements of like culling the herd of choices, it becomes a more intriguing map to watch. Opening game is going to be Delhi versus HRE. So let me choose outcome. So game number 3. Good old Elio. All right, we've got 4.5 minutes to go until we're in game. What I'm going to do now, guys, get up, go get yourself a drink. I'm going to run 3 minutes ads. We'll have a little bit of chatter while we wait. And that way, after the 3 minutes, you won't have to worry about ads for probably at least the first 2 games, okay? So that is my treat to you. All right, there we go. So yeah, just so you guys can see, I'm not just doing it because I want the ad money. I get a little bit of ad money. I don't get anything crazy. Oh, it's been a good day, though. Oh, this gives me enough time to update the bracket as well, right? Sometimes we just non-stop pump. It's a bit hard to find the time. So let me quickly open this up. Did I update the switch over? No, I didn't. 1 second. Basically, to keep my life easy, I have 2 Photoshops for the round of 16. One for start of week and one for midway through the week. Right? I know. Pretty smart. Pretty smart. So, let me just quickly... So what I'll do is I will save that as player bracket. So what do we have so far? We have... So Mia versus Elio was just a 2-1 for Elona. If I could type it the right way around, not be an idiot, that'd be great. Kudadi versus Lash still needs to happen. There's all the series. Obviously, we have the remainder of Myriad and SAS to cast. Right, there we go. So then if we switch over... Is that everything, chat? I didn't miss anything, right? We haven't had B versus MSN, I'm pretty sure. No, that's happening later. Don't know if we'll still be live for that, but like I said, if we don't catch that live, we'll catch it tomorrow. We haven't had scheduling for Killjoy Lash yet. We haven't had scheduling for Voldemort. Oh, wait, you have for Voldemort Stay Frosty. I think Voldemort and Frosty is around now as well. Likely all quarterfinals will be tomorrow at this rate, considering it's already like 6:30 UK time. You're the biggest fan I have a shirt with your face on in my room that I sleep with every night. Oh, set. Who's been selling shirts to me? I don't have... wait, set. Oh, set. Where's my commish? I didn't commission those. And what printer was able to print my face out without breaking? The hell? Oh, blimey. Yeah, dude. I want my royalties. KP only cares about money. Damn right I do. I want to wipe my ass with $20 bills, baby. Whoop, whoop. Offer that premium plush American bill up against my tushki. Oh, dear, oh, dear. It's been a good day of games, though. Quite like the amount of live series we've had. I was a little bit worried at the start of the day because a lot of them hadn't been penciled in. I was like, uh-oh, we may have a very empty day. But it's been good. Yeah. So tomorrow, I reckon, at this rate, we'll probably be looking at maybe 6 series. Because BMSN, like I said, will be too late. We'll do that tomorrow. Killjoy Lash. And then we'll have quarterfinals probably. Maybe then a semi. So I reckon 6 to 7 series tomorrow sounds about right. It's not a good split, just 5% on royalties. Hell no, that's not what I negotiated. Joke's on you. You're now negotiating in reverse. You already built it. I get to set the terms. 45% royalty. And you will pay. Or I'll send the Pigeon Mafia around to break some legs. Alright, let's set up predictions. Oh, thank you. A good hydrate. Do you like a good old hydrate? This actually might be the matchup I've been most excited for this week. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Week number 9, round of 16. And we have got Cat going up against Numan. I found this interesting because their playstyle orientations. Numan definitely someone I think is cozy with the idea of playing that mid game, but the way they get there is quite crafty and creative. And Cat, I mean, this guy is exactly like a cat in Heat, left in a room full of laser pointers flashing everywhere. He's wild. You never know really what you're going to get out of this lad. Hair of a boy band member, brain of an ADHD-rattled top-tier RTS gamer. He's phenomenal to watch. Delhi up against H3 as well to open us up. Matchup that's pretty good for Delhi. Delhi has got the potential with Ghazi to just dominate the early game. HRE tend to not have the cleanest of answers. Usually you'll be looking at like Spear Archer here. I have wondered about mine work in this matchup. There's been a few players that have explored that, such as B. If Numan is thinking the same thing, Cat should be well versed considering how often B and Cat should be screaming together. So yeah. Opening play though, looks like it was a beeline across the map towards his opponent. A little bit surprised by that from Numan actually. Usually you want to play the center of the map because now Cat should be able to get the majority of sheep. Yeah, he might actually get lucky here. Because usually, remember, like about 60 to 70% of the sheep tend to spawn around this like central strip. It's pretty ridiculous sometimes. It varies. You still get a decent amount of sheep on the flank, but usually the optimal play is you run center and then you run along these ponds on one side while your opponent does the other. And I don't understand what Numan was doing if he was maybe thinking like a Rax rush, but he wasn't even gathering wood to begin with. Like, his play would make sense against certain civs that have a very aggressive feudal timing, but just have, like, very specific requirements. Like, for example, if you're against a Byzantine player, this Ford Berries would be a damning point for you to attack. Against Delhi, though, it just feels a bit weird. MMA Horseman is dead. You mean MAA? MMA Horseman would be pretty sick. Do they backflip on you from the top rope? They pin you against the cage? Yeah, so MAA Horseman can work quite decently at scale. It's just like the problem getting there is just so food blobbed, it's not good. Because Ghazi just beat you on the way. Like, you need so many to make it make sense, right? I don't... Because if you went MAA Horseman and I just go Ghazi, I win. I think the way you have to play this, if you want to do Horseman, it has to be mine work. And considering it's Arkan, I think you're probably just looking at Spear, maybe Spear Horseman. Spear Horseman's pretty good, though, for HRE. They're just a very mobile comp. Makes it difficult for Delhi to play archers with Dome of Faith. Alright, how do you guys predict? Come on. 53% for Cat, 47% for Numan. That is a promising start to the series. That's what I like to see. The other thing is, like, if you're going to do Spearman and Horseman as HRE, it makes me think even more that you should do mine work, right? Like, that's the weird thing to me is when I see Spearman and Horseman coming out, I mean, I get you get a lot more by doing Arkan as HRE. But the lot more is far down the line. I'd say you get a small amount more in the mid-early game. Meanwhile, like, if you went mine work, you get loads of savings along the way, and the blacksmith techs and the all pikes just give you the extra +2. But remember, if you have all pikes, you basically hit as hard as a Ghazi. So the only difference between you and Ghazi at that point is 10 health, but your opponent has to pay 20 more resources for that difference. Pro Scout's coming, so Numan, he's just going to play greedy. Okay, we've seen how Delhi kind of get unraveled by fast Pro Scout civs, right? Like, HRE were playing Spear Horseman first and then transition to this. They still do in a lot of matchups, but I actually like this from HRE now that I think about it, right? Like, in some matchups, such as against China, HRE has to open with pressure first because you can't beat China's timing. But against Delhi, they can't beat your timing. Right? There's no way they'll be able to get even close. That's the trade-off of things being free. They're slow. I mean, Cat even went double mill to try and offset some of this problem. It's still not going to work, though. So Stable's coming in now. Numan has already made the appropriate call. Rax opening into Spears. Stables follow up. So he's going to have the Spearman to protect him. And then he's going to have just scouts coming out of the stables. Yeah, I really like this build. I mean, as much as someone can like Pro Scouts who hates a Pro Scouts meta, I like this build from the logic of, oh, this will win a game. I'm not going to have another rant about how I feel about Pro Scouts itself, though. You guys already know. Right, by the way, winner of this, up against either Killjardy or Lash. Playstyle-wise, I think either of these players would welcome Lash. I think they have very good playstyles to compete with Lash. Killjardy would be wacky, though. Especially Cat Killjardy if that happens. Good lord. I mean, those two are just unhinged between them. Numan housing like I'm watching a Bronze League Legends game. Low gold gathering. Nimu's just looking for fast castle as clean as possible. I mean, it could be Ecotex, right? But like 3 on gold this early with Arc and buff kind of feels like you're thinking about Castle Age. First Gazi out. Love that from Numu. Instead of just using all these scouts to pick up the goodies, he's scouting what the Gazi are doing so that he can dodge them with the food gathering. I really like that. And he even managed to debate towards him. Good reaction out Cat. Doesn't take an iota of damage here. Meantime, we already have, what, 3 deer coming home, more on the way. And more stables. Numan might just blob into Horseman now. Horseman Spears, it's pretty strong, we talked about it. Cat is reacting with the archer range now, but this plays into Numan's hands. Remember, it's not just going to be safe food for a very long time, it's going to be safe food for not quite as long of a time because we ate it much quicker. Arc and buff is there. Like right now, Numan is buffing his entire economy, bar 1, and that's because that 1 is building. Gazi, now look at that interception, but it's just so difficult against Marching Drill Spears. The archers aren't going to be quick enough here. Now, what you want to do if you're Numan is hide the Horseman detail. Don't reveal it until the archers reveal themselves. Because if you reveal it early, Cat will go for a 1-1-1 build with the racks. Right now, he wants to be able to stay Archer Gazi because it's more efficient to scale. Right? Like, there's the whole logic. If you come in with a strong 2-unit comp, it's going to win the fight more dominantly than a 1-1-1 comp. Right? Because you're just kind of... By going for an Archer, Horseman, Spearman comp, what you're doing is you're basically hedging your bets. Why is Numan going pro scouts? It's the first time you've seen it in a long time. Son, have you been watching any pro AoE 4 for the last 3 months? I guess you mean like HRE. No, I've been seeing it more and more. About 2 weeks ago, HRE were doing it delayed. The whole idea was that you opened pressure and then you went pro scouts, but we already dissected this. Like against Delhi, you have such a big window where you have pro scouts first. Now the Horseman moving in for the clash. Spears are getting targeted down. Maybe a little bit of an overextension here from Numan. I don't know why he felt the need to go that far. Probably just wanted to protect the retrieval of more the deer. Felt somewhat unnecessary though. We'll back up here. I mean, realistically, if both of their armies directly clash, Numan has favorability there. Undermesh is also coming in. Laris is so on point that Roos is the expected best pro scouts. I mean, it's not that they're the best pro scouts, it's that their Castle Age break is better than most. Because they do something with it immediately. Blobbing horse archers is just so cost efficient. That's why Roos are one of the best pro scouting civs. It's not because they're the best at pro scouting itself, it's what do you do with it afterwards. Clash coming in. Cat just trying to use the natural resources to block this around, but the Horsemen are closing in fast. And I don't know where the Gazi went, man. They just got erased. Only 4 of them left here. The Horseman, he waited perfectly for that undermesh to come through. Should be a cleanup, Cat. Losing most of the Archer bulk. We'll actually have enough left to scare Numan away. But now we make way for the Teeth Breaker. Men-at-Arms coming in. Logic being here from Numan, he's expecting after what he just done there, for Cat to switch into Spears. Cat, if he shows discipline here and sticks Gazi Archers, he can still fight into the Men-at-Arms. Yeah, because Mass Gazi do counter Men-at-Arms, by the way. Like, at this point in the game, the damage differential is kind of rough, right? You have 3 melee armor, hit for 10 damage. Gazi hits you for 14 damage with no melee armor, while having more health. Do you see the problem here? This is why Gazi hard slap MAA wrapped. In Castle Age, it's different, but in Feudal, these are the kings. In fact, at this stage, Cat just needs to stop producing archers. Because against the HRE economy, simply just deciding to just build a mixture of Gazi and archers is going to be a problem. You need just raw Gazi count. They also seem to have some idle economy. Yeah, check this. There shouldn't be a villager lead at all. Cat skipped 2 villages. So mistakes being made there that could end up costing him against the superior economy. Well, I think it's about like 1.5 villages, right? Yeah, it looks like Cat might be killing himself slowly off of like housing situations is what I guess was the problem. technically MAA beats Ghazi 1.34 attack speed versus Ghazi's 2. That is true. If you fight with an APM of 2 per minute. If you start a step back, that's where Ghazi win. Also, Ghazi can peel away and heal. Men-at-Arms can't. So when you put it in its full encapsulation, you start to understand why Ghazi slap Men-at-Arms around. But this is not the count that does that. Like, it's just too many. Oh man, the Scholars are doing their best to try and carry the engagement. The Horsemen are breaking in, the Men-at-Arms are breaking in. And Cat is in trouble. It's just so many Men-at-Arms. Oh my god, dude. Pro Scouts may have pivoted this matchup back towards H3's favor. All they need to do is blob Men-at-Arms, tech, and then they've got a full vet army. This is the old school build that let H3 beat Delhi. Back then, the reason they beat them is that you had Horsemen, which sucked against the Men-at-Arms. Then the Ghazi change came in and H3 suffered. They suffered because they'd have to start adding in farms. But the point in the game where farms have to come in is so much later due to the deer that Numan is able to dictate play. Cat, tricky predicament now because Numan is going for the age up. This will be Regnitz. There's no real reason to go Burgrave. He's already got the racks for that, right? Like, we're talking about 5 racks. Yeah, he's basically got poor man's Burgrave. Why do you need the landmark when you just have this, right? Is it worth going Pro Scouts and FFA? Probably. Depends on like your win condition. It will allow you to get earlier kills, but like farms will obviously take you much later in the game. But like Pro Scouts for early kills could be very valuable in Free Force. So, Numan about to clean the tech up. Cat has now blobbed the appropriate count on Ghazi. It's just he's taken too long. And this is all because of the archers he kept adding in unnecessarily. We do have him stockpiling for castle slowly. Problem here is Numan's tech isn't going to be slow. Veterancy only takes 30 seconds. He can wait. There we go, tech up complete. Cat. I mean, he knows he can't attack, right? Like 30 seconds is nothing in this game. Has to leave. We're looking for his own tech up play. Numan is reluctant to come out. He expected to be attacked. Now that he's not, we're going to see him diving. And Cat's army is ill-equipped to deal with that dive. Undermesh 2 is on the way. I'd love to see Melee Tech 2 from Numan, but you know what's even better than Melee Tech 2? Oh, why not just get their two-handed weapons? Basically the same price. House of Learning coming in from Kitty Cat. I mean, I call him Kitty Cat now because he doesn't look like a dominant lion in the jungle. He really does look like a kid. 18 Ghazi and 17 archers against 32 men-at-arms. It's not exactly a fair fight. Good for him, Numan only brought 28. It's not, guys. It's not a castle. This is still hard. Maybe fall back into the base. 21 in the House alone to get up fast enough. You can see Numan looking for targets. Tries to cut off the tree line. Sees the tech up now. Cuts off the villages. Engages the main army as well. It's rippling over onto the villages, which is the bigger problem here. And behind this, the biggest problem of all is that Numan is picking up relics. Oh, man. And we don't even have textiles here, even for Cat. Scholar healing is at least helping out a little bit, but not enough. Not against the 13 damage to these MAA. This is pure chaos. Cat. I mean, practically no one is working, right? He's got maybe 8 villagers gathering on the south side of his base right now. War Elephant is going to come out. That is going to stabilize this a little bit. So wave number 1 isn't going to kill him. But it has put him on death's bed. The villager losses are stacking up. It's now a 10 eco lead for Numan. The army not really existing anymore. And although he's got some crossbows coming out, Numan now has plenty of time to react. Yeah, and it looks like he's blobbing spears next. Not the cleanest from Numan. I think these men-at-arms could have been rallied onto the villages. Like, he's wasted time on the TC. So he probably could have got about another 5 villager kills at least. But he's got enough, right? I mean, I say that. Cap somehow has 2 relics coming home. What? Wait. He stole the 2 from Numan's side of the map. Are you kidding me? Okay, that is absolutely fantastic. Men-at-Arms are now going to force the Wallows. Right? Nah, I think Cat's just going to walk it. With Piety, should be possible. Second wave of MAA is on the way. That should force a Wallow. The Elephant is in. And guys, he doesn't have heavy bases. Wallows come out. That forces him to turn around. And get back my goodies. And while he's so busy focused on this one, we have a 3rd relic on the way home. Somehow, after all that, Numan's only going to end up with 2 of the 5 relics. We salute you, kitty cat. You are no longer a kitten. You are now a fully grown doll cat. Is it doll cat? I forget. The fluffy ones. They're usually white. Let me have a look. Doll cat? Yeah, ragdoll cat. He's a ragdoll cat now. He is evolved. Can Cat become the lion we know? Crossbows is a good start. Spearman Horseman from Numan. It just feels like he's already reading this play. It's tricky, right? Because like marching your spears is actually pretty decent against elephants. You gap close fast. Realistically, he should be adding in some crossbows though. Horseman crossbow would be the full-on staple play here. Definitely feels like he's got a good enough eco lead to do that. That's also now able to be locked in by Numu. Get a little bit of extra food, or gold rather, in the pocket. Food is looking competitive right now for Cat, but that shouldn't remain the case for long. Yeah, he's running out fast. He's got 3 sheep left over, and then he has to be out on the map. So there is an opening here for Numan with Mass Horseman, which could punish Cat. Cat already has so many archers. I mean, 15 archers isn't so many. Right, and there's actually just as many horsemen. Like, it's not actually easy for Cat to come out on the map, but he kind of needs to. If he doesn't, he has to add in mass farms, which for Delhi is not a comfortable affair when you don't have a big edge, right? And being 10 workers behind and only 1 relic behind, because remember, Regnitz is double, doesn't feel like an edge. Yeah, I'm just constricting the map. He's reading it for what it is, which is a lack of ability to play wide for Cat. Also, we're not going to find their way in. Out of time is going to be the main goal here. Won't be able to find many kills. But he's gaining ground on the west side as Cat has to react into his face. And oh, Cat, please stop screaming with B. We've got mass Springalds. I mean, in theory, a good idea against spears, but there's horsemen as well. Yeah, you feel like sometimes when you watch these type of games, you could pretty much just remove the second part of the name and just put 3D in there and assume. Villagers. Oh, catches him on both sides. Formation shuffles should allow Cat to get back with maybe 4. Okay, I got a better number for you guys. Formation shuffles should allow Cat to get back with none. There's an army coming. He may make his way back into the base, but Numu is now committing in here. So Men-at-Arms charging through. Staggered formation, he's going to pinch him. Oh, what a sick move! Numu locks him in. Spirals are trying to clean up, it's just not working. It's the staggered formation, it's a perfect counter there. Great snatch and grab. Just walk out. Happy with the trade, just wearing down Cat's economy. He now has 140 food income. What a move. A killing blow, it feels like. Because Cat now lacks any food. Spearwolves may have seemed like a suboptimal choice, but now they're simply the optimal one. Because he has nothing else. And Numan is getting ready for Imperial. Damn, this guy is vibing right now. The starvation strategy just seems to be working a little bit too good. Horseman's still raiding as well. War Elephant will at least protect against that, but it's still going to be additional worker kills. Oh yeah, and I mean, this is looking ugly, right? He has got 500 food left here, and that's it. So, with Power Swabi on the way, Elite Horseman likely to get queued up here. Cat has a problem, because he needs Mass Spearman. But Spearman would require food, which we just don't see for Cat. I'm not really sure what he perceives his win condition as in this game. I feel like I'd actually fully accept him just GGing out if he sees Imperial Age. Like, there's nothing for him to do right now, because if Imperial comes in, that means you have to pressure. How do you pressure from this position? It's borderline impossible. Pakes as well. I mean, that's at least going to make it a bit better for the crossbow massing, right? Forced March is kind of sick here as well, can allow him to get out of bad position. Cat, he's on the counter-offensive. Numan has got a lot of gold, though. Like, ideally, your situation is that Numan scraped together Imperial Age, and you can dive him. But in reality, Nimu's sitting on almost 4,000 reserve resources. And Elite Techs are being queued up. Horsemen and Spearmen, soon to be the best they can be. I mean, there's still one more tier above, which he could actually get. University is affordable at this stage with this much gold. Horseman intercepting. Nice little find there. We'll go for the Spirals instead. But he now knows how desperate Cat is. He's going for stone, but really what Cat needs here is food. Yeah, and if you don't guard these villages, they're dead. Cat? Cat? What? Alright, Numan just got a freebie. Elite Tech ticking in 5 seconds. Villages are going to get slaughtered here. And that raid has just delayed the dive. Cat isn't going in. He's slowing down. Going for the key drop now. Sprint replacement's just slowly killing that outpost. We've just got to get 1,700 more shots in. Keep drop now coming in, but it's only 5 villages. This is going to be a long wait for Cat. He's down to 33 eco. This is the all-in. There's no way. I mean, he's sniping villages right now. These Springles are surprisingly good at removing villages from the land of the living. Especially when there's no textiles. This is such a slow castle. Please. I think the castle completes before the cannon emplacement. Let me rough math this. It might not complete. No, it should just about complete before the cannon emplacement. As long as he doesn't get idled at all. Numan brute force in the fight, though. They all in. Horseman round the back. An admirable effort from Cat. But questionable strat. No denying it. Numan has dominated this game 1. The Horsemen have even leaked in, so yeah, you will actually see a cannon emplacement before you see a castle. Maybe. This isn't enough. He needs more. I mean, castle is at least going to go up. It looks like it wasn't enough other time in the end. So yeah, 10 seconds out before it would complete. And as strong of an army as these elephants look, I mean, let's just be real. It's Spearman, Blob, and win, right? The Spearman count is down to just 5. Cat would be a miracle worker if he pulls this one off. Not just that, he repairs, maybe buying enough time for a cannon placement to come in again. Hand cannon is starting to arrive as well. Siege is getting sniped down to make the way for Spearman to win the game. And Villagers, they're going to go for the mass repair. All right, Numu, chill. That's way too many. Against Spirals, that's how you lose a game. Cannon is going to get one shot out and then die. I mean, surely there's no way Cat wins this. Surely. We've got culprits coming. This, like, calm the moment. This should be the win. There's no way Numan should lose this game. Surely. Culprits are sniping out. They're not actually, like, meant to snipe out Siege. They should really be going after the elephants, which they now get bonus damage against. These villages are being pulled, but there is a cleave here. And still no textiles. Numan, come on, not like this. Well, the horseman cannons are in. No. Like, no. No, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Numan is not working right now. Practically his whole economy is idle. And the elephants aren't dying quickly. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, the cleave. The cobras are so hard to keep alive. The elephants are just not dying. I can't believe this. It's repair versus heal. It's bio versus Mechanicus. The Cormorants can't break him. Numan needs a wall right now. I don't think it would even do anything though. Cat has him at breaking point. Cormorant's gone. Elephant's unkillable. And game one is a win for Cat. The most ridiculous Delhi game I have seen. I can't. Unbelievable. I'm speechless, man. That game should have been over. That should have been done. What do I even do with that? I don't even know what to call that. I don't even know where to begin. This actually... Like... I mean, no food, no economy. He has one move. I can't. I think we all need a moment after that game. Cat. I don't know how that even ended up being a win in the end. That's insane. So, game one for Cat. We've still got at least one more game. And where are they taking us on our second day? It's Lakeside. Cat has got Ottomans. He's running full team green. Nimu, he's repping the team red. That's going to be a win. All right, so we've got 4 minutes touring game. Oh my dear God. That is the wildest game I think we may have had in midweek muster. I'm trying to think if there's a crazier game we've seen in the entire circuit so far. And I'm kind of up a little bit dry. We've had some wacky ones, right? Like, you know, obviously the Anatan Poppy Pool Malian game comes to mind, but like not like that. That is a whole new breed of wild. Holy crap. Ooh. Well, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads, guys, so you don't have to like have this experience interrupted. So, perfect amount of time to subscribe. Remember, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Helps us do full-time content creation. We usually do about 110, 120 hours of live per month. So you definitely get your bang for buck. Oh, my God. What a game. I'm just going to go ahead and type something in a specific chat. And it's literally just going to say... what is it? Yeah, I think the cannon damage might need a buff against elephants. Freaking believable. Yeah, Ottoman IO should be interesting. I think Otto does quite well here. Which would be unfortunate for Numan because that means he'd be getting 2-0'd. Holy crap. Can mods run the prediction? Yo, calm your titties. You literally got time. What do you need the paper for? Nick's bets aren't going to open until the previous ones close. Chill. Chill. Holy crap. All right, game 2. Who's going to win it? I'll give you guys 5 meanwhile. What a day of games this is turning into. What a bloody day. If you could be reincarnated as an animal, what would it be and why? A goldfish. You know, life's just good for them. They don't have any bad memories. If they did, if something bad happens, they forget about it real quick. Fennec Fox, maybe. I don't think Fennec Foxes have good memory either. That's how they're always so happy. Unexpected great answer. I may have stolen it from Ted Lasso. It's a great answer, though. He's always like, be a goldfish. Happiest creature in the world. Like, dogs kind of have it there as well, right? Because, like, dogs don't have very good memory receptors, right? Goldfish don't live that long. Yeah, like, but conceptually, right? So that all goes down to the idea of, like, the concept of time and it being relative to your lifespan, right? So, like, to you, goldfish don't live long. But, like, to a tortoise, we don't live long, right? What do we achieve in our life compared to a tortoise, right? That's the trap you're falling in right there. You got to be careful of that. Because if you want lifespan, you choose to be a lobster or turtle. I don't know. There's no, like, maybe turtle, like, swim through the oceans for hundreds of years, but definitely not a freaking lobster just growing tumors in your ass and eventually being boiled. Doesn't sound very fun. Well, this was a interestingly deep discussion. Wake me up. All right, that's how we start game number 2. Wake me up when a turtle lands on the moon. Dude, I'll make it happen. Game 2, let me flip that around because it is definitely not Numan in the lead. It looked like it should have been his game for the taking, but it's actually Cat now a match point with a funky Ottoman pick up against the Ibids. Lakeside to be the map. A decent map, actually, for the Ottomans. They can get those slightly cheaper docks. Not as cheap as the Ibids, mind you. But I think something I quite like about the Ottos here is the Sipahi play. Feels like an absolute blocker to Ibid's feudal age presence. Yeah, I think this can work. Didn't we actually see this matchup? Was it one of Myriad's games previously? A really sick series between him and his opponent. Where we saw a crazy Ottoman hold into Castle Imperial Age. I wonder if we get something similar. I'm imagining Numan is probably looking at a Dervish opening in this particular matchup. Usually the whole logic is you go Dervish, Desert Raider, Poke, but like that's where the Sipahi really win out. Numan doesn't want a long feudal here. Longer feudal favors Ottomans more and more because they just get all these unique perks they add in, right? Whereas, like, for example, what Ibids get at the start of H2 would be Dervish heal. If you play H2 too long, Ottomans then also get basically Dervish heal, right? They get the Imams being AoE heal. Delhi win rates is lower than Juji Biz and is around 50.2%. Why is Delhi busted? Because there is a decent chunk of the community that don't know how to use Delhi. They're either following an outdated build or they just haven't figured out the build. Delhi is like, they require good attention and execution, but they are very, very, very strong, right? Like Byzantines is more of an A-click all-in longbow type civ. You know, Juji have the Jugenuchis all-ins. Whereas, like, Delhi, you know, Ghazi are really busted, but they're busted because you raid very well with them. You don't just A-click them in. So, I hope that answers it. You know, it's the same idea of, like, Ibids being a bit of more of a technical civ. Understanding their timings is crucial, and if you don't, you're going to lose, which is why Ibids don't have, like, a ridiculously high win rate. Ottomans are just crap, though. Oh, maybe they can be good here for Cat. So, is he going to go Advancement Wing? And wait a second. Why is Numan ahead by 3 villages? Oh, right. No, don't get baited by it. Remember, Ottomans still have the bug. So before anyone thinks that Cat is the fattest noob in the land, just look at the fact he's got military count of 4 and only 1 scout. What's happened here is Ottomans, they have a capture age issue. Wow, I can't believe it. Capture age has bugs. Basically, your fishing boats show up in your military when you play Otto. So they are neck and neck. I had to remember that for a sec. This used to happen with Delhi, and because Ottomans are kind of copy and pasted on some of their variables compared to Delhi, when they fixed it for Delhi, they didn't fix it for Otto. And then because no one ever picks Ottomans in competitive, everyone totally forgot about it. Trade network coming in. I like this. Like, you feel as if you're going to run out of gold a lot quicker than you run out of food on this map. Especially when you've got the Anatolian Hills, which gives you the 10 extra sheep. Hot take, you missed when Siege was good. What are you on about? Siege is really good. Have you met Mangonels? Dervish Wing's coming, so Numan is going for the expected play. We'll likely be looking at a stable drop into an opening Desert Raider, possibly 2. That's tricky, though. There's not really much you can pressure on this map. I think the Desert Raider play is less value on Lakeside because of how close the gold is to the TC. And it's close enough that you should technically be able to harass in, right? But the bigger problem, I think, here is that with Sultani Trade Network, your opponent doesn't need to get in the gold. So for Numan to make this play justifiable, actually needs to hit the tree line. Actually, for Cat, he can protect everything just by dropping an outpost here. What will likely happen instead is he'll keep chopping inward, and then you won't be able to see your opponent in here, right? You miss the satisfaction sometimes of popping Siege or Springles, but I think the new Siege is better than this game. I mean, just think about the satisfaction you get when Horsemen ride in on that Siege instead, you know? Why stable not archer range? It's exactly what you said. You want access to Camel Lancers later, more so than you want access to archers. This is one of those rare matchups where you could go the other way, though. And the reason is that if you build Camel Lancers, your opponent's going to build Janissaries. But if you go archer range, and your opponent wants to go Janissaries, you can have archers anyway. But that's like a 1-2 step diversity. So like opening step, you should be thinking Desert Raiders. Because what you can also do with that is either think Camel Lancers afterwards or think Horsemen in the moment. The reason you do Horsemen is if your opponent does Sipahi. Because then what you do is it turns into a micro battle where if your opponent's not paying attention, you pull back your Desert Raider, the Sipahi aren't doing bonus damage to him, and instead your Horseman's now hitting about as well as Sipahi is. 3 to 4 of them, what do you do? What, Great Bombards? I don't know, Great Bombards have felt underwhelming in the recent meta, right? Very rarely come out and very rarely feel like they do enough. Which I'm fine with. Like, similar to Springles, that unit can sit on the sideline for a while. So boats coming out. We did actually get a double dot play out of Numan. Really smart there because it's cheap of him. Cat pays 100, you pay 75, right? Interesting. So something to keep in mind, by the way, is player orientation. Cat wants water. Cat loves water. Cat is one of the players that actually asks for more water in map rotations, right? Like, everyone acts as if this debate about like water maps shouldn't be in tournament play has been one-sided. It hasn't. There are people who like water maps and people who don't. Right, and that's what I've always tried to warn people about when you see these controversial takes like, or this map pool sucks, that map. Dude, there are people who hate it and people who like it. And you'll always hear more verbally the objections of the people that hate than the people that like. So, to that end, I don't know when Numan sits on water maps, but I know that Cat, for one, loves them. In fact, do you guys remember in the team tournament, in the finals, there was one water map, I believe, and Cat was immediately tapped in, subbed in for that particular game. He loves it. He seeks it. So he's going to force it. Numan going to try to force camels down his throat. We've got triple Desert Raider on the way. Cat needs to clean up water quickly to justify what he's done here. Because Numu isn't really participating. Not much, anyway. Desert Raider does need to be a bit careful. That's not acceptable. Yeah, we don't build these one by one. Hurrah, hurrah, so they can die. Sipahi's now come from Cat. This is looking really good for him. Numan's starting to stop half for an age up. It's going to come at a cost. Demo ship doesn't quite connect, but with triple springald, you'll mop up here, which means Numan's not going to be able to fish. Diving on land, trying to attempt some kills, but fortunately just keeps getting in range of that TC. This is the awkwardness I talked about, right? Like, technically you're out of range, but if Cat is looking and pulls back and you aren't, you will slightly pull in range of the town center. That's what matters. So Numan realizes it, does get the stand ground. Cat has got plenty of gold to work with. The Sapphire coming out to push this away. Just needs to calm down. Nimu is going to start his tech up first, but Cat can follow suit very quickly here. And this is likely going to be Growth Wing. Yeah, you could go Industry 2T season. Craziest idea. Cat's in a bit of a panic here. 3 Sipahi will be enough to beat 2 Desert Raiders, even with the Dervish shield. So, like, Numu needs to be very careful now. Because once this 3rd one is out, he has to back away. You can sort of poke at your opponent like this. The problem is, Cat has turned it into a heel fight. We've got the Imam point. It's Healy Boys versus Healy Boys. Man, this series is getting crazy. I love it. Triple Sipahi. And they are faster. So they could chase. Cat a little bit reluctant here, though. He's waiting for more. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do have Growth Wing now coming through. But you can see Cat, he's going to get a comparative tech timing here. Right? Like, we're still, what, 1 minute and 25 out? Cat can beat him. Depends how badly he wants it. Likely looking at Mehmed Imperial Armory here. I'm a much bigger fan of the Palace. I think I've been over this a few times to people. Istanbul Imperial Palace, I think is better. Gives you such a diverse range of options going into Castle Age, because you generate all these Vizier points so quickly. It does feel a little bit weird if you haven't been scaling military schools, which is why I'm expecting him to lean Mehmed. And also, like, it comes down to what your target timing is. Yeah, so Imperial Armory coming through. I don't know, I think this landmark's just a bit sad to me now. Then again, Cat just won a game off the back of Springwheels plus Elephant, so Springwheels plus Janissary. Nimu is going to be pumping those Camel Lancers, but that's not good in this matchup. Remember, Cat will have access to a superior option in the Janissaries. Target fire this down. The Imam's slightly overextending, but he can't hang around here. Yeah, you've seen the problem. Check it. He actually activated the Fortitude. It takes more damage, but does a lot more damage too. Problem is, now that you're attacking into the Dervish, you don't get bonus damage, you don't get a quick kill. Need to be careful not to get baited. You're just seeing the issue here with the Imams versus the Dervish. The Imams can't keep pace, so the healing doesn't remain. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange. Tech up now complete. Lancers have been queued. Cat about to complete his own. He's in position now to block his opponent and take the relics for himself. I don't think you can do 2 here. 2 would be greedy. You might try, though. It's fine. I'm going to tell him Desert Raider instead. Nice micro. And Numan just realized what happened there. He does get 1 relic home, but the second one should be no bueno. Cat should know that as well. If he just moves south side, he should get the 3-2 split. Spy is already on the way to intercept. Damn, I'm actually pretty impressed with the way that Cat played this. Numan's going to try for a blind wall low, right? No, he doesn't even go for it, which is a bit surprising here. Cat does activate Fortitude, and that forces the drop-off. So, relic to be picked up. Camel Lancers are now here. He needs to protect, though. What? Which side are you on? Okay, doesn't even try to get the body block from the Lancers. So this is going to favor Numan. 3-2 relic split. Now, Numu does have an eco advantage. He's 5 villages ahead. But remember, well, actually 7. Remember that Cat has got fishing. And on top of that, he will have military schools gradually added in. So Numan's eco lead isn't going to be as great as you'd think here. In fact, check this out of the Kitty Cat strat book. He transport shipped. I love that. Yeah, transferred across. He's now got a dock drop. he can start to fish this side as well. That's so crafty. I've been waiting for a player to do this on Lakeside because I think conceptually it's really cool. Can pay off as well quite quickly. What would have been sicker here is if he dock dropped into a wall on that relic. That would have been the full tilt for Numan. Cat. Now getting those fishing is finally coming out. It was a little bit delayed. Veterancy for Archers coming in, understanding that Cat has to go Janissaries. In Sapari, Janny is a little bit awkward into Camelot's Archer, right? I think it is a micro engagement on both sides. Jannies do have a bit more A-click favorability to them, just due to the raw attack speed. That's just stealing Relic with the transport ship. Yeah, he'd need an Imam alive for that. He lost one there, right? Big Sag for him. 6 shots now being locked into Numu. Trying to apply a bit of pressure with the map. Alright, one's if you think Numadal's going to win this, two's if you think Cat's going to take it. Because in terms of predictions, people were very heavily skewed towards Cat with their predictions. I'm wondering what he's going to do with these Vizier points, actually. We've got 2 TC, right? Delayed 2 TC. It's a pretty solid strategy for autos now. Still no military school is a little bit surprising at 14 minutes in. Could be that he's just setting up for that. This feels like a lot of stone balanced out to wood quite nicely for TC. Sweden #1. Is that why they haven't been added to Age of Empires 4? Because they'd be too strong? The problem I see for Numan is he's like lobbing archers into mangoes. He needs to focus on the sacred sites and get them. If he doesn't lock these in quickly, Cat's just going to park. And the longer he parks, the better it gets. Right? So you know, the way you beat Ottomans here is forcing them to come out. Because over time, this free siege is going to hurt you in a pretty irreparable way. There will be next DLC, mark my words. I mean, I think you might be over-marking your words. You have to remember that World's Edge are not Paradox. It's not a Swedish developer. So they aren't going to like unnecessarily make Sweden a bit too OP. There is a modder in the community that made Sweden OP. So you've always got that. Playing Otto a tiny bit, I feel like they don't particularly do anything good except late game and a little bit of defense advantage. I think Ottomans have some potential viability behind them. It's all about timings though. Janissaries are a little bit weird at the moment. They did get some recent buffs to kind of balance them out against the hand cannon their changes. I don't mind Ottos. I think people are starting to revisit and realize it's not as tragic of a tale as it once was thought. There are specific matchups where they feel good. The Ottoman Iobid one in particular is quite intriguing because actually we used to see from Anatan with Byzantines how he essentially would play the Ottoman opening, right? Because he would go Sipahi. Sipahi are really, really good into Ayu because they can't play Desert Raiders, they can't play Horsemen, they can't play Archers, they don't want to play Spearmen. So yeah, I think that the thing with Ottomans is you have to think of them more as a feudal civ than you ever have before. Do they deserve maybe some sort of small eco buff? Maybe. Nothing too drastic though. I think what people are kind of learning more and more is, like, especially in the early game, military schools are a bait. They actually cost you more than they gain in a lot of cases. Because people have gotten so good at the highest level at what they do with their first 1,000 resources, right? So, you know, thinking about your first 1,000 resources, if you put 3/4 of that into military schools, it's going to feel bad. Especially with the feudal production rates. Oh, people predicting the DLC? Okay, so here's the perfect DLC storyline. Here's how you do it. You announce DLC around April. You release DLC about a month before Gamescom. Make some sort of hype event out of it. And then at Gamescom, what you do is you have 2 tournaments going on. You have an amateur league tournament for people to just play together and win small, kind of like, you know, merchandise prizes. And then you rent a booth stage where you have 8 of the top competitors in AoE 4 compete against each other across the days. What that gives you is a hype event for the community that already loves the game, but it also gives you a lot of eyeballs of new people who've never looked at the game before. It's a smart balance, right? Like, the game is going to sell quite... Like, the DLC is going to sell quite well, judging by the first one. Best-selling DLC in the history of AoE4. So the problem isn't, like, people who play the game already hate the game and hate the DLC. The problem is that most people don't know about the game. And I imagine Microsoft is already going to rent a giant space that they always do around Gamescom. So just take part of that, put it into a booth. Now, Microsoft, if you'd like to hire me as a consultant, I am available. I've got over half a decade of experience in esports, and I've even ran some very successful esports events, not just Midweek Muster. So, phone me. And true, they would need an awesome host too. Wait, why do you have to say awesome? Now I can't get the job. Well, this doesn't look like an awesome strat from Numan. We seem to be missing a key component. A really important ingredient if you don't want to die to eventual ultimates here. What civ do I want to see? Spain. I really think should just be in there by now. Really, like, let's get some conquistadors in there. Cool cavalry unit. And maybe have like a unique religious unit. I can't imagine what the Spanish could have that would fit that. I'd love to also see Poland, Aztecs, and probably either Mughals or... I'm trying to remember their name. I always get their name mixed up. Maybe like the Bengali from India. Or you could like go for something such as... I'm going to mispronounce this. Vijayanaga. Vijayanaga? Vijayanaga, I believe it is. Which was a rare site back in like the 1400s. It was a primarily Hindi-ran government of Indian folks. Indian feet, Jesus. But like that area, you're probably looking more like Kema. And yes, Marafas would probably be the more appropriate title, Nico. Thank you very much. Yeah, Marafas would be really cool, actually. So I'd like to see Marafas, Spain, Poland, and Aztecs. Nice little balance in Mesopotamia. You could have a cool campaign between Spain and the Aztecs. And then on top of that, you'd have some more SEA representation. Austria's already in the game. Have you not heard of HRE? All right, push coming in, though. This is actually quite a lot of mangoes out of Numan out of nowhere. Kaz got mass springalds. That's not very good against archers and lancers, though. And the mangoes! The walls are coming in. Cat, I don't think he's going to be able to break out of this. I mean, it's crazy. He's got more siege, but just not the type of siege that matters here. AoE heal is still there. Cat doesn't have his own healing, though. And Numu, he's spreading out his forces. He's trying to protect correctly here. He's got enough troops left over to protect the Spars here from the Spy raid. However, what he's protecting is archers, which will melt fast here. Lancer Unease is helping, but we do see the dive coming in. Cat, it looked bleak, but he may have just cracked him. A handful of Sapahi get in. The mangoes can't hold. Cat, what a fight that looked like it should have been an easy peasy win for Numu. Falls apart quickly in the face of the Ottoman blob. Attack speed buffer there, doing a lot of work for Cat. Those springles may seem a little bit whimsical, a little bit underwhelming. They're not getting the melee bonus damage. Well, such a fast attack speed with the penetration into a clustered fight, really making a difference here. And Village is now on the front line. If he just targets them as an easy wipe, shots should start coming in now. It's not actually focus firing on them. It's going to be an A-click through. The mango's hitting again. And Numan is dead. No food behind this. No hope in hell. Cat is going to blitz his way through Numan 2-0. Delhi Ottomans. This man is full green and seeing red. A 2-0 victory for Kitty Cat. And a showdown with either Killjoy or Lash confirmed. Man, what a crazy series. What do you guys think of this one? This one, I think, might be one of my favorite series of midweek muster today. And it's only a 2-0. Game 1 One of the craziest comebacks we've seen. And game 2 with the Ottomans. What a flex. You can't sleep on this guy. I've been saying it before. Cat is on the rise. Keep an eye on this name for 2025. That was freaking wild. Well played, Cat. Glorious 2-0 out of the lad. So, let's have a look and see if we've got any other series. So I'm thinking, what's the next sketch? So MSMB still has like an hour and a half at least. We have been live for 7 hours. How many series have we done? Let me math this out. Because we've done a decent amount today already, right? We could maybe keep going. There might be another series. Top 3 upcoming players. Cat. I mean, is Killjoy still upcoming? He hasn't really had that big podium finish performance in S-tier tournaments, right? But I think he's on his way. 1 second. Wait, did I save the wrong... Oh, I saved to the wrong PDF, didn't I? Or PSD, rather. So, 1 second. Let me save across. Save as. Oh, yes. That's the correct one. All right. So, we know that Cat is through now with 2-0. We'll probably start tomorrow off with B versus MSN, which will give us the outcome there to see who's up against Elio. And we could cast the rest of the SAS versus Myriad series, but I'd probably make that the last series of the day. If we do. Where's Louis? Didn't sign up? No. And he FF'd out of the last one, which got him a ban from the next one anyway. Yeah. If you sign up and like FF or whatever, like if you haven't got a good reason why you can't participate, you get suspended temporarily. Because you should treat this like a professional tournament. Because it's a professional tournament. So. Let's have a look here. I think we'll do the rest of Myriad versus Elona. So let me get the draft ready. We had game 1. It was a very fun and long one. But potentially 2 more games. Let me get the draft as well. God, my throat is slowly killing me. I'm surprised I'm still going. It's been like, what, 7 hours? If you aren't following the channels, by the way, you should definitely do that. I also recommend that you follow across on Twitter, which is free to do for both you YouTubers and Twitchers alike. Also, Twitchers, YouTubers like mirror each other. You know, make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Make sure you're following Twitch. But definitely go follow me on Twitter because we might have 1 or 2 giveaways coming up in the upcoming weeks. So a lot of that info will go out on Twitter. So there you go. Reason to use the platform again. Right. So let me set this up. We had 3 maps. Rocky River opening. And then it's Lakeside Dry Arabia between the 2. And it was HRE. What's that? It was HRE versus Byzantine opening, right? You guys remember we had the HRE win by SAS where he just kept playing flanks constantly. Got him ahead. Still potentially 2 games to go, though. And, I mean, look at this draft. Myriad. Probably going to go Lakeside game 2, right? And SAS is likely going Ottomans there. So Myriad could go... Do you want to go French? That feels bad. English makes a lot more sense. I think we're probably getting English versus Otto. Let's have a look. So, where am I? Oh, no, they go game 2 Dry Arabia. Delhi Roos. Alright, that's pretty good for Delhi. We've been seeing a lot of that. That's actually a pretty solid matchup for Delhi. So Myriad might still get us to a game number 3. Alright, I'll load that bad boy up now. Like I said, probably make it the final series of the day, which means we would have cast how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series? Not bad. And then tomorrow, that means we can open up with MSN versus B. And then, I don't know, Voldemar, Frosty might not get C. We'll see. If this series is quick enough, maybe I'll slot that one in as well. But Killjadi Lash for tomorrow as well will be fun. All right. Change necktie. Ugh. God damn it. Why are you going to make me nurture? Maybe I don't want a necktie. I don't think it goes well with my sweater. Just food for thought. All right, I'll do the necktie. Jesus. Do it? Do you mean do it? Do it now! Oh, that's not my best Arnie. Do it! Do it now! Oh! Just kind of have to sound like Sylvester Stallone having a stroke, really. For Dickies, no Gambler on this one. Because, as is quite obvious, as we hopped out of this series and are hopping back in midway through, it's from recording. I know that's like a taboo thing to say. It's Sidious's voice from Star Wars. Oh, you do it. Do it. By the way, unlimited power. I'm not going to try to do it properly with my voice, not 100%. Initiate Order 66. Wait, what? Anyway, let's get ready to go. All right, game number 2 between SAS and Myriad. And Myriad might be able to actually get us the full distance here. Delhi versus Roos has been looking pretty solid for Delhi. Roos struggling to find the answers. In fact, we've found Delhi just have this very clean all-in timing in Feudal Age. B showed it to us the other day, and the follow-up into War Elephant just crushes any hope for the Roos. So I have to see how SAS wants to address that. It's an interesting counter to Pro Scouts, actually. There's not many civs in the game that can actually find a punish point against Pro Scouts. I think that Delhi might be one of the few, due to the proficiency of the Ghazi, and also the proficiency of the stockpiling, right? They push a lot of units out fast, off the back of a good gathering rate on berries, and the military efficiency, which you can see coming in here, the efficient production, which allows them to treat one stables like it's 2. Yeah, and also the Spearman follow-up. I really like this Ghazi Spearman build from Delhi. It just feels like it oppresses the Roos entirely. Look at the spawn as well. Like, you know, we do at least have some flexi here for Roos to play wide. Deer from the other side is just not going to really be possible. I'm expecting Pro Scouts. Then again, I might have to be disappointed. No, we've actually got a solo hunting cabin build, which suggests that SAS is going to be opening knights here. If Myriad scouted that correctly, he should know to go Rax beginning. All right. So we got a different build. I like that. Like I said, I think Pro Scouts has been tried, and although it seems true in most matchups, this is one of the ones where it can just lose you the game. So tech up's complete on each side. We'll stick on the 2x speed just this early game. I mean, we've been going 7.25 hours now. I think you guys can forgive me for doing 2x on the first 5 minutes, you know? Maybe 6. Sanctity already queued, and it is going to be stables. So standard opening. SAS. Oh, okay, he's still getting Pro Scouts. Really? Wouldn't this have been much cleaner with double hunt cabin? The only reason I think he's done it this way is because he wants to go into night still. And we have got the scouts waiting. Unfortunately for them, the Ghazi have already arrived. Scram! Get out of here, you vagabonds. I actually don't think the Ghazi saw that. No, he's heading over to the defensive deer stack to try and block SAS there. So usually you want to follow up fast with Spearman here. Weirdly enough, Myriad is going into the blacksmiths early. Okay. We do have racks out SAS. That's going to force prolonged age. Really? I mean, this is a solid way of protecting the close-by deer. The problem I have with going Spearman here is I don't think you can come out to the map. Right? If your opponent goes Ghazi Spear now, you're not coming out of home. Which means Sacred Sites are going to be his for the grabbing 45 seconds. So that's actually adding in Horseman as well. Okay. So he's ego challenging Delhi. Spear horse, spear horse. And your opponent has better horse. You have better food income once the berries run out. But that's like a tall order. You also have to keep in mind just how substantial the Sanctity Sacred Sites are at the stage in the game when you get them, right? Like, we're at a point now where Myriad can get them when he's got less than 30 villages, right? And a Sacred Site captured for Delhi is worth 3 villages. So each Sacred Site, if you're optimally your timing, is a 10% increase to your economy. Good micro here, just taking the spearman one by one. Pretty much just ignoring the horseman as well. The scout doesn't even get assassinated there. He actually gets away with it all. Ghazi on 1 HP. Horseman looks like he's going to be able to gap close though. Which makes mathematically... Oh, wait, no. You know what makes mathematical sense? Myriad should have peeled the scout off. He's moving slower. It's a little bit of a slip up there. It does cost him. Will redeem himself here. Sacred Site's starting to be captured on the flank. And with the Scholar here, you can actually contest these spears. Good micro. Myriad actually min-maxing it. The Horseman desperately trying to get that kill on the Scholar's going to fail. It was a good idea as well, right? Party wasn't in yet. Scout is going to go down. Scholar Healer's going to be there now, and it looks like the Spearman is not targeting the injured parties. So Myriad just getting a really good exchange here. First Sacred Site locked in, second now to come. And the cool thing is he can chill here with the Scholar and just get healed. Yeah, this is a bit of a grim opening for SAS. I think he just got spread a bit too thin. Like, those early Spearmen getting picked the way they did began a bit of a snowball here, where Myriad's superior production rate just kept him ahead, even when he's up against a unit that is meant to counter him. So, kind of grim tidings for the moment for SAS. He has at least got a decent amount of deer home. I think, yeah, he snatched 4 from here. He's got 5 from here. And he's got deer coming home from here too so far. So he will have plenty of food to work with. Problem is, look at that point we talked about. Myriad has got an extra 30% economy. Courtesy of the Sacred Sites. On a Civ that already doesn't have to pay for tax. Kind of really embodies the Delhi problem here, doesn't it? We always have Delhi games. It's almost like Delhi are broken right now. Well, I say almost like... That's exactly what it is. They are a broken Civ. They are not very well balanced right now. Their tech speeds are too good. Like, this is a Civ that's been impressive in Feudal for a long time. And is now impressive in Castle and Beyond. Right? Delhi used to have weak elements to their game. As if they were strong in Feudal, they were weak later. Now it just feels like the Civ is strong everywhere. Oi, oi, oi. Ghazi. I mean, this is just easy peasy mop up, right? Like, this is exactly what we didn't want to see SAS doing. He's rushing to be on the map. And trickling troops like this is death. Myriad now has Spearman coming. He's got Castleys being prepped behind this. This is bad. SAS is already at death's door at 10 minutes. I didn't mind the idea from SAS, I just think the timing wasn't right. We went back to the idea of like the trickle of troops at the beginning here, and then he just continued it again. He's not respecting the fact that Myriad's army is much more scary than his. Much more scary while also attacking. It's not a good recipe for success for SAS. We've seen some builds where actually you play a lot more spear here as Delhi. Thought maybe Myriad would go for it, which actually wouldn't have been a bad play. Needs to be careful with these Ghazi, because a lot of them are now injured. The Spearmen are just absorbing so many of the stabs. So he's going to contest him on the site, even though he doesn't really need to. He's just being greedy. And in fairness, he still has the numbers to be greedy. Yeah, now up to 10 of these Scholars. Would love to have seen him pull 4 of them to the front line, but instead now he's going to be pulling them all out to the relics. In fact, we already have a shuffle out for the hardest to reach. This is a 5 relic grab. Oh man, and SAS isn't ready for it either. He can't mirror the timing, he hasn't walled off the safe relic at all. Villagers on the flank are going to be found, so Myriad. Myriad? Alright, that might become a problem. Spearman are at least reacting over here, so the Horseman won't be able to contest. Myriad is still not reacting to this. This is adding up. All on the flank, SAS will react appropriately, backs away, but Very difficult to kill a Piety Scholar. He should eventually die, but the distance he'll cover is important here. Finally, villagers pull away, but my god, was that expensive. Myriad losing 3 for that. Yeah, just look how far this Scholar got. Like, death is inevitable here, right? But the board time is important. He pulled it from, what, here? So he basically got it a third of the way home. Now, men-at-arms are already on the way for Myriad, which will clear an opening. Sass also now over macroing. Too much food, not enough gold. He's actually adding in knights. What? I mean, feudal knights against castle men-at-arms is not going to be a great trade. Not with such small quantities. Like, you can't play along feudal now, right? I know he's trying to block relics, but like the timing doesn't make sense here. Knights take 35 seconds to produce. They're going to be worthless. By the time they come out, 4 relics are already grabbed. Now, we do finally have high trade-offs on the way. This is like the winning play necessary. Horse archers could make sense, but Myriad is already making better sense than the castle age timing. Their archers plus men-at-arms will dunk on the Roost typical build. Yeah, you ever get that feeling that Sass is just kind of stuck in a cyclone? I feel like we see games that go this way against Delhi all the time. It's like you feel as if you made one mistake and then everything is pretty much a whirlpool of disaster, just building and building and building. Right, the moment you let yourself slip against the Delhi, you're now scrambling to recover. And I think that's what we've been seeing out Sass. It's going to be a good high trade house rather. Get your numbers in. Already see the first one coming in from Khan. Scholar. Well, he almost makes another third of the distance home, so pretty much safe now. The archers are going to react, so the next Scholar will pull this correctly. That means we are going to be having a 5 relic game for the Delhi. Oh, Sass barely holding on as well. What's up, Spirina? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. And welcome back to Swarm. Love to see those little sub notifications coming in. Lets me know that people don't have to worry about Twitch's annoying ads. Lets me know that I can buy Freya some cool new clothes. Oh, yeah. Well, Sass, I mean, he's making the right call. He's going crossbows against men-at-arms, but like your opponent's already been putting archers, and we already have a crossbow transition for Myriad as well. The problem with that is Pakes is going to make his better, because we do have House of Learning. Once Myriad remembers to learn. It's very hard to learn things. It looks like we're getting, what, 162? It's pretty respectable, actually. Almost got the maximum out of it, only chipped into the tree line a little bit too much. Like 171, even better. This just feels painful. Sass, he has at least got 7 crossbows together, but it's difficult, man. Like, the archers are just picking apart the fully injured, right? Speaking of those archers, now diving onto the tree line. Worker kills to be found. Sass doesn't seem to be aware of it either. Wasn't actually pulling those workers away. Myriad's micro not quite on point. Doesn't actually get additional kills. Still a kill lead. 4 workers up. Lance is now arriving, and this is getting impossible. Sass doesn't have the full wall in to funnel this, which means that actually Knights are a substantial issue for him. And the follow-up is even more rough. We actually have Tower Elephants getting queued. This has been the undoing of practically every Roost player. There's been this feudal pressure into fast castle, usually into war elephants, but you know, because there's no horse archers here, Tower Elephants makes even more sense with the crossbow transition. Damn, Delhi is just so good in this matchup now. I mean, it's always been pretty tricky for Roost. I feel like Roost was one of the few civs that theoretically at least could do double TC against Delhi because of the old Kremlin meta, right? Like, you couldn't dive a Roost player for doing 2 TC. You could, however, just take map control and win on sacred sites. This new meta building, you know, it's Pro Scouts idea of mine. I almost feel like Roost need to return to just no Pro Scouts, maybe fast castle. Shove the near deer stack in, and then just use that to get an age up. That might be their way back into success. But I don't think we'll be seeing success in this game. Which means we get a deciding game on Lakeside. Sass does still have his Ottoman pick or a Malian pick. For Myriad, he has English or French. I think Otto's makes a lot of sense for Sass. Ottoman's is really good as you go later in the game against French, and then English can be a little bit annoying if you go Janissaries, but why would you go Janissaries into English, right? I think you just play for the Sapayi opening timing. Yeah, so I quite like that Otto pick. I don't know, I've been getting a bit more and more convinced in tournament play. Reminds me a little bit of Mongols, where it's not just your outright dominant pick anywhere, but it has its positions, its play, its timings, right? Sass hasn't woven the white flag yet. He's still trying to just raid his way back into the game, which I respect, right? It's not like a decisive win. It is pretty bleak, though. Jesus! I think he got knocked off the horse, guys. Keep drops now coming in, so Myriad will get access to TCs off of these, remember, with Village Fortresses. Has 13 Scholars. He's prepping Imperial. So even if he doesn't win on Sacred Sites, he'll win because of the Imp. It's not like Roos can really rush Imperial at 18 minutes. I mean, you can. The classic I like to go to is like, you could eat crab, doesn't mean you should. Farms as well from Sass. I'm gonna hit the speed up at this point in the game. Keep drop now coming in. Sass is none the wiser. Doesn't even get the decap. He's scared. He knows it's mass elephants and he knows he doesn't have an answer. His only answer is horseman, but like you can't afford horseman when Pro Scouts runs out. Which it has, right? So you're reduced to farms and berries. It's not great. If Sass was at, say, 25 to 30 farms, this strat would be doable. Keep drop about to complete, though. I just... If Sass can get one decap, there is a chance. Because, like, he's not going to be ready for the main engagement in less than 5 minutes. You can already see that Myriad is mirroring him now, scaling into Horseman as well. Only, surprise, your delis, so your horsemen are better. Within reason, guys. They're not going to win, 3 versus 6. What do you guys reckon? Who do you think is going to win game 3? It sounds like I'm acting as if this is already over, but like it is pretty bleak. If we get a game 3, let's put it that way. You heard the civs, right? Myriad has English and French. Sass has Malians and Otto for Lakeside. Oh, has he got the decap? He might, actually, because Myriad didn't prioritize Mahoots. Oh, no. Myriad could have finished this game 5 minutes ago? Sure, but morale damage. We'll go with that. Can't pick Delhi and then not win with Sacred Sites, right? Well, he's finally bringing the army out. However, the elephants are nearby in the neighborhood. Sass. He sees them. Now he may need to weep. Pulls them back. Men at arms, front lining here. Base the spearman pass, but you're seeing why tower elephants do not get countered by spears. Not unless you're a civ that has movement speed. Turns around a melee attack with the full HP ones. Congrats, you've killed one elephant. That's the sound of Sassy headbutting his keyboard. I know it sounded like someone else. I'm so sorry. And now you're left with crossbows up against tower elephants, a fight they can never win. Horseman count's just not high enough for Sass. This game is over. All Myriad needs to do now is attack in. He's been a little bit reluctant to head into the base, but now he's just been given the keys to the kingdom. especially when you've got Sass just trickling in Horseman. Interesting series to developing into. I'm still not entirely sure what the Roost solution is to this Deli build. That said, the closest I can theory is you just don't go pro scouts. I think it costs you the game. Maybe fast castle, or maybe you just actually play feudal pressure first. It just feels so difficult to do that against Deli with Ghazi. I'm going to hit the speed up now, because the outcome really is undeniable. He's going to try to rotate again, but Myriad is always just waiting here. As long as the Ghazi are within, you know, about a quarter of a map distance, actually half a map distance, they'll always be able to block you. Another keep drop coming. So that's triple keep secure. And any doubts now removed. Yeah, these two are usually quite fun to match up. Like I said, closely skilled, I say. It's always a series that I expect to go the distance. Always pleasant, but it does. Talents again, not caring. Scout's just not good enough anymore. The moment they get close, they just get headbutted by an elephant. How's that even fair? I mean, like, alright, you know why this is dumb? Why can't my horse attack them as well? Why does the elephant attack? Well, horseman is like, oh, yeah, only me. Pony can't do anything. Cadder's getting trampled. They know what it's about. The rage quit. All right, game number 3 coming. I think someone wasn't happy there. So we are going to have the... Was it Roos on this side? Deli on the other. Game 3 decider. And it is going to be on Lakeside. It's Kekp. Thank you, thank you. Hello. Hey. Put some respect on it. It's Mr. Kekp. When Bohemia? I don't know about Bohemia. Need to check it. I haven't had time to check spawns on that type of map. I mean, there must be a reason why Bohemia stopped being used in the first place, right? Also, what's wrong with our map pool? You got a problem, bro? We brought him good old Rocky River. Never used by EGC from the Blade tourney, but great map. I mean, there must be a reason it wasn't used more, though. Something wrong with the spawns? If it's that great of a map. Let's get ready for game 3, though. We've got Lakeside. English versus Otto. Yo, what's up, CS the Lord? Thank you very much for me. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to Swarm. Only 1 stone per player. That's kind of interesting. Is the stone close to your base, though? I'm guessing it probably is. I still love Avali's design for that. It was too open for the past meta? Ah. So you guys are saying we should revisit Prairie. I think that Core just wants the old maps because he's too lazy to look at the new maps. I still recall a certain game where Core didn't know what Pigeon's View was. I'm never gonna let that one go. Oh god. I can't remember your exact draft. I just remember the time thinking, man, Pigeon's View is really good for your draft. Don't Stealth Forest news. You didn't know there was Stealth Forest. You legit didn't know that was Highview. Don't act like you knew what you'd actually like drafted. You literally in the chat going, I don't know what Pigeon's View is. God, who was it we had? Guys. All right, while we tease Core for not checking maps, can you remember who it was this week that picked Lakeside and didn't realize that Lakeside only has fish here? I'm trying to remember who it was. These two at least know. Sass and Myriad is going to be a classic one. Ottomans versus English. English definitely one of Myriad's most comfortable civs, and Sass, well, you can definitely say that about Ottomans. Definitely a civ actually that Myriad knows inside out, right? Look at the back of his hands. You guys don't remember when Myriad was really making his comeuppance, it was off the back of being a prolific English/Otto spammer. So yeah, definitely a cozy matchup for him, but I don't know, I quite like Ottomans on this map. I think they've looked pretty solid on Lakeside. Safe gold, fishing, which can be done very freely. English are probably going to want to attack there. You need to be careful not to play too long of a feudal because you have to remember that that gives Ottomans edges, right? Which is, of course, in the Vizier Council points.
Hasters.
All right, we'll hit the 2 times to the other game as well. What do you guys think? Do you favor Ottos or English here? 1's for Ottomans, 2's for English.
It worked.
Wait, does that mean that, like, so if Core wants the really old matches back, does that mean that Core wants to see Confluence return? Is it finally time? No. We actually used it in, was it the, I think it was the pre-season 9 tournament.
Now,
It delivered an insanely entertaining game, but that map is wild. So, a lot of 2s. You guys really like English here. That's interesting. I think Ottomans, if they apply pressure, can be threatening though, right, with Sipahi. Oh, wow, and Myriad's going Council Hall. Wait, really? Okay, that surprises me a little. I would have expected Abbey of Kings up against Otto. So presumably Myriad's strategy here is he's going to bait water and then land attack, right? So you add in like 1 archer ship to force a reaction. Then Sass is expected to build Springald, Demo, archer ship, and then you're like 7 longbows deep. It's sick if it goes unnoticed. I just don't see how it would. Sass is going to drive right past the front of the base, and he will see the landmark. So yeah, Council Hall is known. All right, he has all the info he needs. Racks follow up as well, so this is just a Classico all-in. Stable's already been prepped by the Ottomans on the other side of this.
Yeah.
Why did people pick Ottomans? Because it's actually been winning a decent amount of maps on this, decent amount of games rather on this map. Some pretty interesting games as well. Like we just had Cat v Numan. We saw, I think it was actually Myriad on here before, Sass on here before, in a different tournament win as well. Like, this is actually surprising me. Ottomans are pretty good here. Ottomans suck. All right, this is where we need to, like, go into the map pool and qualify players for ETC Winters and point out that, like, Otto's wins on this map. ML, wait, is ML green? Where's ML? I don't see ML in chat. You could just be saying that, Myriad. Paling's in the forest from Myriad. You think Otto is dumb in a best of 3? It's a variable pick. I think it depends on your draft, right? Because, like, Sass had Ottomans or Malians to fall back on. I think, like, Malians doesn't leave you much wiggle room for this map, though. Like, it becomes a predictable pick, right? Because I have not seen anyone try Malians on this map. Probably for very good reasons. I mean, can we really ever trust anything Marineland says? He did say that Delhi sucked just before they got buffed, when they were, like, probably a mid-tier still. Nice raid here from Sass. That's why Almonds aren't bad core, because you get worker kills like this. Oh my god, you're going to try to short bow Sipahi? That taste of sadness. Longbows on the other side are at least stationing, but we already have an outpost up. So where's your blacksmiths? Because this build from Myriad doesn't work without blacksmiths. Castle Age is about to come in. I mean, he did win water, but we talked about the bait and switch, right? He built a Springald ship, archer ship, demo ship, built land as well. I think Myriad overinvested on the water. Ay, ay, ay. Wall isn't up, actually. That's good news. I don't... Wait, what happened here? Did Sass forget or just pull away too early? That's an opening that... Wait, no, please tell me you see this. Please okay, he does. Yeah, yeah. He's about to have a heart attack. So we're going to raid around the back. Remember, Imperial Armory is on the way. This is a little bit loose from Sass. He could actually get punished. Range is also being prepped. So Myriad very much on an all-in kind of path here. Try English here and let me know how it feels. Dude, like, this map feels really bad for English all-ins. I think it feels pretty good for English camping. But, like, English feels rough here because that rotation is meant to be really hard what just happened there. Like, this... I think this probably needs to be changed on this map. I don't think that this cliff needs to be this fat. To me, this map is way too defensively favorable. That being said, Sass has a problem. Oh, no. Wait, so we're going to try again further away? What? But Myriad has more troops, Sass. He has more. Like, Myriad should be looking for the tech up right now. His Lombos are camping in range of the TC. That's not ideal. The wall has gone up. I mean, but surely there's no way he's going to get this tech up at the front of his base. Against Lombos. Oh my god, he's not looking for it. It's almost like there's such a thing as having too much vision. He sees it now, but this is too late. This is way too late. Oh no, Myriad. Not like this. This was such an easy GG. After the first cancel, this was it. Because Sass has like subpar layered his base, right? Like if he'd set this up so the Mehmed was built right next to the TC, very difficult for the English to do anything. But after that mistake, this was your win. Oh no. Sass already queuing up the Knights. Looks like some troops could get pinned. These other ones already stuck behind enemy lines. You know when Lombos suck? Because they spend half their time trying to wear their bow. Look at these guys. I mean, is this a longbow or a hula hoop? It's a really bad hula hoop. And yeah, agreed, Wham. Like I said, I think if they just actually cut this so it's the tiniest trimming of cliff to just stop buildings of docks here, it's actually an interesting map because then you have a tight rotation next to the shoreline at least. But like in its current format, between the TC placement, the gold placement, and then the reserve goal behind plus tree line, there's way too many defensive recovery elements for a campy play. Right, camping just tends to win out in this map. So, Myriad is going to fall back. Should be looking at King's Palace here. At least the good news of what's come out of this is like he applied enough pressure that King's Palace is just allowable. And we'll probably see him just starting to blob crossbows here to deal with the initial Knights. Long term, you don't want crossbows. Long term, I think you just want Spear Lombo. Because like you're expecting Ottomans to eventually go into Sipahi, Jani in the late game. Actually, I guess Men at Arms is fine as well, right? Like, you have to remember Janissaries have lower base damage than hand cannoneers, so they're less of a counter compared to hand cannoneer versus Men at Arms in late game. Someone camps, just go castle and get 5 sites. Well, the point, though, is, like, to that logic of just, like, if someone camps, just go fast castle. Yeah, but if someone's camping, they're going fast castle already, right? So they're just doing it quicker than you. So you know, if you're going to build a unit, you have to do something with it, right? Like that is the basic mathematical logic of RTS. You don't build something not to do something with it. Now, some civs just have a good enough economy that they can build a unit and still be faster, like HRE. But like English versus Otto, like what's better about these civs economically, right? If Myriad builds 7 Lombos, he better damn well kill something with it. So Myriad does have an eco lead. That's because of the fishing boats. That's solely because of the fishing boats. The Sass. Are we getting military schools yet? No, I've been noticing this with Ottoman players. They just really aren't going military schools in a rush. They wait quite a bit. And one relic is... Wait, is this map missing 2 relics? Wait, what? Oh, no, okay, yeah, I'm getting baited. They're in his bait. Dude, you had me worried for a second. I was like, oh, surely not. No, we just looked at them. My brain is like short-term memory. Yeah, no, he's got 4 relics up for grabs here, actually. This is really good for Sass. Myriad can't rush out. I mean, Myriad would have been winning this if he scouted it. I don't think Sass would see that as like an overstatement. If Sass was seen building this Mehmed on the south side, he would have lost the game. When that first one got revealed, this one gets revealed, dead. Like, the mistakes he made was the wall not completing here, and then the placement of his archery range and stables, which blocked the landmark, right? Those two mistakes are unforgivable against the longbow all-in. He would have lost the game. But now, Myriad's in a really awkward position. He does have King's Pass, he's extending a lead, sure, but a game that should have been over is now reaching into a more uncomfortable phase for you. And wow, we have Pro Scouts. Not Myriad though, right? No, Myriad didn't want to join that rare group of English Pro Scouts players. Oh, wait. Wait, was that... Those weren't trade ships, were they? No, I think that's a demo. That looks like a demo. I'm hoping for Myriad's sake he did not build trade ships. I mean, there's no reason they'd be here. There's definitely demos. Yeah, I don't know why I even thought for a second there. Sometimes they look weird when they sink. So he's just trying to demo this out. Sass is getting back on water. Worth it as well, considering that Myriad has got double deep water. Yeah, I love this play. We're seeing this a bit more and more. It's just really smart. If you win water, you come across like this. So if you're going to forfeit water the way that Sass did, you need to get something out of it. And we've seen our players do that. Like Dragovan, for example, loves to do baited water into 2TC French. I really like that build. I think it's cool. Because it takes a lot of effort to clear the initial dock, right? Like, if I build one archer ship and then you build 2 Springalds, an archer ship, and a demo, if you just do the maths on that, like, that's a TC. Right? Like, Hulk's are 300-ish, Galley's 200, demo another, like, 160. Yeah, Magic. What the hell, dude? You gotta get to work. There's Myth tournaments to win, mate. Come on. Wait, unless you're coming back to AoE 4, someone's got to put Marine Lord in his place. Unbeaten in the 1v1 events. Actually, that's not true. He's too scared to play Midweek Muster. Coming back to AoE 4, Pog, Pog. I expect to see Magic signed up for KPMM week 10 through 12. If someone would like to just create a fake account called Mergic and sign up, that'd be great. We've reached a really slow point in the game. Myriad, is he going to go for a Sacred Site victory? He's gathering stone in the center. If he gets one keep drop, the second one is very organic. There's the thing that's kind of a bit toxic about Lakeside that hasn't really been discussed yet is the stone placements. If you start leaning towards Sacred Sites, it's very easy to snowball a victory because of the amount of stone on the center. Right? It's actually enough to like quadruple keep drop. And there's the military scores. Yeah, I was wondering when they were going to be coming into the picture. So passive production now getting a line for Sass. Got a decent amount of Vizier points. Even sneaks a dog back in. Does lose the villager. But that's now something that Myriad needs to answer. That's true. Like, once again, you know, if you guys look at Wallol, Marine Lord, there's one person that has beaten him on land at Wallol. There's one player that Marine Lord has 100% loss rate against on land, and it is Magic. These are stats.